They did not wear the face of soldiers, nor did they march to the front lines. They moved instead in silence, behind the armies, beyond the headlines, in the vast shadows that followed conquest. They were the Einsatzgruppen, the mobile killing squads of the Third Reich, and their story is among the most chilling in all of human history. Between 1941 and 1945, as the German war machine surged eastward into the Soviet Union, these men carried out one of the most systematic and intimate genocides ever conceived. Their mission was simple and monstrous: to exterminate, to erase entire communities, not with bombs or gas chambers at first, but with bullets, shovels, and the cold precision of bureaucracy. What began as occupation became annihilation, and the ground they walked upon would never again be free of blood. The Einsatzgruppen were born from ideology, the belief that entire peoples were unworthy of life. Under Heinrich Himmler's SS and Reinhard Heydrich's command, they were organized into 4 main units, each following the advancing German armies into Eastern Europe. Their orders were cloaked in the language of security operations and cleansing, but everyone involved understood their true purpose. They arrived in towns and villages across Poland, Ukraine, Belarus, and the Baltic states with lists of names, intelligence files, and directives that transformed abstract hate into methodical murder. Behind them, fields and forests became graveyards. The crack of rifles and the cries of the condemned replaced the sounds of daily life. When Operation Barbarossa, Hitler's invasion of the Soviet Union, began in June 1941, the scale of killing exploded. The war in the East was framed not as a conventional conflict, but as a Vernickenskrieg, a war of extermination. Jews, communists, partisans, Roma, and countless civilians were declared enemies of the Reich, their deaths deemed necessary for the creation of a new order. In the early weeks, the Einsatzgruppen murdered thousands. By autumn, they were killing tens of thousands. At Babi Yar near Kiev in September 1941, over 33,000 Jewish men, women and children were executed in just 2 days, shot at the edge of a ravine, their bodies tumbling into layers of death. Similar scenes unfolded across the occupied territories, forests echoing with gunfire, the earth swallowing towns that no longer existed. These were not anonymous acts of war. They were personal, face-to-face, intimate killings carried out by educated men, police officers, and bureaucrats who saw themselves as servants of duty. Reports were typed, numbers recorded, signatures affixed. Commanders sent detailed summaries to Berlin describing the progress of extermination as if they were discussing harvest yields. Each bullet fired was documented. Each life taken was reduced to statistics in the machinery of genocide. The photographs they left behind, victims lined along pits, soldiers smoking as they reload, remain among the most haunting evidence ever captured by a camera. It was murder not in rage, but in routine. As the war dragged on, the Einsatzgruppen's work became the grim foundation upon which the final solution was built. Their methods, mass shootings, coordinated deportations, psychological dehumanization, evolved into the industrialized killing of the death camps. They were the bridge between ideology and Auschwitz, between hate and system. By the war's end, they had murdered over 1 million human beings, most of them Jews, long before the gas chambers reached their full scale. Yet for all their destruction, the men themselves often returned to ordinary lives. Scholars, lawyers, policemen, their transformation into executioners, an enduring question that history still struggles to answer. After Germany's defeat, the Einsatzgruppen faced judgment at Nuremberg. The trial revealed the chilling normalcy of their cruelty. The paperwork, the meetings, the calm justification of every act. The defendants spoke not as monsters, but as administrators. They argued they had followed orders, obeyed law, served country, but beneath their words lay the truth that the Holocaust did not begin in camps, but in open fields, with rifles and willing hands. The death squads of Hitler's Reich exposed something deeper than politics. They revealed the fragility of conscience and how ordinary men can become instruments of absolute evil when ideology replaces empathy. The story of the Einsatzgruppen is not one of distant history. It is a warning that echoes across generations. It asks what happens when obedience eclipses morality, when prejudice becomes policy, and when silence allows murder to thrive in daylight. Their legacy is written not only in the soil of Eastern Europe, but in the human soul, a testament to the cost of hate when left unchecked. Tonight we look into that darkness, not to dwell in it, but to remember it, because remembrance is the only weapon left against forgetting. Before we begin, tell me, where in the world are you tuning in from, and what time is it for you tonight? Heinrich Himmler lifts his wire-rimmed spectacles and holds a personnel file closer to the desk lamp, its weak glow barely cutting through the Berlin twilight of November 1936. Rain streaks the window behind him, distorting the streetlights of Prinz-Albrecht-Strasse into watery halos, and somewhere below, the evening shift of SS clerks types, steadily in rooms that smell of carbon paper and cigarette smoke. The file in his hands belongs to a 32-year-old lawyer from Solingen, educated, Lutheran, member of the party since 1931, no criminal record, physically fit. Himmler makes a small notation in the margin with his fountain pen, a check mark that signifies approval, and places the file atop a stack of perhaps 36 others that have passed his review this week alone. He is not looking for soldiers in the traditional sense. The Wehrmacht has plenty of those. What Himmler seeks are men capable of a different kind of duty, men who can read orders, interpret doctrine, and execute policy without the inconvenience of moral hesitation. The SS is expanding rapidly, its tentacles reaching into police forces, security services, administrative posts across the Reich, and each new recruit must be vetted, not merely for loyalty but for a particular coldness of spirit. Outside, the rain intensifies, drumming against the windows with a rhythm that sounds almost like distant applause. Himmler returns the spectacles to his nose, reaches for the next file, and continues his work with the methodical patience of a man building something vast and terrible. What none of these applicants yet understand, what perhaps even Himmler himself only dimly perceives, is that they are not joining a police force or a party militia, but the skeletal framework of an apparatus designed for annihilation. 300 kilometers to the south, in the Bavarian town of Dachau, young men in black uniforms practice close-order drill on a parade ground still wet from the morning fog. The camp opened in 1933 as a detention facility for political prisoners, communists, socialists, trade unionists, anyone the new regime deemed a threat. But by 1937, it has become something more, a training center for the SS Totenkopfverbände, the Death's Head units tasked with guarding the expanding constellation of concentration camps. The recruits are mostly in their early 20s, farm boys from Bavaria and Thuringia, clerks from Munich, a few unemployed workers grateful for steady wages and the prestige of the uniform. Their instructor, an Oberscharführer with a face weathered by the previous war, barks commands that echo off the barracks walls, and the men respond with synchronized precision, boots striking the gravel in unison. They learn to stand at attention for hours without movement, to disassemble and reassemble the Karabiner 98K rifle blindfolded, to respond to orders without question or delay. but the technical training is only half the curriculum. In evening lectures held in drafty halls heated by iron stoves, officers explain the ideological framework of their duties, the concept of Volksgemeinschaft, the national community purified of alien elements, the pseudo-scientific racial theories that categorize human beings into hierarchies of worth. The notion that cruelty in service to the Volk is not merely acceptable but virtuous. The young men listen, some with fervent belief, others with pragmatic indifference, a few with quiet unease. They dare not voice. They are being inoculated against empathy, trained to see certain categories of humanity as abstractions rather than individuals. By the time they complete their training, most will have internalized the fundamental lesson that orders from superiors carry the weight of moral absolution, and that the Reich's enemies, however defined, exist beyond the boundaries of human consideration. In the Grand Hall of Nuremberg's Luitpold Arena, on the evening of September 10th, 1935, torches burn in iron sconces mounted along stone columns, their flames reflected in the polished boots of SS honor guards standing at rigid attention. The Reichstag has convened here, away from Berlin, for a special session during the annual Nazi Party rally, and the air hums with anticipation as legislators take their seats beneath banners bearing the swastika. Outside, hundreds of thousands of party members have spent the week marching in choreographed displays of unity, their ranks stretching for kilometers through streets lined with crimson flags and eagles cast in bronze. But tonight's business is legislative, not ceremonial. Wilhelm Frick, the Interior Minister, rises to present 2 new laws drafted in haste over the preceding 48 hours, after Hitler decided the time had come to codify the regime's racial policies. The first, the Reich Citizenship Law, strips Jews of German citizenship, reducing them to subjects without political rights. The second, the Law for the Protection of German Blood and German Honor, forbids marriages and sexual relations between Jews and Aryans, criminalizing intimacy itself. The delegates approved both measures unanimously, without debate, the entire process consuming less than an hour. In the gallery, foreign journalists scribble notes, understanding they are witnessing not merely discrimination but the legal scaffolding of exclusion, the first formal step in removing an entire population from the protection of law. What appears to many Germans as an unfortunate but necessary boundary, a way to solve the so-called Jewish question through segregation, is in fact a gateway, a mechanism that transforms neighbors into aliens and citizens into targets. The torches burn lower as the session adjourns, their smoke rising toward the vaulted ceiling and dissipating into darkness, and in Jewish households across Germany, families gather around radios and newspapers, trying to comprehend what these laws will mean for their futures, for their children, for the simple possibility of continuing to live in the land their ancestors inhabited for centuries. On a cold morning in March 1938, a man in a grey overcoat and felt hat stands on the Kärntner Strasse in Vienna, measuring the width of a storefront with a surveyor's tape, while his colleague makes notations in a leather-bound ledger. The shop belongs to a Jewish jeweler named Perlman, who watches from inside with his arms crossed, his expression caught between apprehension and defiance. The annexation of Austria, the Anschluss, occurred just 2 weeks earlier, and already the machinery of dispossession has arrived in the capital, efficient and impersonal as a tax audit. The men outside wear no uniforms, carry no weapons. They are bureaucrats from the Reich Economics Ministry, tasked with cataloguing Jewish-owned businesses for Aryanization, the process by which assets will be transferred to non-Jewish Germans, often for a fraction of their value or through outright confiscation. Perlman's shop has operated on this corner for 30 years. His father owned it before him, and he had hoped his son might one day take over, but the son fled to Prague 3 days after German troops rolled across the border, recognizing what his father still resists, believing that there is no future here, that the measurements being taken are not administrative but preparatory, a census of property soon to be seized. Across Vienna, the same scene repeats in hundreds of locations: shops, offices, apartments, warehouses, each one catalogued with Germanic thoroughness. The officials work with the dispassion of actuaries calculating insurance risk, but what they are actually compiling is a blueprint for economic elimination, a methodical stripping of livelihood that will leave families destitute and desperate. By evening, the men in overcoats will return to their offices, transfer their data to centralized files, and report the day's progress to supervisors who will aggregate the information into reports sent to Berlin. Perlman closes his shop early that night, locks the door with a key he does not yet know he will never use again, and walks home through streets that suddenly feel foreign, as if the city itself has been reconfigured in ways no map could capture. Reinhard Heydrich sits at the head of a polished conference table in the headquarters of the Sicherheitsdienst, the SD, the intelligence service of the SS, on a January afternoon in 1939, his pale blue eyes moving across the faces of the 14 men assembled before him. Smoke curls from ashtrays scattered along the table's length, mingling with the scent of strong coffee and the faint smell of snow melting off wool. Overcoats hung by the door. These are the rising stars of the SS security apparatus. Lawyers, former police detectives, academics with doctorates in criminology or political science, men selected not for brutality but for intelligence and ideological reliability. Heydrich, only 34 years old but already one of the most powerful figures in the Reich, speaks in a clipped, precise manner, outlining the organizational structure of what he envisions as a comprehensive security network capable of monitoring, controlling, and, when necessary, eliminating threats to the state. He discusses the integration of the SD with the Gestapo and the criminal police, the establishment of filing systems that will track individuals across borders, the development of doctrines for preemptive action against enemies both real and potential. The men listen intently, occasionally jotting notes, asking clarifying questions about jurisdiction or procedure. What Heydrich does not say explicitly, but what everyone in the room understands, is that they are creating an instrument capable of operating beyond traditional legal constraints, a security service answerable only to Himmler and ultimately to Hitler himself. The phrase protective custody is mentioned several times, a euphemism for arrest without charge or trial, indefinite detention in camps that exist in a legal grey zone where constitutional protections do not apply. As the meeting concludes, Heydrich stands, fastens his SS tunic, and reminds them that their work serves the highest purpose, the security and purity of the German nation. The men gather their papers and depart into the winter afternoon, returning to offices where the administrative blueprints of surveillance and suppression are being drafted with the same care an architect might devote to a cathedral. None of them use the word murder in their planning documents, but the infrastructure they are building, the organizational charts, the communication networks, the doctrines of preemptive action, will make mass killing not merely possible, but procedurally simple, a matter of transmitting orders down established chains of command. In the Berlin suburb of Grunwald, in a comfortable apartment on Bettiner Strasse, Samuel Hirsch sits at his desk on an evening in late 1938, composing a letter to his brother in New York. Hirsch is a physician, 61 years old, a veteran of the Great War, who served as a field surgeon with the Imperial German Army and received the Iron Cross for his service. His waiting room once filled every morning with patients from across the social spectrum: factory workers, shopkeepers, government clerks, even a few party members who valued his skill over his ancestry. But since the Nuremberg laws, and especially since Kristallnacht 2 weeks ago, the practice has withered. Aryan patients stopped coming first, either from conviction or fear of being seen entering a Jewish doctor's office. Then in October his medical license was revoked. He is now permitted to treat only Jewish patients, and the word doctor has been legally stripped from his title. He must call himself a Krankenbehandler, a caretaker of the sick, a linguistic degradation that mirrors the broader erasure of status and identity. In the letter, Hirsch tries to sound optimistic, telling his brother that conditions are difficult but manageable, that surely the current madness will pass, that Germany is still a nation of laws and culture, that reason will eventually prevail. But even as he writes these reassurances, he glances at the visa application sitting on the corner of his desk, forms he has filled out and refilled, hoping for approval to emigrate, forms that have been returned twice with requests for additional documentation, fees, proofs of financial solvency. The quota for German Jews entering the United States is limited, the waiting list years long, and Hirsch is beginning to understand that hope is not a strategy. His wife enters the room, brings him tea, says nothing because there is nothing left to say. They have already discussed every option, weighed every possibility, and arrived at the unbearable conclusion that they are trapped in a country that no longer wants them but will not let them leave. What Dr. Hirsch does not yet know, what he cannot imagine in his worst nightmares, is that the bureaucratic humiliations and economic strangulation he is experiencing are not the end point of Nazi policy but the prelude, the softening of ground before something far darker takes root. At the sprawling Ordensburg Vogelsang, a leadership academy for the SS and Nazi Party elite in the Eifel region, instructors train a new generation of ideological warriors in classrooms overlooking forested hills that roll toward the Belgian border. The facility, completed in 1936, resembles a medieval fortress reimagined through the lens of National Socialist gigantism: stone towers, vast courtyards, lecture halls with ceilings 3 stories high, all designed to inspire awe and reinforce the sense of historical destiny. The students, men in their 20s selected for their physical fitness, racial purity, and fanatical commitment to the party, spend their days in a rigorous curriculum that blends political indoctrination with physical training and military education. They study the works of racial theorists like Hans F. Ase Genther and Alfred Rosenberg, absorbing pseudo-scientific arguments about Nordic superiority and Slavic inferiority, Jewish conspiracies and biological destiny. They learn to see history as a struggle between races for survival and dominance, a Darwinian nightmare where compassion is weakness and conquest is virtue. In practical sessions, they analyze maps of Eastern Europe, discussing the concept of Lebensraum, living space, the territorial expansion that Nazi ideology demands, the subjugation or removal of existing populations to make room for German settlers. The instructors speak in grandiose terms about the civilizing mission of the German people, the 1,000-year Reich, the necessity of hard decisions that lesser men might shrink from. These students are not being trained to question orders but to generate them, to become the middle management of genocide, the district leaders and camp commandants and Einsatzgruppen officers who will translate ideology into action. They graduate with absolute certainty that their cause is righteous, their methods necessary, their victims deserving of whatever fate awaits them. In the evenings, They gather in the mess hall singing martial songs and toasting the Führer with beer and schnapps. Young men who believe themselves chosen by history, who have been taught that the greatest virtue is the strength to do what must be done, regardless of cost, regardless of conscience. What they carry away from Vogelsang is not merely education but permission, moral authorization to commit acts that in any other context would be recognized as evil, but which within the hermetically sealed worldview of National Socialism become heroic, necessary, even sacred. On the night of September 1st, 1939, as German forces crossed the Polish border and the artillery barrage that will become the Second World War begins to thunder across the pre-dawn darkness, a convoy of unmarked trucks departs from a staging area near the East Prussian town of Allenstein, heading southeast toward the frontier. The vehicles carry no insignia, but their occupants are members of the Einsatzgruppen, task forces assembled in secret over the preceding weeks, drawn from the SD, the Gestapo, the criminal police, and seasoned SS officers who have spent years preparing for exactly this moment. Their orders, drafted by Heydrich and approved by Himmler, are vague in their phrasing but clear in their intent to secure the rear areas behind advancing Wehrmacht units, to eliminate resistance, to neutralize Poland's leadership class, intellectuals, clergy, nobility, anyone capable of organizing opposition to German occupation. The trucks bounce along rutted roads, their headlights cutting through the darkness, and inside, men check their weapons, review their lists, smoke cigarettes to calm nerves or sharpen focus. Some are excited, eager to prove themselves. Others are grimly professional, treating this as just another assignment. A few are quietly terrified, though they would never admit it. They have been told they are soldiers in a new kind of war, that conventional rules do not apply, that the survival of the Reich demands actions that history will judge harshly, but necessity demands absolutely. As dawn breaks and the trucks cross into Poland, passing burning villages and columns of refugees fleeing westward, these men are about to discover whether the years of ideological training, bureaucratic preparation, and moral desensitization have successfully transformed them into instruments of state murder. The abyss that Himmler glimpsed in his files, that Heydrich outlined in his conference rooms, that the SS academies cultivated in their students, is about to open, not gradually, but all at once, with the sudden violence of a chasm splitting the earth. In the files and training camps of the Reich, a machinery was being assembled, not of steel and gunpowder, but of orders, obedience, and the erasure of mercy. The abyss had not yet opened, but the architects were ready. The Stukas come first, their inverted gull wings slicing through the pale September dawn, as they dive toward the railway junction at Wielun, sirens screaming like banshees descending from mythology into terrible reality. It is 4:40 in the morning on September 1st, 1939, and most of the town's 4,000 residents are still asleep when the first bombs detonate, tearing through the hospital marked with red crosses, collapsing apartment buildings into rubble and dust, igniting fires that will burn for 3 days. By the time the sun fully rises, 70 miles to the south, German artillery is pounding Polish defensive positions along the border, and panzer columns are surging forward across open fields still wet with morning dew, their tracks churning the earth into muddy furrows that stretch toward the horizon. The Polish defenders fight with desperate courage, cavalrymen charging German positions, infantry holding fortified villages until ammunition runs out. But they are facing a military doctrine they cannot counter, a combined arms assault of armor, aircraft and mechanized infantry moving at speeds that render static defenses obsolete. Behind the advancing Wehrmacht, traveling in unmarked trucks and requisitioned civilian vehicles, come the Einsatzgruppen, 7 separate task forces totaling approximately 2,700 men. Their convoy routes carefully coordinated with military operations, but their mission entirely separate. They carry lists compiled over months by SD intelligence officers, names of Polish politicians, teachers, priests, journalists, anyone identified as part of the nation's intellectual and leadership class. What the Polish defenders don't yet know, what even many German soldiers haven't been told, is that this invasion has two objectives: the military conquest of territory and the systematic decapitation of Polish society, the elimination of everyone capable of organizing resistance or preserving national identity. The Stukas circle back for another pass, their bombs falling with mechanical precision, and below them, roads fill with refugees fleeing eastward, carrying whatever they can: children, photographs, valuables sewn into coat linings, trying to escape a war that moves faster than human beings can run. Oberfuhrer Bruno Streckenbach, commander of Einsatzgruppe 4, stands in what was once the mayor's office in the town of Beijes, now occupied by German forces after 3 days of fierce fighting that left entire neighborhoods in ruins. The room smells of plaster dust and spilled lamp oil, and through the broken window, he can hear the sporadic crack of rifles as Wehrmacht troops clear remaining pockets of resistance. Streckenbach is 40 years old, a lawyer by training who joined the Nazi Party in 1930 and rose through the SD ranks through a combination of ideological commitment and administrative competence. On the desk before him lies a leather-bound ledger containing names, addresses, occupations, the local targets his unit has been assigned to neutralize. The term neutralize appears nowhere in the written orders. Instead, the language speaks of pacification, security measures, and elimination of hostile elements, bureaucratic euphemisms that allow both the writers and executors of orders to maintain psychological distance from the reality of murder. Streckenbach runs his finger down the list: a high school principal, a newspaper editor, 2 Catholic priests, a prominent lawyer, a district judge. 17 names on this page alone, dozens more on subsequent pages. His men are already moving through the town, conducting arrests based on information provided by Volksdeutsch, ethnic Germans living in Poland who have compiled their own lists, motivated by genuine ideological alignment or opportunistic settling of personal grudges. By nightfall, approximately 60 men will be detained, loaded onto trucks, and driven to a forested area outside town, where they will be shot in groups of 10, their bodies pushed into hastily dug trenches. Streckenbach will not personally pull any triggers. That is work for subordinates, for the men who have proven themselves capable of executing orders without squeamishness, but he will file the report, documenting the action in language so sterile it could describe a livestock census. What he is discovering, what all the Einsatzgruppen commanders are learning in these first chaotic weeks, is that mass murder is logistically complex but procedurally simple. Identify targets, concentrate them in one location, shoot them efficiently, dispose of the bodies, document the action, move to the next town. The Wehrmacht officers occasionally express discomfort, not moral outrage, but concern about maintaining discipline, about the effect such actions might have on soldiers who witness them, but their objections are overruled by orders from Berlin that make clear the Einsatzgruppen operate under separate authority, answerable only to the SS chain of command. In the University district of Krakow, on a grey morning in early November, German soldiers surround the Jagiellonian University, one of Europe's oldest academic institutions, where 184 professors and staff have been summoned to what they believe is a routine administrative meeting with the new occupation authorities. The scholars arrive in their academic robes, some elderly men who have taught here for decades, others young lecturers just beginning their careers, all of them navigating the confusing new reality of occupation with the cautious optimism of people who believe civilization will ultimately prevail. They file into a lecture hall where SS Sturmbannführer Bruno Müller stands at the podium, flanked by armed guards, and what begins as a perfunctory announcement about new educational regulations quickly transforms into something darker. Müller's tone shifts from bureaucratic to hostile. He accuses the professors of anti-German activities, of spreading Polish nationalism, of corrupting youth with subversive ideas. Before anyone can protest or seek clarification, soldiers move to block the exits, and within minutes the entire assembly is under arrest, marched at gunpoint to waiting trucks. The professors are driven not to a police station or administrative office, but directly to trains that will transport them to Sachsenhausen concentration camp in Germany, where they will join thousands of other Polish intellectuals, clergy, and professionals being systematically removed from society. This operation, later known as Sonderaktion Krokar, is not an improvised excess, but a carefully planned action, part of the larger AB-Aktion, extraordinary pacification action, designed to eliminate Poland's educated class, to reduce the population to a leaderless mass, suitable only for manual labor, in service of the Reich. In villages across occupied Poland, similar scenes unfold with monotonous regularity. Priests arrested during Mass, teachers taken from classrooms, local officials dragged from their homes in the middle of the night. The Einsatzgruppen work from lists, but they also encourage denunciations, and some Poles, motivated by old grievances, ethnic tensions, or simple self-preservation, provide names and addresses of neighbors, former rivals, anyone whose removal might offer some advantage. By December 1939, approximately 65,000 Poles will have been killed in these operations, shot in forests, executed in camps, worked to death in forced labor details. The German occupation authorities issue no public announcements about these deaths. Bodies simply disappear, families receive no notification, and the silence itself becomes a weapon of terror. On a frozen morning in January 1940, SS Hauptsturmführer Karl-Heinz Roth supervises the loading of prisoners onto trucks outside a temporary detention facility in the town of Jorge, his breath visible in the winter air as he checks names against a typewritten roster. Roth is 29 years old, a former policeman from Stuttgart who volunteered for the Einsatzgruppen, with vague notions of adventure and advancement, and what he has experienced over the past 4 months has fundamentally altered his understanding of his own capacity for violence. The first execution he witnessed left him nauseated. Unable to eat for 2 days, by the 5th, he was able to observe with professional detachment. By the 20th, he was pulling the trigger himself, mechanically working through groups of prisoners with the same focused efficiency he once applied to filing police reports. The transformation troubles him in quiet moments late at night when he can't sleep, or when he writes carefully censored letters to his wife in Stuttgart. But during working hours he functions with ruthless competence, because hesitation or moral questioning are interpreted as weakness, as political unreliability, as grounds for removal from the unit and possibly worse consequences. The prisoners being loaded today are Jews rounded up from the Jorge ghetto, designated for resettlement, another euphemism that in this context means execution in a forest clearing 20 kilometers away. They climb into the trucks with the resigned exhaustion of people who have already endured too much to feel acute terror. mothers holding children, old men helping each other up the steep tailgates, a few young men looking around desperately for escape routes that don't exist. Roth notices one woman, perhaps 30 years old, wearing a coat that was obviously expensive before occupation reduced everyone to the same level of poverty. She carries a small suitcase and maintains a dignity that strikes him as both admirable and pointless. He does not know her name. The lists contain only numbers now, efficiency demanding the stripping of individual identity, and by evening she will be dead, her body in a mass grave with 40 others, her suitcase rifled through for valuables that will be shipped back to Germany for redistribution. What Roth is learning, what all the Einsatzgruppen personnel are discovering, is that human beings are remarkably adaptable, that moral boundaries once thought absolute can be crossed with surprising ease when authority provides justification, when peers provide normalization, when the alternative is to question everything and risk losing, not just the mission, but one's place in the community of perpetrators. He will later claim, during post-war interrogation, that he was simply following orders, that refusal would have meant his own death, a lie, since no Einsatzgruppen member was ever executed for refusing to participate in killings. But in this moment, standing in the frozen courtyard checking names, he believes he has no choice, because admitting he has a choice would mean confronting what that choice reveals about who he has become. In the forest outside the village of Polmiri, 30 kilometers northwest of Warsaw, the earth has been disturbed in long rectangular patterns, the ground softer than the surrounding frozen soil, marked by slight depressions where bodies and lime have settled beneath thin layers of dirt. Between December 1939 and July 1940, German security forces will execute approximately 1,700 people here, politicians, intellectuals, resistance fighters, random civilians caught in roundups, making Polmiri one of the most concentrated killing sites in occupied Poland. The executions follow a routine. Prisoners transported from Powiat prison in Warsaw, unloaded from trucks at the forest edge, marched single file along paths between pine trees until they reach the shooting site. Some prisoners are told they're being relocated to work camps. Others understand exactly what's happening and maintain defiant silence or pray aloud as they walk. The executioners are not Einsatzgruppen personnel, but members of the German Order Police, augmented by Wehrmacht soldiers, and occasionally Gestapo officers who want to observe the operations they've ordered. The actual killing is efficient but not instantaneous. Prisoners made to stand at the edge of trenches, shot from behind at close range, bodies falling forward into the excavation. When the trench is full, a bulldozer covers it with earth, and work begins on the next trench. The process repeated with industrial regularity. Local Polish villagers hear the gunfire, see the trucks arriving with grim frequency, smell the faint odor of decomposition when the wind blows from the forest. But speaking about what everyone knows means inviting inclusion in the next transport. The Germans post warnings discussing rumors about executions is defeatist propaganda punishable by death. Assisting families of the disappeared is aiding enemies of the Reich. This combination of open secrecy, everyone knows no one speaks, creates a psychological atmosphere of complete helplessness. The understanding that resistance is futile, that the occupation has power over life and death, exercised arbitrarily and absolutely. What the villagers don't yet know is that Polmiri is merely a local operation, that similar forests across Poland conceal similar graves, that the Einsatzgruppen and auxiliary units have created a geography of death that will eventually encompass thousands of locations, each one a small horror contributing to an almost incomprehensible total. The forest keeps its secrets, the trees growing undisturbed above the dead, and in Warsaw families wait for word from arrested relatives who will never return, their fates officially unknown, their absence becoming just another fact of occupation life. In a commandeered manor house near Poznan, Reinhard Heydrich meets with Einsatzgruppen commanders in late October 1939, reviewing the results of the first 8 weeks of operations with the critical eye of a manager assessing employee performance. The room is warm, heated by a massive fireplace where logs crack and hiss, and the contrast between the comfortable setting and the subject under discussion creates a surreal disconnect that none of the participants seem to notice. Heydrich spreads maps across a mahogany table, marking towns and villages where operations have been completed, comparing actual results against projected targets, discussing logistics, ammunition consumption, transportation efficiency, disposal methods, documentation protocols. The commanders report their findings. Some note that public executions create unrest and complicate military governance, suggesting that killings should be conducted away from population centers. Others mention psychological strain among personnel, proposing rotation schedules to prevent breakdowns. Several recommend greater coordination with Wehrmacht units to avoid jurisdictional conflicts. Heydrich listens, makes notes, offers neither praise nor criticism but simply absorbs information that will inform future planning. What emerges from this meeting is a brutal pragmatism, a willingness to adjust methods based on operational efficiency rather than moral considerations, which are never mentioned, never even implied as relevant. The conversation includes discussion of Jewish populations, which at this stage are being concentrated into ghettos rather than systematically killed, but the language used, the Jewish problem, final evacuation, clearing operations, already contains the seeds of what will come later, the incremental radicalization that will transform expulsion into extermination. Heydrich emphasizes the need for comprehensive documentation, every action logged, every death recorded, reports filed regularly, not for accountability in any moral sense, but for bureaucratic control, for the statistical management of mass murder that allows Berlin to track progress and allocate resources. As the meeting concludes, servants bring coffee and schnapps, and the conversation shifts to lighter topics, postings and promotions, gossip about rivalries within the SS hierarchy, speculation about when the war in the West will begin. These men are not demons from mythology but educated professionals executing policy, and that ordinariness is perhaps the most disturbing aspect of the entire enterprise, the utter normalization of atrocity, the translation of murder into administrative language, the psychological compartmentalization that allows them to discuss killing thousands of people with the same emotional register they might use to discuss postal routes or agricultural quotas. The fire burns lower as evening approaches, shadows lengthening across the maps that document not military victories, but the systematic destruction of a nation's leadership. The first chapter in what will become a much longer and darker story. Wehrmacht General Johannes Blaskowitz sits in his headquarters in Joerge in late November 1939, drafting a memorandum that will effectively end his career, though he doesn't yet know it. Blaskowitz commands the 8th Army and has observed firsthand the activities of the Einsatzgruppen and SS units operating in his area of responsibility, and what he has witnessed offends both his sense of military honor and his concern for maintaining discipline among regular troops. His memorandum, addressed to Commander-in-Chief Walther von Brauchitsch, describes in detail the mass executions, the brutalization of civilians, the arbitrary arrests and killings that have become routine in occupied Poland. Blaskowitz does not frame his objections in moral terms. He is no humanitarian, but rather in practical military language. These actions are creating unnecessary resistance, making governance more difficult, and worse, they are corrupting Wehrmacht soldiers who witness them, eroding the distinction between legitimate military operations and criminal behavior. He writes that the sight of SS men shooting unarmed civilians is repugnant to every soldier, and that allowing such activities to continue undermines the honor and discipline of the German military. Other Wehrmacht commanders share his concerns. Some have filed their own complaints, others have verbally protested to SS liaisons. A few have attempted to prohibit Einsatzgruppen operations in their sectors, only to be overruled by orders from Berlin clarifying that SS units operate under separate authority. The response to Blaskowitz's memorandum is swift and dismissive. Hitler reads it, reportedly flies into a rage, and declares that you cannot wage war with Salvation Army methods. Blaskowitz is not punished immediately. He is too senior, too respected within military circles, but he is effectively sidelined, denied future promotions, eventually removed from command. His memorandum, far from halting the killings, simply demonstrates to other officers that protest is futile and potentially dangerous, that the Wehrmacht's traditional code of conduct has been superseded by a new order, in which ideological objectives trump military convention. What Blaskowitz represents is the last gasp of an older Germany, one that believed war should be conducted according to rules, that even enemies deserved certain protections, that honor meant something beyond victory. That Germany is dying in the forests and villages of Poland, replaced by something radically different, something that will eventually consume not just its enemies but millions of its own citizens and, ultimately, the nation itself. By the spring of 1940, as the German Wehrmacht prepares for the invasion of France and the world's attention shifts westward, the killing in Poland continues with mechanical regularity, no longer newsworthy, simply part of the occupation's administrative routine. In forests across the general government, the central Polish territories that Germany has designated for permanent occupation, the earth conceals tens of thousands of bodies, most in unmarked graves, some in locations known only to the executioners and local witnesses too terrified to speak. The Einsatzgruppen have largely completed their initial mission, the decapitation of Polish society, and many personnel are being reassigned to new duties, preparing for operations that will begin when Germany moves east again, when the lessons learned in Poland will be applied on a vastly larger scale against Soviet territories. What has been established in these 8 months is not merely a record of atrocities, but a proven methodology, a template for how organized state murder can be conducted efficiently, how moral resistance can be overcome through indoctrination and peer pressure, how local populations can be terrorized into silence or complicity, how bureaucratic language can sanitize horror and make it administratively manageable. The German occupation of Poland serves as a laboratory where the theories developed in Berlin, the doctrines taught at SS academies, the organizational structures Heydrich designed, have been tested under field conditions and found functional. Small problems have been identified: psychological strain on personnel, logistical inefficiencies, jurisdictional conflicts. But these are technical issues with technical solutions, adjustments that will be incorporated into future planning. The victims remain dead and mostly forgotten, their names surviving only in fragments, incomplete lists compiled by Polish resistance, survivor testimonies, documents that escaped destruction. In the manor houses and hotels where German officers are billeted, life proceeds with comfortable normality. Meals and schnapps, card games and concerts, letters from home describing a Germany where the war still seems distant and glorious, where most civilians have no idea what is being done in their name in occupied territories. Poland was the rehearsal where ideology met execution. The world barely noticed. The killing was local, the lessons universal, and already deeper plans were being drawn in Berlin. In a nondescript office building on Berlin's Kurfürstenstrasse, on a cold morning in March 1941, a clerk named Otto Bradfish sorts through personnel files with the methodical attention of a librarian cataloguing books, unaware that he is assembling the roster of men who will become some of history's most prolific killers. Bradfish is 36 years old, a lawyer and economist who joined the SD in 1937, and his current assignment is to identify suitable candidates for a new wave of Einsatzgruppen expansion in anticipation of operations planned for the Soviet Union. The files spread across his desk contain standard bureaucratic information, dates of birth, party membership numbers, employment history, educational qualifications, fitness evaluations, ideological reliability assessments. He is looking for men who meet specific criteria. Fluency in Eastern languages is desirable but not essential. Experience in police or security work is preferred. Loyalty to the party must be beyond question. Physical fitness must be adequate for extended field operations, but there are other unstated requirements that Bradfish evaluates through careful reading between the lines of personnel reports: a capacity for following orders without excessive questioning, an absence of documented squeamishness or moral hesitation, a demonstrated ability to function in stressful environments. Some candidates come from the security police, hardened by years of criminal investigation work, others from the Gestapo, experienced in interrogation and intimidation, still others from the Waffen-SS, young men who have proven themselves in combat and are eager for advancement. Bradfish places approved files in one stack, questionable candidates in another, rejections in a third, each sorting decision representing a life that will either become that of a mass murderer or be spared that particular fate. By the end of the week he will have processed 300 files, approved approximately 200 for further consideration, and sent his recommendations up the chain of command, where final selections will be made by officers who understand better than he what these men are actually being recruited to do. The office is quiet except for the ticking of a wall clock and the occasional rustle of paper, ordinary sounds accompanying extraordinary work, the banality of an administrative process that will result in the deaths of hundreds of thousands of people. What Bradfish doesn't fully grasp, what perhaps even his superiors only partially understand, is that they are not merely filling positions but creating a new category of human being, the desk-bound mass murderer, the man who kills not in the heat of battle, but through the cool application of bureaucratic procedure. At the Precht training facility in Saxony, 100 kilometers southwest of Berlin, approximately 500 men gather in late May 1941 for a 2-week intensive preparation program that will transform them from police officers, bureaucrats, and soldiers into Einsatzgruppen operatives. The facility occupies a former military academy, its barracks and lecture halls hastily recommissioned for this new purpose, and the men who arrive come from across Germany and Austria, travelling on orders that provided minimal detail about their assignment, beyond vague references to special security duties in the East. They range in age from early 20s to mid-40s, represent diverse professional backgrounds, and arrive with varying levels of understanding about what they're being trained to do. The program begins with physical conditioning, running, shooting practice, hand-to-hand combat training, but this is merely preliminary, a way to build unit cohesion and assess individual capabilities. The real curriculum is ideological, delivered in lectures held in stuffy classrooms, where officers from the RSAA explain the nature of the coming conflict with the Soviet Union. This will not be a conventional war, they are told, but a struggle for racial and ideological survival. A conflict in which normal rules do not apply, in which the enemy includes not just soldiers but the entire Bolshevik Jewish system that controls the Soviet state. The instructors use maps, statistics, photographs, and pseudo-scientific charts to construct an image of the enemy as subhuman, dangerous, worthy only of elimination. They explain the concept of partisan warfare, how in the Soviet rear areas anyone, civilians, officials, party members, might be an enemy combatant, how preemptive action is not just permissible but necessary. The men listen with reactions ranging from enthusiastic agreement to uncomfortable silence. But even those who harbor private doubts learn quickly that expressing them is dangerous, that the group dynamic rewards conformity and punishes dissent. In the evenings after formal instruction ends, officers circulate among the trainees in the mess hall and barracks, assessing morale, identifying natural leaders, quietly noting anyone who seems insufficiently committed. What is being created here is not just technical proficiency but psychological preparation, the systematic dismantling of moral inhibitions that might prevent ordinary men from committing extraordinary crimes. In a secure conference room at RSHA headquarters on Prinz-Albrechtstrasse, Reinhard Heydrich briefs senior Einsatzgruppen commanders in early June 1941, less than 3 weeks before Operation Barbarossa will launch. The men seated around the polished table represent the leadership of 4 main groups: Einsatzgruppe A, assigned to Army Group North; Einsatzgruppe B, to Army Group Center; Einsatzgruppe C, to Army Group South; and Einsatzgruppe D, to the 11th Army in the South, plus several smaller specialized units. Each group comprises between 600 and 1,000 men, organized into smaller subunits called Einsatzkommandos and Sonderkommandos, that will operate semi-independently behind advancing Wehrmacht lines. Heydrich's briefing is characteristically precise, outlining organizational structure, communication protocols, supply arrangements, and coordination procedures with military authorities. Then he addresses the operational mandate, and his language, while still somewhat coded, makes the mission unmistakable. They are to eliminate Soviet commissars, Communist Party officials, Soviet intelligence personnel, partisans, saboteurs, and here the language becomes even more careful. Jews in party and state positions. The written order, dated June 17th, and known as the Commissar Order, authorizes summary execution of political officers. A separate oral instruction, which will never be documented, but which everyone in the room understands, extends this authorization to broader categories of Jews. Heydrich does not use the word genocide. The term doesn't yet exist, but he is describing precisely that, a systematic campaign to murder entire categories of people based on their identity rather than their actions. The commanders ask logistical questions. How should executions be conducted? What documentation is required? How should Wehrmacht commanders be handled if they object? Heydrich provides answers that balance operational flexibility with bureaucratic control. Methods are left to commanders' discretion. Documentation must be thorough but carefully worded. Wehrmacht cooperation is essential, but SS authority in security matters is absolute. As the meeting concludes, each commander receives sealed orders specific to his area of operations, thick envelopes containing maps, target lists, and directives that will guide operations for the coming months. They depart into the summer sunshine of Berlin, where life continues normally, where shoppers fill cafes and children play in parks, where the horror being planned in conference rooms remains invisible to ordinary citizens who believe their nation is simply preparing for a military campaign against a strategic adversary, not launching a war of extermination that will fundamentally redefine the boundaries of human evil. At a Wehrmacht briefing facility outside Poznan in mid-June, 1900 in Jena, SS Brigade Führer Franz Walter Stahlecker, commander of Einsatzgruppe, meets with General Erich Hoepner, whose 4th Panzer Group will spearhead Army Group North's assault into the Baltic states. The meeting is cordial but tense, representing the ongoing negotiation between military and SS authorities over operational boundaries and command relationships. Hoepner is a professional soldier, career military, uncomfortable with the SS but pragmatic enough to understand that cooperation is mandated from the highest levels. Stahlecker is an SD veteran, a true believer in Nazi ideology who views the Wehrmacht as a necessary partner, but ultimately subservient to the political mission. They discuss the practicalities of coordination. Einsatzgruppe A will follow behind Hoepner's advancing armor, operating in newly captured territories after military units move forward. They will require fuel, rations, and occasionally transportation from Wehrmacht supplies. They will need information about security threats, partisan activity, and the location of officials and institutions. A distinction that allows generals to focus on tactical objectives while avoiding responsibility for what happens in territories they've conquered. They finalize arrangements, radio frequencies for communication, liaison officers to be attached to military headquarters, protocols for when Einsatzgruppen personnel can enter newly captured towns, and shake hands with the formal politeness of professionals who don't particularly like each other but are bound by orders to cooperate. This pattern will repeat across all contact points between Wehrmacht and SS, creating a system where military forces provide the conditions for genocide by conquering territory, by supplying logistics, by occasionally providing direct assistance, while maintaining the fiction that they are not complicit in the killing, that the blood is on SS hands alone. It is a convenient lie that will be exposed at Nuremberg, but in June 1941, it allows both sides to proceed with their assigned roles without confronting the full implications of the machinery they are jointly operating. In the motor pool yard of a converted factory outside Leipzig, mechanics prepare the vehicles that will carry Einsatzgruppen units into the Soviet Union, checking engines, changing oil, loading spare parts and tools that will be essential for maintaining mobility across vast distances and terrible roads. The convoy consists primarily of trucks, Opel Blitz 3-ton lorries capable of carrying 20 men or supplies, supplemented by motorcycles for reconnaissance, a few captured French cars for officers, and specialized communications vehicles equipped with radio equipment. Each vehicle receives a thorough inspection. Breakdowns in the field will not merely be inconvenient, but potentially deadly, as small isolated units in hostile territory depend absolutely on transportation for both operations and survival. The mechanics, most of them ordinary Wehrmacht soldiers detailed to this assignment, have no idea what these vehicles will be used for, what cargo of murderers they are preparing to carry eastward. They simply do their work with professional pride, ensuring that fuel lines are clear, that tires are sound, that electrical systems function properly. Nearby, other personnel load supplies, ammunition, rations, camping equipment, field telephones, typewriters and carbon paper for reports, cameras for documentation, spades and picks for digging. The ammunition allocation is notable, far more than would be needed for self-defense. Thousands of rounds per unit, quantities appropriate, not for occasional combat, but for sustained execution operations. Some vehicles receive special modifications, reinforced suspension for rough terrain, extra fuel tanks for extended range, covered cargo areas to conceal whatever might be transported. The convoy is ready, vehicles lined up in neat rows awaiting orders to depart, their metal sides gleaming in the summer sun, looking like any other military transport preparing for any other campaign. What distinguishes this convoy is not its appearance but its purpose, and that purpose remains hidden in sealed orders and unspoken understandings, in the gap between official mission statements and actual operational intent. The mechanics finish their work, sign off on inspection reports and return to their barracks. Ordinary men who have unknowingly helped prepare the instruments of genocide, their complicity, unintended but real, their technical skill, enabling horror they will never witness and may never learn about. In a radio communications center in Berlin, technicians establish the network that will link Einsatzgruppen units in the field with RSAA headquarters, creating the information infrastructure through which operations will be coordinated, reported, and controlled. The system is sophisticated by 1941 standards, using a combination of radio transmitters, encrypted messaging, and courier services to ensure that commanders can receive orders, report progress, request support, and share intelligence across distances that will eventually stretch from the Baltic coast to the Caucasus Mountains. Each Einsatzgruppe has communications officers trained in encryption protocols, radio operation, and the bureaucratic language that will be used to describe killings in reports sent back to Berlin. That language is already being standardized. Jews are processed, executions are special actions, Sonderaction, mass graves are processing sites, and the dead are reduced to numbers in statistical tables that summarize weekly and monthly achievements. This linguistic sanitization serves multiple purposes. It maintains operational security by making reports incomprehensible to anyone who intercepts them. It provides psychological distance for both killers and administrators by replacing the visceral reality of murder with abstract terminology, and it creates documentation that appears bureaucratically proper, as if mass murder were just another administrative function requiring proper paperwork. The technicians setting up this system understand they are creating military communications infrastructure. They have no reason to know that they are actually constructing what might be called history's first telecommunications network, designed specifically for the administrative management of genocide. As they test radio connections, adjust antenna positions, and verify that encrypted messages can be transmitted and decoded successfully, they are ensuring that killing will be coordinated, that statistics will flow upward to Berlin where they will be compiled into reports for Himmler and eventually Hitler, and that the dispersed actions of dozens of separate units will be integrated into a comprehensive program whose full scope will only become apparent when viewed from the center. The system will function with remarkable efficiency throughout the coming months, processing thousands of messages, transmitting hundreds of reports, creating an archival record that will eventually serve as evidence in war crimes trials, but which in the moment of its creation simply enables bureaucratic control over industrial-scale murder. At a training ground outside Prech, on one of the final days before deployment, the assembled Einsatzgruppen personnel participate in a live-fire exercise that serves as both technical training and psychological preparation for what they will soon be doing in earnest. Targets are set up at 100 meters, human silhouettes painted on plywood, clusters arranged as if representing groups of people, and men take turns firing their weapons, carabiner rifles and MP-40 submachine guns, at these representations of future victims. The instructors emphasize technique, controlled bursts rather than automatic fire to conserve ammunition, aiming for center mass to ensure quick kills, maintaining proper spacing to avoid crossfire accidents. Some men are natural marksmen, hitting targets with casual precision. Others struggle with accuracy, requiring additional coaching and practice. Those who show particular proficiency are noted for possible assignment to execution squads. Those who seem hesitant or squeamish receive extra attention, a combination of encouragement and subtle intimidation, designed to eliminate weakness. Between firing drills, instructors conduct what they call scenario exercises, role-playing situations the men might encounter. A village where partisans are rumored to be hiding, a town where local collaborators have identified Jews and communists, a situation where prisoners must be transported for processing. The scenarios are described in euphemistic language, but their implications are clear, and the discussions focus on practical problems: how to control large groups of prisoners with limited personnel, how to prevent escapes during transport, how to maintain security around execution sites. Some men ask questions that reveal genuine confusion about what they're being prepared to do. Others, more perceptive or better informed, ask questions that reveal they understand perfectly and are seeking guidance on implementation details. The instructors answer all questions with professional detachment, treating mass murder as a technical challenge requiring proper planning rather than a moral question requiring justification. As the sun sets and the exercise concludes, the men clean their weapons, police their brass, and return to barracks, where conversations continue over cigarettes and cards, the topics ranging from complaints about food quality to speculation about where exactly in the Soviet Union they'll be deployed, to careful, coded discussions about what they'll actually be expected to do once they get there. Some men drink heavily that night, trying to drown doubts they dare not voice. Others sleep soundly, their consciences already accommodated to the coming work. A few lie awake wondering whether they can actually follow through, whether they have the strength, or is it weakness to pull triggers on unarmed civilians, questions they will answer for themselves soon enough in forests and villages across the Soviet Union. On June 21st, 1941, one day before Operation Barbarossa begins, the Einsatzgruppen units are positioned at staging areas along the German-Soviet border, vehicles fueled and loaded, personnel assembled, orders sealed and ready to be opened. Once the invasion commences, the men wait with the particular tension of soldiers before combat, though what they face is not conventional battle, but something stranger and darker, a mission that blends military operation with ideological purge, law enforcement with mass murder. Some write letters home that will be mailed from the first captured Soviet towns, carefully worded messages that speak of duty and confidence while revealing nothing of substance. Others check equipment obsessively, finding comfort in the mechanical tasks of inspection and preparation. Officers hold final briefings, reviewing maps and targets, confirming that everyone understands their initial objectives, to follow immediately behind advancing Wehrmacht units, to secure administrative buildings and identify local officials, to begin compiling lists of party members and Jews. The night is warm, the air still, and across the border in Soviet territory, garrisons sleep peacefully, unaware that in a few hours the largest invasion in history will crash across the frontier like a breaking wave. The Einsatzgruppen personnel are part of that wave, not its crest but its undertow, the force that follows behind the initial surge to drag specific targets into oblivion. They are not monsters born but bureaucrats made, men who filled out forms, followed chains of command, and received their orders with the same efficiency as any army preparing for war. What they carried was not just ammunition but authorization, official sanction for actions that transformed citizens into killers, that made murder not a crime but a duty, that created a bureaucratic architecture capable of industrializing death. In Berlin, the files remain organized. The radio networks stand ready. The administrative systems wait to receive their first reports from the field. Everything is prepared. The machinery is assembled. The architects have done their work. Now comes the test of whether ideology and organization, indoctrination and procedure can actually produce genocide on an unprecedented scale. By dawn they will have their answer. At 3:15 in the morning on June 22nd, 1941, the eastern horizon erupts with thousands of muzzle flashes as German artillery opens fire along an 1,800-kilometer front stretching from the Baltic Sea to the Black Sea, and Feldwebel Klaus Hermann, crouched in the back of an Opel truck 20 kilometers west of the Bug River, feels the earth shudder beneath him, like the heartbeat of something monstrous being born. Hermann is a member of Einsatzkommando 3, subordinate to Einsatzgruppe A, and around him in the darkness, 20 other men sit in tense silence, checking weapons, adjusting equipment, waiting for the order to move forward. The barrage continues for what feels like hours, but is actually less than 30 minutes. A carefully timed assault, designed to destroy Soviet communications, artillery positions, and forward command posts before infantry and armor surge across the border. Then comes a different sound, the grinding of tank treads, the roar of motorcycle engines, the thunder of thousands of vehicles beginning to move. Army Group North's 3 panzer divisions and 8 infantry divisions rolling toward the Bug River crossings. With the inexorable momentum of an avalanche, Hermann's truck starts moving, joining a convoy of Einsatzgruppe vehicles following behind the assault waves, maintaining careful spacing to avoid presenting concentrated targets for Soviet aircraft that haven't yet appeared, but surely will. Dawn breaks as they approach the river, revealing columns of smoke rising from Soviet positions on the far bank, and through the dust and chaos, Hermann catches glimpses of combat engineers throwing pontoon bridges across the water, infantry wading through the shallows under sporadic fire, the first panzers already climbing the eastern bank and disappearing into the forests beyond. The invasion is overwhelming in its scale and coordination, evidence of months of planning executed with mechanical precision, and the Soviet defenders surprised, disorganized, operating under contradictory orders from Moscow that forbid retreat, but provide no coherent defense strategy, are being shattered before they can form effective resistance. By mid-morning, Hermann's convoy crosses the Bug on a hastily constructed bridge, and they are in Soviet territory, passing burned-out bunkers, scattered equipment, occasional groups of dazed prisoners being herded westward by Wehrmacht guards. The landscape feels alien, endless forests of birch and pine, dirt roads that are barely roads, villages of wooden houses that look medieval compared to German standards. What Hermann doesn't yet fully grasp is that he has crossed not just a geographic border, but a threshold beyond which the rules of civilization no longer apply, that he is entering a zone where orders will require him to do things he has never imagined, where the abstract, ideological training of Prech will collide with the messy reality of human beings begging for their lives. SS Standartenführer Franz Walter Stahlecker, commander of Einsatzgruppe A, stands in what was until 6 hours ago the Soviet customs post at Torregon, now occupied and converted into a temporary headquarters, while his unit waits for the military front to move farther eastward. The building still smells of Soviet tobacco and cheap soap, its walls covered with propaganda posters depicting Stalin and idealized workers, slogans in Russian and Lithuanian exhorting vigilance against fascist enemies, who have now arrived in overwhelming force. Stalaker is 50 years old, a career SD officer who has spent years preparing for this moment, and he moves through the building with the confident efficiency of a man executing a well-rehearsed plan. His aide has already established radio contact with RSHA headquarters in Berlin, reporting that Einsatzgruppe A crossed the border on schedule and is proceeding according to plan. Now begins the real work, identifying targets in the Lithuanian territories that the Wehrmacht is rapidly conquering. Stalaker pulls out maps and pre-compiled lists, Soviet officials, NKVD personnel, Communist Party members, and critically, Jewish communities in towns and cities across Lithuania. The lists are remarkably detailed, products of intelligence gathered over years by agents, informants and ethnic Germans living in Soviet territories, cross-referenced with pre-war census data and supplemented by information from Lithuanian nationalist groups who fled Soviet occupation in 1940 and have been cooperating with German intelligence. Some of these Lithuanian émigrés are already arriving at the headquarters, eager to assist the Germans, motivated by a mixture of genuine anti-Soviet sentiment, anti-Semitic ideology, and opportunistic hope for personal advancement or revenge against old enemies. Stalaker greets them with calculated warmth, understanding that local collaboration will be essential for efficient operations. The Einsatzgruppe numbers only 900 men tasked with securing territories containing millions of inhabitants, and they will need local auxiliaries to identify targets, guard prisoners, and eventually participate directly in killings. The Lithuanians are eager to please, immediately providing additional names and addresses, offering to form militia units under German supervision. Stalaker approves, understanding that using locals as executioners serves multiple purposes. It multiplies his operational capacity, it implicates the local population in German crimes, and it allows him to report to Berlin that anti-Jewish actions are spontaneous responses by liberated peoples, rather than German-initiated pogroms, a useful fiction that provides political cover, even though everyone involved understands the killings are encouraged, organized, and supervised by the SS. By nightfall, the first operations will begin in Lithuanian border towns, and Stalaker will have initiated what will become the most murderous single Einsatzgruppe of the entire campaign, responsible for killing approximately 250,000 people by the end of 1941. In the Lithuanian town of Kaunas, which Wehrmacht forces captured in the first hours of the invasion, after light resistance, Joachim Hammann, commander of Einsatzkommando 3's execution squads, watches from the window of a commandeered government building as Lithuanian militiamen drive through the streets, in trucks, pulling Jewish men from their homes and businesses. The scene has a chaotic, almost festive quality. Crowds of Lithuanian civilians line the streets cheering, some throwing stones at the prisoners. Local women spitting and shouting accusations about Soviet collaboration, young men joining the militia spontaneously, arming themselves with clubs and iron bars. This is exactly what Stalaker hoped to engineer, the appearance of spontaneous anti-Jewish violence that the Germans can later claim they merely tolerated rather than orchestrated, though in reality German encouragement and organization are evident in the systematic nature of the roundups, the selection of targets, the concentration of prisoners in specific locations. Hammann is 33 years old, a musician by training who joined the SS in 1933 and worked his way up through security police positions, developing a reputation for efficiency and ideological reliability. He has already received his orders. The Jewish men being rounded up are accused of supporting Soviet occupation, of collaborating with the NKVD, of partisan activity, charges that are sometimes true, often false, but always sufficient to justify what comes next. By evening, approximately 1,500 men will be assembled in the courtyard of a former garage complex in the Liudkis district, and Lithuanian militia members under German supervision will beat them to death with crowbars and clubs while crowds watch and photograph the spectacle. Hamann observes with professional detachment, noting what works and what doesn't, mentally cataloguing lessons that will inform future operations. Public killings generate enthusiasm among collaborators, but also create witnesses and documentation that might become problematic. Beating deaths are too slow and inefficient for large-scale operations. Better to use these initial spontaneous actions to identify willing local executioners who can then be organized into formal auxiliary police units for more systematic killing by shooting. The violence in Kaunas continues for 3 days, later documented by both German and Lithuanian photographers in images that will survive the war. Bodies piled in streets, men being beaten while bystanders watch, Lithuanian flags flying alongside swastikas, the symbolic linking of national liberation with anti-Jewish violence that the Germans are deliberately cultivating. What Hamann understands, what Stahlecker's entire strategy depends on, is that there is no shortage of willing killers once permission and opportunity are provided, that the thin veneer of civilization conceals depths of cruelty that can be accessed simply by declaring certain categories of people outside the boundaries of moral consideration. The lessons learned in Kaunas will be applied in Riga, Vilnius, and hundreds of smaller towns, creating a pattern of violence that blends German organization with local execution, a partnership in genocide that will claim hundreds of thousands of lives before the year ends. 300 kilometers to the south, Einsatzgruppe B follows Army Group Center's spectacular advance through Belarusian territories, struggling to keep pace with panzer divisions that are moving so fast they often outrun their own supply lines. SS Brigade Führer Arthur Niebe, the group's commander, rides in a Kubelwagen behind a column of motorcycles providing security, watching the endless stream of Soviet prisoners trudging westward along the roadsides, thousands upon thousands of them, disarmed, dazed, guarded by minimal Wehrmacht forces, because there are simply too many to require heavy security. Hundreds of thousands of prisoners taken in pockets that Wehrmacht commanders are calling Kesselschlacht, cauldron battles, where Soviet forces are trapped and annihilated. But Niebe's mission is not military. While the Wehrmacht pursues tactical objectives, his Einsatzgruppe is tasked with eliminating political and racial enemies in the conquered territories. Niebe is an unusual figure for an Einsatzgruppen commander. He is a career criminal investigator, former head of the Kripo Criminal Police, a man with genuine detective skills who joined the party relatively late, and whose ideological commitment is pragmatic rather than fanatical. He commands Einsatzgruppe B not because he is a true believer, but because he is competent, ambitious, and willing to do what is necessary for career advancement. As his convoy passes through the town of Brest-Litovsk, captured after fierce fighting that left much of the fortress in ruins, he sees his first major operational challenge. The town contains a substantial Jewish population, pre-war census estimated at 25,000, and Niebe's orders require him to identify and eliminate Jewish men of military age, Soviet officials, and Communist Party members. The problem is practical rather than moral: how to identify targets among a population that speaks languages his men don't understand, in a town where records have been destroyed or evacuated, where anyone can claim any identity. The solution comes from local collaborators, Belarusian police who worked under Soviet occupation and immediately offer their services to the Germans, providing information about who held party membership, who worked for Soviet administration, who is Jewish. Nebi establishes his headquarters in a former NKVD building, and within days the first large-scale execution operations begin in forests outside Brest. Jews and suspected Soviet officials, shot in groups, their bodies pushed into trenches dug by forced labor. What Nebi discovers is that mass murder is logistically complicated. It requires transportation, guarding large groups of prisoners, selecting execution sites, digging graves, and organizing shooting squads. But it is procedurally straightforward once reduced to systematic steps that can be repeated. He institutes a routine: morning roundups, afternoon transports, evening executions, night-time reporting to Berlin. The killing becomes bureaucratic, another task to be managed efficiently, and Nebi approaches it with the same organizational skills he once applied to solving murder cases. The irony completely lost on him that he has transformed from a detective who solved killings into a manager who orders them. In the forests outside Minsk, on a humid afternoon in late June, 20-year-old SS Rottenführer Ernst Bieberstein stands in a clearing holding a rifle, watching a group of approximately 40 people, men, women, a few teenagers, being lined up at the edge of a pit by other members of his squad. This is Bieberstein's first execution, and he is terrified, though he would die before admitting it to his comrades. He volunteered for the Einsatzgruppen after service with a Waffen-SS unit in France, motivated by promises of better pay, faster promotion, and duty that seemed safer than frontline combat. The training at Prech mentioned security operations and eliminating hostile elements, but the language was abstract enough that Bieberstein convinced himself it meant something other than what he is now being ordered to do: shoot unarmed civilians at close range. The prisoners stand at the pit's edge, some silent, some crying, a few praying in languages Bieberstein doesn't understand, and an Oberstführer walks along the line with a pistol, shooting each person in the back of the head, bodies falling forward into the excavation with sounds that will haunt Bieberstein for the rest of his life. Then it's his turn. The Oberstführer orders him and 3 others to the pit's edge, positions them behind the next group of prisoners, gives a count. Bieberstein raises his rifle, aims at the back of a man's head, and freezes. He cannot pull the trigger. Everything he was raised to believe, every moral instruction from childhood, screams that this is murder, that orders don't change what this is. The Oberstführer notices immediately, walks over, speaks quietly but with unmistakable menace. You're either part of this unit, or you're a coward. Cowards get transferred to punishment battalions. Now shoot, or I'll report you. Bieberstein understands the threat isn't empty. Men who refuse to kill don't get to go home, so they get sent to the Eastern Front's most dangerous positions, penal units with mortality rates approaching 90%. He closes his eyes, pulls the trigger, feels the rifle's kick, hears the body fall, and something inside him breaks. Some barrier between civilized behavior and participation in atrocity. He will fire 16 more times that afternoon, mechanically working through groups of prisoners, and by evening, when the pit is covered and the squad returns to their billet, he will drink vodka until his hands stop shaking, and he will discover that it's possible to continue living after crossing lines he thought were absolute. What the SS has discovered, what every Einsatzgruppe commander reports back to Berlin, is that most men can be made to kill if the right combination of pressure and permission is applied: authority from above, pressure from peers, threat of consequences for refusal, and crucially, the diffusion of responsibility across multiple participants. so no single person feels solely accountable. Biberstein will participate in dozens more executions over the coming months, and eventually he will stop feeling much of anything. The psychological mechanism called numbing or dissociation, the human mind's capacity to adapt to horror by ceasing to process it as horror, by reducing murder to routine. At Wehrmacht headquarters for Army Group South, outside Lviv, General Gerd von Rundstedt meets with SS Brigade Führer Otto Rasch, commander of Einsatzgruppe C, to discuss coordination as German forces drive deeper into Ukraine. Rundstedt is 65 years old, a Prussian aristocrat and career soldier who represents everything traditional about the German military: honor, duty, tactical excellence, and he is deeply uncomfortable with what the SS is doing in territories his armies are conquering. Unlike some Wehrmacht commanders who embrace the ideological goals of the invasion, Rundstedt views the Einsatzgruppen operations as distasteful necessities at best, criminal behavior at worst. But he has been ordered to cooperate and he follows orders. Rasch, by contrast, is a committed Nazi, a former university professor who brings academic credentials to his role as mass murderer, able to frame genocide in pseudo-intellectual terms as an unfortunate necessity of historical struggle. They discuss practical arrangements. Einsatzgruppe C will require Wehrmacht support for fuel, rations, and occasionally transportation. They will need advance warning of major military movements to avoid being caught in combat zones. They request that Wehrmacht units refrain from interfering with SS security operations, even if soldiers witness actions they find disturbing. Rundstedt agrees to these terms while making clear his expectation that SS operations will not interfere with military objectives, that order must be maintained in rear areas, that German soldiers must not be dragged into criminal activities that might affect discipline. It is a careful dance, each commander protecting his sphere of authority while acknowledging the other's mission, and neither man speaks directly about what security operations actually entail, they're both preferring the comfort of euphemism. What emerges from meetings like this across all sectors of the invasion is a working arrangement where Wehrmacht forces provide the military shield behind which the Einsatzgruppen operate, where army logistics support mass murder operations, where the fiction of separation between military and political missions is maintained. Even though the missions are inextricably linked, German soldiers witness executions, guard execution sites, occasionally provide shooting squads when requested, sometimes photograph the killings out of morbid fascination. But the official position remains that these are SS operations, not Wehrmacht responsibility, a distinction that will collapse under scrutiny at Nuremberg, but which in 1941 allows the military to maintain institutional pride while enabling genocide. As Rundstedt and Rasch conclude their meeting with handshakes and Nazi salutes, neither man acknowledges the truth that both understand they are partners in an enterprise that will murder millions, and the careful delineation of responsibilities is administrative convenience, not moral separation. In the first week of the invasion, Einsatzgruppe D, the smallest of the four main groups with only 600 men, advances through southern Ukraine and into Romanian-controlled territories, operating in regions where the political situation is even more complex than in the north. SS Gruppenführer Otto Ohlendorf, the group's commander, is perhaps the most unusual of all Einsatzgruppen leaders, an economist with a doctorate, former researcher for the Institute for Applied Economics, a man who looks like a school teacher and speaks with the precision of an academic. He accepted command of Einsatzgruppe D reluctantly, viewing it as a temporary duty he couldn't refuse without damaging his career. and he approaches mass murder with the same analytical detachment he once applied to economic statistics. His area of operations includes territories with large Jewish populations and complex ethnic mixtures: Ukrainians, Moldovans, ethnic Germans, Tatars, and he quickly realizes that systematic killing will require more sophisticated methods than the chaotic Lithuanian pogroms or the rushed shootings in Belarus. Ohlendorf institutes procedures that will become standard across all Einsatzgruppen: careful advance planning based on intelligence about local population, coordination with military authorities to ensure security, recruitment of local auxiliaries to assist with roundups and executions, standardized documentation formats to track operations, and a rotation system for execution squads to prevent psychological breakdown. He also experiments with technical innovations designed to make killing more efficient and less psychologically damaging to perpetrators, most notably the use of gas vans, sealed trucks where carbon monoxide from the engine is fed into the cargo compartment, asphyxiating victims while drivers simply operate the vehicle. The vans are supposed to be more humane for the executioners, not the victims, but they prove problematic. They're slow, processing only about 30 people per van per day. They break down frequently on rough roads, and the method of death, while invisible to executioners, is actually more terrifying for victims who suffocate slowly in darkness. Ohlendorf will eventually abandon the vans as inefficient and return to shooting, but the experiment demonstrates the constant search for methods that maximize killing efficiency while minimizing psychological impact on perpetrators, a calculus that treats murder as an engineering problem requiring technical solutions. His reports to Berlin are models of bureaucratic precision, listing numbers killed, categories of victims, problems encountered, resources needed, all in language so clinical it could describe agricultural production rather than genocide. What Ohlendorf represents is the terrifying possibility that highly educated, intelligent people can commit monstrous crimes while maintaining complete psychological compartmentalization, that doctoral-level training in rational analysis can coexist with participation in mass murder, that there is no necessary connection between intellectual sophistication and moral behavior. By the end of June 1941, just 9 days after the invasion began, the Einsatzgruppen have killed approximately 15,000 people. Jews, Soviet officials, prisoners of war designated as commissars, people unfortunate enough to be in the wrong place when roundups occurred. The numbers are still relatively small compared to what will come later, but the pattern is established, the procedures tested, the participants initiated into their roles as mass murderers. In Berlin, the first detailed reports arrive at RSHA headquarters, and analysts compile statistics, create summaries, brief Heydrich and Himmler on progress. The reports use careful language, special actions, executive measures, processed, but the numbers tell the story: thousands dead in Lithuania, thousands more in Belarus and Ukraine, and the pace is accelerating as commanders gain experience and local auxiliaries increase killing capacity. What becomes clear from these early reports is that the Einsatzgruppen mission has already expanded beyond its original parameters. Orders mention targeting adult male Jews in party and state positions, but field commanders are increasingly killing women and children, claiming operational necessity. Leaving survivors creates security risks, humanitarian problems, potential partisans. Berlin does not object. In fact, the lack of objection functions as approval, and by late summer the killing will officially encompass entire Jewish communities, regardless of age or gender. The invasion is unfolding with spectacular military success. Millions of Soviet soldiers killed or captured, vast territories occupied, Stalin's regime seemingly on the brink of collapse, and the Einsatzgruppen are operating in the chaos and opportunity that military victory creates, using Wehrmacht conquests as the foundation for ideological operations that transform racial policy from discrimination and expulsion into systematic extermination. What began as orders to eliminate potential resistance has become, in less than 2 weeks, an expanding genocide, and the mechanisms that will eventually kill over 1 million people in fields and forests across Eastern Europe are already functioning, already proving that ordinary men can be organized into efficient killing machines, that murder can be bureaucratized, that the distance between civilization and annihilation is measured, not in kilometers but in the moment when authority provides permission and organization provides method. The invasion rolled forward like thunder, unstoppable, all-consuming, and in its wake, moving with practiced efficiency, came the men with the lists, the trucks, and the orders that required no debate. On the morning of June 25, 1941, just 3 days after Operation Barbarossa began, SS Standartenführer Karl Jaeger drives through the streets of Kaunas in a Mercedes commandeered from a Lithuanian government official, passing buildings still smouldering from combat, and crowds of Lithuanian civilians who wave and cheer at German vehicles, with an enthusiasm that mixes liberation euphoria with something darker. Jaeger commands Einsatzkommando 3, the most lethal subunit of Einsatzgruppe A, and he is conducting a reconnaissance of the city that will become his base of operations for the next 6 months, a period during which his unit will kill approximately 137,346 people, meticulously documented in a report that will survive the war as one of the most comprehensive records of Einsatzgruppen operations. Jaeger is 53 years old, a veteran of the Great War who spent the 1920s working as a musician and music teacher, before joining the Nazi Party in 1932 and the SS 2 years later, rising through security police ranks. Through bureaucratic competence rather than ideological fanaticism, he is not a sadist or a monster in any conventional sense. Colleagues describe him as pleasant, cultured, a man who enjoys classical music and good wine. But he possesses the capacity for complete moral compartmentalization, able to spend mornings organizing mass executions and evenings listening to Mozart without apparent psychological dissonance. As he drives through Kaunas, he is mentally cataloging operational requirements, locations suitable for concentrating prisoners, routes to execution sites outside the city, facilities for his personnel, storage for equipment and ammunition. He notes with professional satisfaction that Lithuanian auxiliary police are already active, conducting arrests and providing security, and he makes note to formalize these arrangements, to organize the willing collaborators into structured units under German supervision. The city itself is beautiful, Baroque architecture, parks along the Nemunas River, a sense of historical depth, but Jaeger sees it primarily as an operational environment, terrain to be managed for efficient execution of his mission. He will establish his headquarters in a former Soviet administration building, requisition vehicles and fuel from Wehrmacht supplies, recruit additional local auxiliaries, and begin systematic operations that will eventually encompass every Jewish community in his assigned territory across Lithuania. What makes Jaeger particularly deadly is not cruelty but organization. He approaches mass murder as a management challenge requiring planning, coordination, resource allocation, and systematic documentation, and he will prove extraordinarily successful, according to the only metrics that matter to his superiors: numbers killed, efficiency of operations, minimal disruption to military activities, thorough reporting. In the forest clearing at Ponary, 10 kilometers southwest of Vilnius. Lithuanian auxiliary policemen, under German supervision, spend the morning of July 2nd preparing what will become one of the most infamous killing sites of the Holocaust. The location was selected for practical reasons. It's isolated enough to prevent casual observation, but close enough to Vilnius for efficient transportation of prisoners, and it features large pits originally excavated by Soviet authorities as fuel storage for a planned military airfield, deep rectangular excavations that require no additional digging and can hold hundreds of bodies. The Lithuanians work under the direction of SS Obersturmführer Horst Schweinberger, who has specific requirements: paths cleared through the forest to allow truck access, perimeter security to prevent escapes, positions established for shooting squads at the pit edges, a system for managing the flow of prisoners from arrival to execution. By mid-morning, the first trucks arrive carrying approximately 80 people, Jewish men arrested in Vilnius over the preceding days on vague accusations of communist sympathy, or simply for being part of the educated class that German policy targets for elimination. The prisoners are ordered from the trucks, divided into groups of 10, marched single file along the forest path towards sounds they increasingly recognize as gunfire. Some resist, requiring physical force. Most walk mechanically, psychological shock, overwhelming terror. A few pray aloud in Hebrew or Lithuanian. At the pit's edge, Lithuanian police armed with rifles form the execution squad. Schweinberger prefers using locals for the actual killing, both to save German personnel from psychological strain and to implicate Lithuanians directly in the murders. The routine is efficient: prisoners positioned at the pit edge, a count, synchronized shooting, bodies falling forward into the excavation, next group brought forward immediately. The work continues through the afternoon, interrupted only by breaks to allow shooters to rest and drink. Vodka is provided specifically to dull emotional responses and maintain operational pace. By evening, the pit contains approximately 80 bodies, and Schweinberger files a brief report noting the action completed successfully, no escapes, minimal complications. What he doesn't record, what no report can capture, is the transformation of landscape into killing ground, the way a forest clearing becomes forever marked by violence. Even after graves are filled and grass regrows, Punnery will operate continuously for the next 3 years, eventually claiming approximately 100,000 lives, becoming in the process not just a killing site but a symbol, a place name that carries the weight of industrial murder conducted in pastoral settings, where the beauty of birch forests and singing birds provided soundtrack to systematic annihilation. Sarah Ganatis crouches in a basement storage room in Caucasus village Ampola's neighborhood, listening to boots and shouting in the street above, trying to keep her 8-year-old daughter quiet while Lithuanian auxiliary police conduct another roundup. It is July 10th, and the systematic concentration of Kaunas' Jewish population into a designated ghetto area has begun, though ghetto is too organized a term for what is actually happening. Forced relocation at gunpoint, families given hours to gather possessions, herded across the river into an impoverished district, originally housing perhaps 7,000 people, but now receiving nearly 30,000 Jews from across the city. Sarah's husband was taken 3 days ago, arrested in the initial sweep of Jewish men, and she has heard nothing since, though her neighbors whisper about trucks leaving the city toward the south, about sounds of gunfire from the forests, about people who don't return. She clutches her daughter and prays the police will move past their building and that someone won't betray their hiding place for the reward money. Germans are offering for information about Jews attempting to evade relocation. The street noise fades, and after an hour she emerges to find her building largely empty, neighbors gone, belongings scattered in apartments where families were dragged out mid-preparation. She makes a decision: they will go to the ghetto voluntarily rather than be caught hiding and possibly shot immediately. They join a stream of people walking through summer heat toward the village Ampolis district, carrying whatever they can: clothes, food, family photographs, valuables that might be traded for survival. The bridge crossing is controlled by Lithuanian police, who steal jewelry and watches, claiming everything will be returned. A lie everyone recognizes but no one challenges. The ghetto itself is chaos: too many people, too little space, no sanitation infrastructure for this population, families fighting over rooms, elderly people collapsing in the heat. German and Lithuanian guards establish a perimeter, barbed wire goes up, and by evening the ghetto is sealed. 30,000 people trapped in a space designed for a quarter of that population. What Sarah and the others don't yet know is that the ghetto is not a permanent solution, but a concentration facility, a holding area where the Jewish population is gathered for systematic elimination over the coming months. For now there is relief at having survived the initial violence, hope that perhaps the worst is over, that the ghetto represents stability, however uncomfortable. It is a hope that will be systematically destroyed through the summer and fall as Jaeger's Einsatzkommando conducts actions, periodic mass selections, where thousands are taken and never return, where the ghetto population is reduced through steady attrition, until by war's end fewer than 3,000 of the original 30,000 remain alive. At the 9th Fort, a massive pre-war Lithuanian military fortification on the outskirts of Kaunas, Jaeger establishes what will become his primary execution site, a location offering advantages over forest clearings. The fort is isolated but easily accessible by road. It has thick walls providing security and concealment, and it includes both above-ground structures for holding prisoners and deep moats where bodies can be deposited. On the morning of August 18, 1941, he conducts his largest single operation to date, the execution of 698 Jews from the Kaunas ghetto, including 405 women and 107 children, part of a systematic campaign to murder the ghetto's educated class, professionals, and anyone deemed a potential leader or organizer of resistance. The operation begins before dawn, when Lithuanian police enter the ghetto and conduct a selection based on lists compiled from pre-war records: doctors, lawyers, teachers, pharmacists, anyone with higher education. Families are taken together. German policy has evolved from initially targeting only men to encompassing entire families, partly from ideological conviction that Jewish children represent future threats, partly from the practical problem that leaving survivors creates humanitarian responsibilities. The Germans don't want to manage. The selected families are loaded onto trucks, 30 to 40 people per vehicle, and driven the 5 kilometers to the 9th Fort, where they are held in the fort's casemates, dark underground chambers that reek of mold and fear. Groups of 20 are brought out at intervals, marched across the open parade ground toward the moats at the fort's perimeter, where shooting squads wait. The executioners today are primarily Lithuanian Roll Commando units supervised by German personnel. Jaeger has found that using locals for the actual killing preserves German psychological resources while maintaining German control over operations. The shooting technique has evolved through practice. Victims positioned at the moat's edge, shots to the back of the head from close range, bodies falling into the excavation, a Jewish work detail immediately covering each layer with dirt to prevent visible accumulation and to simplify later concealment. The work proceeds through the day with mechanical efficiency, interrupted only by breaks for the shooting squads and to refuel trucks, bringing additional prisoners. By evening, 698 people are dead, and Higa personally inspects the site to ensure proper disposal, then returns to his headquarters to complete the documentation that is his obsession, a detailed report listing the date, location, number killed by category, men, women, children, and any operational notes. He will compile these reports into a comprehensive ledger, later known as the Higa Report, one of the most damning documents of the Holocaust, a bureaucrat's meticulous record of his own crimes. What makes the Higa Report extraordinary is not just its comprehensiveness but its tone, completely devoid of emotion or justification, simply listing murders as if recording inventory, numbers killed, treated as production statistics. Human beings reduced to accounting entries in a ledger of annihilation. In Riga, Latvia, approximately 300 kilometers north of Kaunas, a parallel process unfolds under the supervision of SS Sturmbannführer Rudolf Lang, whose Einsatzkommando 2 operates with even less restraint than Jaeger's unit. Lang is 33 years old, a lawyer who joined the SD in 1936, and quickly established a reputation for ruthless efficiency in implementing racial policy. His operational style differs from Jaeger's meticulous bureaucracy. Where Jaeger documents everything, Lang operates with the understanding that some actions are better executed than recorded. That plausible deniability has value even within the SS hierarchy. On the night of July 4th, Lang organizes what he will later describe as spontaneous actions by Latvian nationalists against Riga's Jewish population. Though the spontaneity is entirely manufactured, German personnel identify targets, provide weapons, guide the Latvians to specific addresses, photograph the results for intelligence purposes while maintaining the fiction of non-involvement. The Latvians, many of them members of the fascist Perkonkrust's Thunder Cross organization that collaborated with Germans before the war, attack Jewish homes and shops with clubs, knives, and occasional firearms, dragging people into the streets and beating them to death while crowds watch. The violence continues for 3 days, claiming approximately 2,000 lives, and Lang allows it to run its course before imposing order and establishing formal German control. The purpose of this initial chaos is strategic. It demonstrates to Berlin that local populations are inherently hostile to Jews, justifying German intervention as necessary for maintaining order. It identifies Latvians willing to participate in killing, who can then be recruited into formal auxiliary units, and it terrorizes the Jewish population into compliance, making subsequent roundups and deportations easier to execute. By mid-July, Lang has organized the Latvian Arajs Commando, named after its commander Viktor Zaraj, a former university student who will prove to be one of the most murderous collaborators of the entire war. The Raj's commando eventually numbers approximately 1,200 men, and over the next 3 years it will participate in killing approximately 26,000 Jews across Latvia and Belarus. Lang uses these auxiliaries for the most brutal work, roundups, guarding execution sites, serving as shooters while German personnel maintain command and control. Division of labor that both maximizes efficiency and provides psychological distance for SS officers who prefer to order killings rather than execute them personally. What distinguishes operations in Latvia is the scale of local collaboration. While German forces provide organization and authorization, the majority of actual killing is performed by Latvians, creating a national complicity that will haunt Latvia's historical memory for generations. In forests outside Riga, At sites like Rumbula and Bikernieki, tens of thousands will die through the fall and winter of 1941. Their bodies buried in mass graves that will remain concealed until Soviet forces recapture the territory years later. Lang himself will escape justice, dying in 1945 during the Battle of Berlin. His crimes never fully documented because, unlike Jaeger, he kept minimal records, understanding that what is not written cannot be proven, that oral orders and destroyed evidence provide protection that meticulous documentation does not. On a humid morning in mid-August, 14-year-old Mottoki Zaidil stands with his father and younger brother in a column of approximately 300 people being marched from the Vilnius ghetto toward waiting trucks, understanding with terrible clarity that they are not being relocated for work as the Lithuanian guards claim, but taken to execution. Mottoki has heard the whispered stories that circulate through the ghetto, people taken to Ponary who never return, gunfire heard from the forest, locals who live nearby speaking cautiously about mass graves. His mother and 2 sisters were taken in an earlier action. His father has been silent since then, moving through days mechanically, and now they are selected together, part of a roundup targeting men and boys deemed potential resistance threats. The march takes an hour, through streets where Lithuanian civilians watch with expressions ranging from indifference to barely concealed satisfaction, past German soldiers who smoke cigarettes and ignore the column as if it were simply traffic to work around. At the truck loading point, panic breaks out. People realize this is not a work transport, that the trucks are heading south toward Ponary and several men attempt to run. Guards shoot 3 escapees in the street, their bodies left where they fall as warning, and the column is forcibly loaded onto trucks, squeezed so tightly that breathing becomes difficult. The ride takes perhaps 30 minutes, the truck bouncing over rough roads, and Motki can hear crying. Prayers, his father's hand gripping his shoulder with bruising force. When the truck stops and the gate opens, they are in forest, and the sound of gunfire is unmistakable. Not combat, but systematic single shots at regular intervals. The sound of execution. They are unloaded and formed into a line, and Lithuanian guards begin selecting groups of 10 to march down a path into the trees. Motki watches the pattern, understands that no one returns from the path, calculates without conscious thought that running is certain death, but staying is also certain death, that the only possible chance is chaos. When his group is called forward, just as they reach the path's entrance, Motki breaks. He runs perpendicular to the path, into dense underbrush, expecting bullets, hearing shouts and shots, but not feeling impact. He runs until his lungs burn, until the sounds of the execution site fade, until he collapses in a thicket 2 kilometers away, scratched and bleeding but alive. He will hide in the forest for 2 days before finding his way to a Polish farmer who provides food and shelter, eventually joining a partisan group in the Rudninkai forest, becoming one of the approximately 1% who escape Ponary and survive. His father and brother die in the pit that day, among 300 murdered, their bodies covering earlier victims in layers that will eventually fill the excavation to within meters of ground level. By September 1941, the Einsatzgruppen operations in the Baltic states have achieved a terrible momentum, with killing sites operating across Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia, processing thousands of victims weekly. At RSHA headquarters in Berlin, analysts compile reports from Einsatzgruppe A, creating statistical summaries that Himmler will eventually present to Hitler as evidence of progress in solving the Jewish question in occupied territories. The numbers are staggering. Einsatzgruppe A reports eliminating approximately 90,000 Jews in the Baltic region by September's end, with operations continuing to accelerate. What the statistics don't capture is the human reality behind the numbers, the terror of children separated from parents, the despair of communities that trace their presence in these lands back centuries being annihilated in weeks, the trauma of witnesses forced to dig graves for neighbors, the moral destruction of perpetrators who are learning they can commit atrocities and continue functioning. The killing methods have evolved through practice. Shooting techniques are standardized, sites are selected for maximum efficiency and minimum visibility. Local auxiliaries are organized into formal units with ranks and command structures. Documentation protocols ensure comprehensive records for Berlin while using euphemistic language that provides bureaucratic distance from the reality of murder. German personnel rotate through execution duties to prevent psychological breakdown, a week at execution sites, then reassignment to administrative duties, back to killing when fresh personnel are needed. Vodka and schnapps are provided generously. Commanders understand that alcohol is essential for maintaining operational capacity among shooters who must kill dozens or hundreds of people daily. Some men request transfers, citing illness or family emergencies. Most are denied, but a few manage to escape execution duties through persistent requests, medical documentation, or connections to superior officers. What becomes clear from internal SS reports is that killing is psychologically damaging even to true believers, that witnessing or conducting mass murder of women and children creates strain that manifests as alcoholism, nightmares, emotional detachment, and in rare cases, psychological breakdown requiring hospitalization. The SS response is not to question the operations but to refine methods, seeking more efficient killing techniques that reduce psychological impact on perpetrators, improving rotation schedules, or providing better recreational facilities and entertainment for personnel between operations. The victim's psychological state is never considered. They exist in German planning only as problems requiring solutions, obstacles to be eliminated, numbers to be reduced through systematic processing. In early October, as autumn transforms Baltic forests into landscapes of gold and crimson, the pace of killing actually increases despite the growing challenges of weather and terrain. Karl Jaeger conducts one of his largest single operations on October 28th and 29th. The murder of 200 Jews from the Caucasus ghetto, including 2,920 women, and 4,273 children, a massacre that requires 48 continuous hours of operations at the 9th Fort. The scale demands logistical coordination that rivals military operations, trucks requisitioned from Wehrmacht motor pools, fuel allocated from military supplies, shooting squads organized in shifts to maintain continuous operations, work details of Jewish prisoners forced to cover bodies between execution waves, Lithuanian auxiliary police providing perimeter security and assistance with crowd control. The operation begins with a selection in the ghetto. German and Lithuanian police conduct a sweep, pulling families from homes and workshop buildings, creating chaos that prevents organized resistance while ensuring comprehensive population coverage. The selected are marched to collection points, loaded onto trucks, transported in continuous shuttle runs to the fort, where the killing proceeds with assembly line efficiency. Jaeger personally supervises, moving between the ghetto, the transport routes, and the execution site, troubleshooting problems, ensuring continuous flow, maintaining operational tempo. By the second evening, 9,200 people are dead, and Jaeger notes in his report that the operation proceeded without incident, a phrase that captures the complete inversion of moral language that characterizes Einsatzgruppen documentation, where incident means not the mass murder of nearly 10,000 people, but any disruption to efficient processing. The Kaunas ghetto population is now reduced to approximately 17,000, and those who remain understand with awful clarity that survival depends on being economically useful to German industry, that work assignments are temporary reprieves rather than permanent protection, that the ghetto is being systematically emptied through periodic selections and transports. In the ancient forests where amber once traded hands and cultures mingled for centuries, the earth now received its darkest offerings. The Baltics bled first, and taught the killers that locals could be made accomplices with little more than permission. On September 19th, 1941, German 6th Army forces enter Kiev after 2 weeks of fighting, capturing the third largest city in the Soviet Union and discovering an urban landscape devastated by Soviet scorched earth tactics, bridges demolished, major buildings mined and exploding on timers, entire districts burning from fires set by NKVD personnel before evacuation. Obergefreiter Heinrich Schmidt, a Wehrmacht Signal Corps soldier, walks through the Krishchatik, Kiev's main boulevard, past the smouldering ruins of the Continental Hotel, past administrative buildings reduced to facades with their interiors gutted by explosions, past the occasional body of a German soldier killed by delayed detonation mines, and he writes in a letter home that Kiev feels like a city cursed, a place where victory feels hollow because the prize is already destroyed. What Schmidt doesn't know, what most Wehrmacht personnel don't yet understand, is that German commanders are interpreting the Soviet demolitions as evidence of Jewish Bolshevik sabotage, that in the rage and confusion following the destruction of German headquarters buildings and the death of dozens of officers and soldiers, a decision is being made to retaliate not against Soviet forces who have already evacuated, but against Kiev's remaining Jewish population. The logic is tortured but effective. Jews are equated with Bolshevism. Bolsheviks are responsible for the sabotage, therefore Jews must be punished. A syllogism that ignores the fact that most Soviet demolitions were conducted by NKVD and Red Army engineers, that the majority of Kiev's Jews are ordinary civilians with no involvement in military operations, that collective punishment violates every convention of warfare, but conventional logic does not apply in the ideological war on the Eastern Front, and within days of Kiev's capture, Einsatzgruppe C commander SS Brigade Führer Otto Rasch and his subordinate SS Standartenführer Paul Blobel, who leads Sonderkommando 4A, are meeting with Wehrmacht, 6th Army staff to plan an operation that will become the largest single massacre of the Holocaust. The Wehrmacht officers, including Major General Kurt Eberhard, the city commandant, approve the operation, some enthusiastically, others with resignation, all of them complicit in what is about to unfold. The pretense is security. Eliminating Jews will prevent future sabotage, will pacify the city, will solve the problem of feeding a large civilian population in an already strained supply situation. The reality is opportunity. Kiev offers the chance to implement total elimination in a single comprehensive action, to demonstrate that the Jewish question can be solved through systematic execution, to prove that murder on an unprecedented scale is administratively feasible. Paul Blobel is 47 years old, an architect by training who joined the Nazi Party in 1931 and the SD in 1934, rising through security police ranks through a combination of administrative competence and willingness to implement policies that more squeamish officials avoided. He is an alcoholic, a heavy drinker whose hands shake in the mornings until steadied by schnapps, a man who uses alcohol not for pleasure but for anesthetization, to dull responses that might otherwise prevent him from functioning as a mass murderer. On September 26th, he conducts a reconnaissance of potential execution sites around Kiev, seeking a location that meets specific requirements, isolated enough to prevent observation by casual civilians, accessible by road for truck transport, featuring natural terrain that can accommodate thousands of bodies without extensive excavation. He finds what he needs at Babi Yar, a ravine system on Kiev's northwestern outskirts near the Jewish cemetery, a landscape of steep-sided gullies and eroded channels that can hold vast numbers of bodies in existing depressions. The ravine is perhaps 150 meters long, 30 meters wide at its base, with walls rising 15 meters at the deepest points, a natural killing ground requiring minimal preparation. Blobel walks the site with members of his command staff, discussing logistics. Trucks can access the ravine's southern approach. Prisoners can be concentrated at the ravine's edge. Shooting squads can position themselves along the walls and floor. Bodies will fall into the depression, naturally requiring minimal disposal effort. The technical discussion is surreal in its banality. These men are planning the murder of tens of thousands with the same professional vocabulary they might use to discuss constructing a building or organizing a shipping operation. They select specific positions for machine gun nests, designate areas for collecting valuables from victims before execution, identify where guards should be posted to prevent escapes. By afternoon, Blobel approves the site and orders preparation to begin. Approaches cleared, paths marked, Ukrainian auxiliary police positioned to provide perimeter security. What makes Babi Yar particularly suitable is not just its physical characteristics, but its isolation. The ravine exists in a kind of dead zone between urban Kiev and rural farmland, visible only to those who deliberately seek it out, hidden from casual observation by terrain and distance. It is a landscape that seems designed for concealment, for the hiding of crimes, and Blobel recognizes its awful potential immediately. On September 28th, notices appear across Kiev in Russian, Ukrainian, and Yiddish, posted on walls, distributed by hand, read aloud in Jewish neighborhoods where literacy rates vary. All Jews living in the city of Kiev and its vicinity are to report by 8 o'clock on the morning of Monday, September 29th, 1941, at the corner of Melnikova and Doktorov streets near the cemetery. They are to bring with them documents, money, valuables, as well as warm clothes, underwear, etc. Any Jew not carrying out this instruction and who is found elsewhere will be shot. Any civilian entering apartments evacuated by Jews and stealing property will be shot. The notice is signed by the military commandant's office, giving it official Wehrmacht authority, and its language is carefully crafted to deceive. The mention of bringing warm clothes and documents suggests relocation rather than execution. The threat of shooting applies ostensibly to those who don't comply, rather than revealing that everyone who complies will be killed. In apartments across Kiev's Podil district, Jewish families debate what to do, some suspicious of German intentions, others believing this is simply another deportation, like those that have occurred across occupied territories, most feeling they have no choice because hiding is impossible with German and Ukrainian police conducting searches, because the notice's threats are credible, because rumors suggest that compliance might lead to work assignments in Germany, uncomfortable but survivable. Dina Pronikeva, a Soviet actress of Jewish-Ukrainian heritage who works at the Kiev Puppet Theatre, hears the notices read aloud and makes a decision that will save her life. She will go to the assembly point to observe what happens to her mother, but she will claim to be Ukrainian if questioned. That night across Kiev, Jewish families pack bags, gather valuables, prepare for what they believe is relocation, trying to decide what to bring and what to abandon, unaware they are making decisions about possessions they will never use, that the suitcases they pack so carefully will be rifled through within hours, and their contents distributed or sent to Germany for processing. Some families hold religious services, lighting candles, praying for protection, seeking comfort in traditions that stretch back millennia. Others simply sit in silence, exhausted by 2 months of occupation, by the constant fear and hunger, by the psychological weight of being systematically dehumanized, and they face the morning with the numb resignation of people who have endured too much to feel acute terror about what comes next. Dawn on September 29th breaks clear and unseasonably warm, and by 7 o'clock m.m., crowds begin forming at the designated intersection near the Jewish cemetery. Not hundreds, but thousands, families with children, elderly people helped along by relatives, young couples, lone individuals, a human river flowing toward the assembly point, carrying bags, pushing carts, leading confused children who ask questions. Parents cannot answer honestly. German and Ukrainian police establish a perimeter, directing the crowd toward Melnikova Street, maintaining order through intimidation and occasional violence, rifle butts against anyone who moves too slowly, shots fired above crowds to enforce compliance. By 8 o'clock m., perhaps 20,000 people have assembled, and the column begins to move, not toward train stations as many expected, but northwest toward the Lukyanivka district, toward the ravine whose existence most urban Jews don't even know. Dina Pronikeva walks in the column beside her mother, terrified but committed to her observation mission, watching everything, to noting the German and Ukrainian guards, the route they're following, the expressions on people's faces, mostly blank, shocked, the emotional flatness of people in crisis who have shut down higher cognitive functions to simply endure. The march takes more than an hour, in the column stretching for kilometers, and as they walk, the sound of gunfire becomes audible in the distance, sporadic at first, then continuous, a rolling thunder that some in the crowd recognize for what it is, while others convince themselves must be something else, must be construction or military exercises, anything but the obvious horrible truth. The road narrows as it approaches Babi Yar, funneling the crowd through a corridor formed by German guards and Ukrainian police, and suddenly there's no possibility of turning back, of claiming mistake or seeking exemption. The machinery has caught them, and forward is the only direction available. They pass through a corridor where Ukrainian police rifle through bags, stealing valuables, jewelry, watches, money, while German overseers observe and occasionally claim choice items for themselves, and people submit to this robbery silently, beyond protest, focused entirely on survival, minute to minute. Then they are ordered to undress, to place clothing in neat piles, and this is when many finally understand what is happening, when the pretense of relocation becomes impossible to maintain. At the ravine's edge, SS and Ukrainian auxiliary police armed with rifles and machine guns form the execution squads, organized in shifts because the work of killing tens of thousands of people over 2 days requires rotation to prevent shooter fatigue and psychological breakdown. The procedure is mechanically simple. Victims are led to the ravine's edge in groups of 10, ordered to lie face down on top of bodies already there. The pit is filling from bottom up, each layer of victims becoming the bed on which the next layer dies, and shot in the back of the head or neck at close range, the signature technique that German executioners have refined through practice across hundreds of killing sites. The sound is overwhelming, continuous gunfire, screaming, the chaos of thousands of people realizing they are about to die, children crying for parents, parents trying to shield children, the occasional German or Ukrainian voice shouting orders that are barely audible over the noise. Dina Pronikeva, stripped naked like everyone else, walks toward the ravine in a group of women, her mother somewhere behind her in the crowd, and as they approach the edge, she makes a decision born of instinct rather than plan. Instead of waiting to be shot, she jumps into the ravine before the shooting starts, landing on bodies, pretending to be dead, feeling impacts as other bodies fall on top of her, hearing gunfire so close. The sound is physical, shots passing centimeters from her head as executioners fire into the pile, ensuring kills. She remains motionless for hours, buried under bodies, barely able to breathe from the weight pressing down, drifting between consciousness and shock, hearing the killing continue above her, the screams gradually diminishing as the day progresses and the pit fills higher. Blood soaks into everything, the smell is beyond description, and occasionally an execution squad tosses a grenade into the pit to ensure no one survives in the mass of bodies, concussions that shake the entire pile but somehow leave Pronishiva uninjured. She will survive by remaining in the pit until darkness, then crawling out over corpses, hiding at the cemetery until she can escape, eventually reaching Ukrainian friends who shelter her until Soviet forces recapture Kiev. Her survival and testimony will provide one of the few direct eyewitness accounts of Babi Yar's horror, a voice speaking for the 33,000 who cannot. Paul Blobel observes the operation from a position above the ravine, moving between this observation post and a commandeered house where officers take breaks, drink, discuss logistics, coordinate with truck drivers shuttling prisoners from Kiev. He is drinking heavily, has been drinking since before the operation began, and by afternoon his speech is slurred, his coordination impaired, but he maintains enough functionality to supervise and make decisions about operational adjustments. The scale of killing creates unexpected problems. The ravine is filling faster than anticipated, requiring expanded use of adjacent areas. Ammunition consumption is exceeding projections, requiring emergency resupply from Wehrmacht stores. Some shooters are becoming erratic, either from psychological strain or intoxication, requiring replacement with fresh personnel. Ukrainian auxiliaries are stealing excessively from victims, creating disorder that slows processing. Blobel addresses each problem systematically. He expands the killing zone to include surrounding gullies. He orders additional ammunition delivered. He rotates shooters more frequently. He posts German overseers to control looting. By late afternoon of the first day, approximately 15,000 people are dead, and the operation continues into evening darkness, now illuminated by truck headlights and searchlights that cast surreal shadows across the ravine. The killing proceeds through the night, though at reduced pace as exhaustion affects both shooters and those managing prisoner flow. At dawn on September 30th, operations resume with fresh execution squads, and by afternoon of the second day, the ravine has consumed approximately 33,771 lives, the specific number recorded in Blobel's report to Einsatzgruppen headquarters, a precision that stands in grotesque contrast to the chaotic brutality of the massacre itself. That evening, work details of Jewish prisoners, specialists whose skills temporarily protect them from execution, begin covering the bodies with earth, using explosives to collapse the ravine walls, creating a mass grave that will remain largely undisturbed until Soviet forces recapture Kiev in 1943. Blobel departs Kiev, feeling the operation was successful, despite complications, and in his report he notes that the Jewish question in Kiev has been comprehensively resolved, that the security threat posed by the city's Jewish population has been eliminated. Language that transforms mass murder into administrative achievement. In the days following the massacre, Kiev's Ukrainian population processes what has occurred with reactions ranging from horror to indifference to approval. Some Ukrainians sheltered Jewish neighbors, risking their own lives to provide hiding places, false documents, food. The number of such rescuers is small but significant, representing moral courage in an environment where helping Jews meant probable death. More common is silence. People who suspect or know what happened at Babi Yar but say nothing, either from fear of German reprisal or from the understanding that under occupation speaking about German crimes is dangerous, that survival depends on appearing not to notice, and some Ukrainians actively participated, not just as auxiliary police directly involved in the massacre, but as informants who identified Jews trying to hide, as neighbors who seized Jewish property after owners disappeared, as civilians who watched the march to Babi Yar and felt satisfaction that Jews were finally being dealt with, their anti-Semitism given permission to manifest as approval of genocide. The German occupation has created conditions where the worst aspects of human nature flourish. The opportunity to steal without consequence, to settle old grievances through denunciation, to feel power by aligning with occupiers against targeted populations. The collaboration is neither total nor universal. Ukrainian responses to German occupation span the full range from active resistance to enthusiastic cooperation, with the majority occupying an uncomfortable middle ground of compliance born from fear, opportunism, or belief that German rule might be preferable to Stalinist brutality. What the Germans understand and exploit is that they don't need majority support to implement genocide. They need only enough collaborators to provide essential services, police, labor, information, while the rest of the population remains passive. Babi Yar demonstrates that mass murder can occur in proximity to urban populations without provoking significant resistance, that tens of thousands of people can be marched through city streets to execution without the operation being stopped by moral outrage from witnesses, that the combination of German threats and human moral failures creates an environment where genocide unfolds in plain sight with minimal interference. Wehrmacht personnel who witnessed or learned about Babi Yar respond with reactions as varied as Ukrainian civilians. Some express horror and file complaints with superior officers, though these complaints go nowhere, and filing them marks the complainers as potentially unreliable. Some rationalize the massacre as harsh but necessary for security, accepting German propaganda about Jewish Bolshevik sabotage. Others simply refuse to think about it, focusing exclusively on military duties and blocking out knowledge of crimes committed in territories their armies conquered. A few soldiers photograph the massacre or its aftermath, images that will survive the war as evidence, but which in 1941 circulate as grim souvenirs, passed between comrades, sent home to families in letters that describe the Eastern Front's brutality, with a mixture of horror and fascination. The Wehrmacht's institutional response is telling. No disciplinary action is taken against personnel who participated in or facilitated the massacre. No investigation is conducted into whether laws of war were violated. No efforts are made to prevent similar actions in the future. Instead, the army continues cooperating with Einsatzgruppen operations, providing logistics support, transportation, occasionally even shooting squads when requested. The fiction that Wehrmacht operations are separate from SS crimes, that military forces are fighting a clean war while political elements commit atrocities, becomes increasingly untenable as evidence accumulates of direct army involvement in or support for genocide. But the fiction is useful, allowing career soldiers to maintain professional self-respect, and it will persist until Nuremberg forces Wehrmacht commanders to confront documented evidence of their complicity. For now, in the autumn of 1941, the German military machine continues its advance deeper into Soviet territory, pursuing tactical objectives while enabling genocidal operations. The two missions intertwined in ways that make separation impossible and complicity universal. The ravine had a name now, though thousands lying within would never have markers. Babi Yar became a word that meant nothing and everything, a place where the earth itself became witness, and silence replaced prayer. SS Brigade Führer Arthur Niebuhr stands on the wooden porch of a commandeered farmhouse outside Minsk on a morning in late July 1941, watching fog rise from the Pripyat marshes like steam from a cauldron, obscuring everything beyond 50 meters and transforming the landscape into something primordial and hostile. Niebuhr is 56 years old, a career detective who rose to lead the criminal police before being appointed commander of Einsatzgruppe B, and he is discovering that Belarus presents operational challenges unlike anything encountered in the Baltic states or Ukraine. The terrain is nightmarish, vast wetlands that swallow vehicles, forests so dense that visibility drops to meters, roads that are barely tracks through mud, mosquito swarms so thick they form clouds, summer heat that turns everything putrid within hours. His Einsatzgruppe is tasked with securing territories behind Army Group Center as it drives toward Moscow. But securing in this context means eliminating Soviet officials, Communist Party members, and Jews across a region that stretches hundreds of kilometers, contains millions of inhabitants, and features geography that seems designed to frustrate every aspect of military operations. Niebuhr's vehicles are constantly stuck in mud, his radio communications are unreliable in dense forest, his men are exhausted from heat and insects, and increasingly they face something new: organized partisan resistance. Soviet soldiers cut off by the rapid German advance have melted into the forests and swamps rather than surrendering, forming guerrilla units that ambush supply convoys, cut communication lines, assassinate isolated German personnel, and disappear into terrain where pursuit is nearly impossible. The partisans are aided by local populations, Belarusian peasants who provide food, shelter, and intelligence, motivated by Soviet patriotism, anti-German sentiment, or simple survival instinct that recognizes German occupation as more dangerous than partisan presence. For the first time, Einsatzgruppen personnel face not just the psychological strain of killing unarmed civilians, but the physical danger of actual combat, and the combination is creating morale problems that Niebuhr must address. Men who volunteered for what they thought would be rear area security duty find themselves in a guerrilla war, where every forest path might conceal an ambush, where trust is impossible, because any civilian might be a partisan informant, where the lines between combat operations and murder operations blur into a continuous nightmare of violence that offers no possibility of moral clarity or psychological escape. In the Minsk ghetto, established in July 1941, to concentrate the city's Jewish population of approximately 100,000, conditions deteriorate with shocking speed as German authorities provide no food, no sanitation infrastructure, no medical supplies, creating a humanitarian catastrophe that serves German policy objectives by weakening the population and making them easier to control and eventually eliminate. The ghetto occupies a poor district northwest of the city centre, an area originally housing perhaps 20,000 people, but now packed with 5 times that number. Families crammed into single rooms, multiple families sharing apartments, people sleeping in hallways, basements, attics, anywhere with minimal shelter. Starvation begins within weeks. The German administration provides no rations, forbids Jews from purchasing food in markets, shoots anyone caught attempting to smuggle food from outside the ghetto, creating conditions where survival depends on illegal trading, bribery of guards, and increasingly desperate measures. Typhus appears in August, spreading rapidly through the overcrowded, unsanitary conditions, killing hundreds weekly, bodies piling up. Because burial details cannot keep pace with mortality, German authorities respond not with humanitarian aid, but with health measures that are actually killing operations, selections where typhus sufferers and their families are transported to execution sites outside the city, eliminating the sick to prevent epidemic spread while simultaneously reducing the ghetto population toward the ultimate goal of total elimination. SS Obersturmbannführer Eduard Strach, appointed as KDS Commander of Security Police for Belarus, supervises these operations with bureaucratic efficiency, treating the ghetto as a management problem requiring systematic reduction through periodic actions. Every few weeks, German and Ukrainian auxiliary police conduct sweeps surrounding blocks, forcing residents into courtyards, selecting thousands for transport to killing sites in the Turkinka forest 20 kilometers northwest of Minsk. The selections follow brutal logic, initially targeting men of military age, then expanding to include entire families, elderly people deemed economically useless, children, anyone who appears too weak for labor, until the criteria become essentially random, survival depending less on personal characteristics than on luck regarding which blocks are raided, on which days. What emerges in Minsk is a pattern that will repeat across occupied Soviet territories, ghettos, serving as concentration facilities where Jews are held in lethal conditions while being systematically murdered in batches. The pace of killing determined by German labor needs. When workers are required for military construction projects, the killing slows when labor demands decrease. The killing accelerates economic calculation determining who lives another week and who dies immediately. On August 15, 1941, Himmler arrives in Minsk on an inspection tour, his first visit to observe Einsatzgruppen operations directly, and Niebie organizes a demonstration execution specifically for the Reichsführer SS, to witness the methods being employed. 100 prisoners described in reports as partisans and Jews, though their actual involvement in resistance is questionable, are assembled at a pit outside Minsk, and Niebie's personnel conduct an execution using standard shooting techniques. Victims positioned at the pit edge, shots to the back of the head from close range, bodies falling forward into the excavation. Himmler observes from perhaps 20 meters away, accompanied by SS Obergruppenführer Erich von dem Bach-Zelewski, the higher SS and police leader for Central Russia, and several staff officers. What witnesses later report is that Himmler becomes visibly distressed during the execution. He grows pale, averts his eyes, appears to sway as if about to faint, when brain matter from one of the victims spatters near his position. After the demonstration concludes, Himmler speaks briefly with the execution squad, thanking them for performing difficult but necessary duties, acknowledging that the work is psychologically challenging, but emphasizing that it serves the highest ideals of the Reich, that they are acting as soldiers in an ideological war that requires strength and sacrifice. Later that evening, in a meeting with Niebie and Bach-Zelewski, Himmler raises concerns about the psychological impact of shooting operations on SS personnel, questioning whether alternative methods might be developed that would be less traumatic for executioners while remaining efficient. This conversation marks the beginning of serious efforts to develop gas chambers as an alternative to shooting, not from concern for victims, but from worry about the psychological cost to perpetrators of face-to-face killing. Niebie, always the practical investigator, volunteers to conduct experiments with alternative methods, and within weeks he is testing mobile gas vans in Belarus, sealed trucks where carbon monoxide from the engine is piped into the cargo compartment containing victims. The vans prove problematic. They are slow, unreliable, break down frequently on rough roads, and the method of death is actually more terrifying for victims who die slowly in darkness while the vehicle drives to disposal sites. But they represent the beginning of technological evolution toward methods that distance killers from victims and that replace the visceral reality of shooting with the mechanical impersonality of industrialized death. Himmler's visit to Minsk becomes a turning point. It confirms that even the architect of genocide finds the reality of mass murder disturbing when witnessed directly, that the psychological cost of killing is real even for true believers, and that future operations will require methods that protect perpetrators from psychological damage, even if those methods are no less murderous. Partisan warfare intensifies through August and September, as Soviet soldiers, Communist Party members, and increasingly ordinary civilians who have lost everything to German occupation form guerrilla units that turn Belarus's forests and swamps into contested territory, where German control extends only as far as their immediate military presence. The partisans operate with advantages that conventional armies lack. They need no supply lines. They know the terrain intimately. They can disappear into civilian populations. They fight on their own terms, engaging only when conditions favor them, and melting away when German forces respond. For the Einsatzgruppen, partisans represent a threat that justifies expanding their killing operations beyond targeted categories, to include anyone suspected of supporting resistance, a logic that ultimately encompasses entire villages accused of harboring guerrillas. The German response is collective punishment taken to genocidal extremes. When partisans ambush a convoy, the nearest village is burned and all inhabitants killed. When supplies are stolen, surrounding communities are destroyed. When communication lines are cut, reprisal operations kill hundreds in sweeps through suspected partisan support areas. These reprisal operations blur into anti-Jewish actions, with German commanders frequently claiming that Jews and partisans are identical, that eliminating Jewish communities eliminates partisan support networks, a rationalization that allows continuing genocide while framing it as counterinsurgency. In reality, Jewish populations often have little connection to partisan units. Many partisans are initially reluctant to accept Jewish refugees because they bring security risks and humanitarian burdens, but the fiction is useful, allowing Einsatzgruppen to expand operations while claiming security justifications. SS Sturmbannführer Franz Magill, commanding a subunit of Einsatzgruppe B, develops techniques that become standard for anti-partisan operations. Villages are surrounded before dawn, populations assembled in central squares, men separated from women and children, interrogations conducted to identify partisan supporters or Jews, suspects shot immediately, buildings searched for weapons or evidence of partisan contact. Villages burned if evidence is found, or sometimes simply burned regardless. The operations are documented as security actions against partisans, allowing Magill to report both anti-partisan successes and elimination of Jews under the single bureaucratic category of cleansing operations. The language deliberately ambiguous so that Berlin can claim security objectives while understanding that genocide continues under different terminology. In the village of Koidanov, 50 kilometers southeast of Minsk, on September 21, 1941, Lithuanian auxiliary police under German supervision conduct an operation that exemplifies how anti-partisan justifications enable expanding murder, including perhaps 800 Jews who have lived here for generations. and German intelligence reports, based on denunciations from local collaborators, claim that partisans have been receiving supplies from the village. At dawn, German and Lithuanian forces surround Koidanov, and within hours the entire population is assembled in the market square. The Germans separate out approximately 200 people identified as Jews or suspected partisan supporters, march them to a nearby forest, and shoot them in pits prepared the previous day. The remaining population is told the executions are punishment for aiding partisans, and that future cooperation with resistance will result in similar treatment for entire families. What makes Koidanov notable is not the atrocity itself. Similar operations occur across Belarus with grim regularity, but the presence of a Wehrmacht photographer who documents the operation, creating a visual record that survives the war. The photographs show German and Lithuanian personnel herding civilians, prisoners being marched to execution sites, executioners at work, bodies in pits, and the final images of smoke rising from the village as structures are burned. These images, intended as routine documentation for after-action reports, become evidence at Nuremberg of Wehrmacht complicity and the systematic nature of anti-partisan operations that functions primarily as cover for genocide. The photographer, whose name is lost to history, shoots the images with professional dispassion, framing and composition suggesting he views this as simply another assignment, documentation of military operations requiring neither moral judgment nor emotional response. His photographs capture something that reports cannot: the faces of victims in their final moments, the casual brutality of executioners, the landscape of rural Belarus transformed into killing ground, the ordinariness of people committing extraordinary crimes. In one image, a Lithuanian auxiliary policeman stands beside a pit containing bodies, smoking a cigarette, his expression neither triumphant nor disturbed, but simply blank. The face of a man performing routine work, and that ordinariness becomes more disturbing than any expression of sadistic pleasure would be, because it suggests how completely normal men have been transformed into efficient killers. By October 1941, Niebuhr's Einsatzgruppe B has killed approximately 45,000 people, operating across territories stretching from Smolensk to the Pripyat marshes, and the psychological toll on personnel is becoming impossible to ignore. Alcoholism is endemic. Officers and enlisted men drinking heavily, not socially but desperately, trying to sleep, trying to forget, trying to function despite recurring nightmares and emotional numbing that makes normal human connection increasingly difficult. Some men request transfers citing illness, family emergencies, any excuse to escape execution duties. Most requests are denied, but a few succeed, and the pattern becomes clear enough that commanders issue orders threatening punishment for unwarranted transfer requests. A handful of men suffer complete psychological breakdowns requiring hospitalization. They cannot stop shaking, cannot sleep, become violent or catatonic, their minds unable to process the contradiction between their actions and any framework of morality or meaning. These cases are quietly handled, men transferred to rear area duties or medical facilities, their breakdowns attributed to combat stress rather than the specific nature of their work. What never appears in reports is doubt about the mission itself. The official discourse maintains that operations are necessary, justified, serving higher purposes that transcend individual suffering. Niebuhr addresses morale problems through practical measures rather than ideological reinforcement. He increases alcohol rations, improves recreational facilities, brings in entertainment troops for evening shows, grants more frequent leave, rotates personnel between execution duties and administrative work. He also recommends to Berlin that future operations should emphasize local auxiliaries as executioners, with Germans supervising rather than shooting directly, a division of labor that both multiplies killing capacity and protects German personnel from the worst psychological impacts. What Nibi will not acknowledge, even to himself, is that the psychological damage is evidence of residual humanity, that the men breaking down are actually responding appropriately to participating in genocide, that normal human conscience is fighting against ideological indoctrination and organizational pressure. Instead, he frames psychological casualties as operational problems requiring technical solutions, obstacles to be managed through better procedures rather than indicators that the mission itself is creating unbearable moral injury. On a rainy afternoon in late October, SS Oberstscharführer Kurt Werner sits in a requisitioned schoolhouse outside Mogilev, writing a letter he will never send, trying to explain to himself what he has become over the 4 months since crossing into Soviet territory. Werner is 27 years old, a former bank clerk from Munich, who volunteered for the Einsatzgruppen with vague notions of adventure and advancement, and he has participated in approximately 30 execution operations, shooting perhaps 200 people himself, witnessing thousands more killed by comrades. The letter, found among his effects after he is killed in a partisan ambush weeks later, is remarkable for its honesty. I have done things I cannot write about, things I cannot speak of to anyone, things that have made me into someone I no longer recognize. At night I see their faces, the women, the children, the old men who begged for mercy. We were forbidden to show. I tell myself I had no choice, that orders are absolute, that refusal meant my own death, but I know this is a lie. Others refused and lived. I could have found ways to avoid the worst duties, but I did not, and now I must carry this weight forever. We are told we are soldiers in an ideological war, that history will vindicate our actions, that what we do serves the survival of our people, but in the forests of Belarus, shooting unarmed civilians into pits we forced them to dig, there is no glory, no honor, only horror, and the slow death of everything I thought I was. I do not know if I can survive this, not the physical danger, but the spiritual destruction of being part of this machine. I am becoming hollow, incapable of feeling anything but numbness, and perhaps that is the only way to continue, to kill the self, in order to keep killing others. The letter is never finished, never sent, discovered after Werner's death by a comrade who burns it rather than allowing it to reach family or authorities, understanding that such explicit acknowledgement of moral crisis is dangerous, that the system depends on maintaining fiction, that participants are willing volunteers rather than men coerced into crimes that are destroying them psychologically. Werner's letter survives only in fragments, quoted in post-war testimony from the man who burned it, partial evidence of internal torment that reports and statistics never capture. As winter approaches and army group centers advance toward Moscow stalls in the face of stiffening Soviet resistance, deteriorating weather, and overstretched supply lines, the operational tempo of Einsatzgruppe B begins to slow, not from moral awakening but from practical constraints. The ground is freezing, making mass graves difficult to dig. Partisan attacks have intensified, making travel dangerous. Vehicle maintenance is becoming critical as brutal conditions destroy equipment, and increasingly, Wehrmacht commanders are requisitioning SS personnel for anti-partisan operations that blend security missions with continued genocide, but under military rather than SS command. Nibi spends more time in heated offices, less time supervising field operations and drinking steadily through days and nights, his hands shaking, his face taking on the grey pallor of a man aging rapidly under stress. He cannot acknowledge. He corresponds regularly with Berlin, reporting operational statistics, requesting supplies, recommending procedural improvements, maintaining the bureaucratic facade that mass murder is simply another administrative function requiring proper management. But in private moments, witnesses later report, he expresses doubts, not about the ideological justification for killing Jews and communists, but about whether the methods being used are sustainable, whether the psychological cost to German personnel is worth the strategic benefit, whether there might be more efficient approaches that achieve the same objectives with less damage to perpetrators. These doubts will eventually lead him, in 1944, to peripherally associate with anti-Hitler conspirators, not from moral opposition to genocide, but from practical assessment that Germany is losing the war and that survival might require distancing from the regime's most extreme crimes. He will be executed in 1945 after the July 20th plot fails, hanged on Hitler's orders, dying not as a martyr against tyranny, but as a failed opportunist who helped create machinery of death and then tried too late to separate himself from it. In the swamps where borders dissolved and armies sank, the killing became routine, and the killers became ghosts of who they'd been. Belarus swallowed secrets into its mud, and no one emerged unchanged. On October 16th, 1941, Romanian and German forces capture Odessa, after a siege lasting more than 2 months, and the city they conquer is ravaged. Buildings destroyed by artillery and naval bombardment, infrastructure deliberately sabotaged by retreating Soviet forces, approximately 100,000 inhabitants remaining from a pre-war population triple that size. The conquest brings Romanian forces into direct participation in genocide, their military and police units joining Einsatzgruppe D and German 11th Army forces, in operations that will claim approximately 100,000 lives over the next 8 weeks in Odessa and surrounding territories. SS Obergruppenführer Otto Ollendorf, commander of Einsatzgruppe D, coordinates with Romanian authorities to identify and eliminate Jews, communists and partisans, though these categories are applied so broadly that virtually any civilian can be swept up in the mass arrests that begin within days of occupation. Romanian forces prove enthusiastically willing participants. Their dictator, Ion Antonescu, has embraced anti-Semitic ideology and sees German partnership as opportunity to cleanse Romanian territories of Jewish populations through elimination rather than expulsion. On October 22nd, a bomb explodes in the Romanian military headquarters housed in the former NKVD building, killing General Ion Glogogeanu, the Romanian garrison commander, and approximately 60 other Romanian and German officers. The bomb was planted by Soviet intelligence before evacuation, a delayed detonation device designed to disrupt occupation, but Romanian and German authorities immediately declare it evidence of Jewish partisan sabotage and announce collective punishment for every officer killed. 200 Jews will be executed. For every enlisted man killed, 100 Jews will die. The mathematics of this announced reprisal would require killing approximately 25,000 people, a number so large it reveals that the bomb is pretext rather than actual justification, an excuse for genocide that Romanian and German authorities intended to commit regardless. Over the next 3 days, Romanian soldiers, German Einsatzgruppen personnel, and local collaborators conduct the Odessa massacre, killing between 25 and 30,000 Jews through shootings, hangings, burning people alive in locked warehouses, and forced marches into the countryside where victims are machine-gunned in anti-tank ditches. The massacre is notable for its chaotic brutality. Unlike the more organized German operations, the Romanian killings involve widespread torture, sexual violence, looting, random cruelty that suggests not just ideological killing but sadistic pleasure taken in victims' suffering. Among the Romanian units participating in the Odessa massacres is a gendarmerie battalion commanded by Colonel Constantin Belotescu, whose men distinguish themselves, if that word can be used for particular cruelty in execution methods, rather than using the efficient shooting techniques favoured by German Einsatzgruppen. Romanian gendarmes often hang victims from balconies and lampposts, machine gun crowds without organising them at execution sites, burn families alive in their homes, and engage in sexual violence before killing women and girls. Belotescu's justification, offered in reports to superior Romanian authorities, is that harsh methods are necessary to terrorize the population into complete submission, that Jews must understand that resistance brings not just death but torture, that demonstrative cruelty serves strategic purposes by preventing future uprisings. The logic is medieval, and it appalls even some German officers who witness Romanian operations and file complaints, not from humanitarian concern, but from professional military worry that undisciplined violence undermines occupation stability and damages Wehrmacht reputation by association. The complaints go nowhere. Romanian forces operate under their own command structure, and German authorities prioritize maintaining alliance with Antonescu over disciplining Romanian forces for excessive brutality. What emerges in Odessa is a pattern that will repeat wherever Romanian forces operate, killing that combines genocidal intent with pogrom-style chaos, where ideological objectives blend with opportunities for theft, rape, and personal violence unconstrained by the bureaucratic procedures that at least provide some structure to German operations. The result is murder that is somehow both more transparent and more difficult to document. German operations generate reports, statistics, orders that create paper trails for historians and prosecutors. Romanian operations generate scattered evidence, survivor testimonies describing horrors without systematic documentation, leaving historians to estimate casualties within wide ranges because perpetrators kept minimal records of crimes they committed with public visibility. In Odessa, the smoke from burning buildings mingles with smoke from execution sites, and the Black Sea coast, once a cosmopolitan resort city where Greeks, Jews, Russians, Armenians, and Ukrainians lived in relatively integrated communities, becomes another landscape of annihilation, where millennia of cultural mixing is erased in weeks of organized murder. Einsatzgruppe C, operating in central and northern Ukraine under SS Brigade Führer Otto Rasch, develops operational procedures that become standard for rural areas. Advance teams enter villages ahead of main units, identify Jews through local informants or by physical appearance and religious practice, concentrate them in designated buildings or open areas, conduct execution operations immediately or transport them to prepared sites outside towns. The speed is remarkable. A village can be processed in a single day, from arrival to completion, with remarkable efficiency considering the complexity of identifying targets, organizing transport, conducting executions, disposing of bodies, and documenting results. SS Sturmbannführer August Hefner, commanding Sonderkommando 4A's subunits across rural Ukraine, refines techniques through practice. He standardizes pit dimensions based on estimated victims per site, develops templates for reporting that reduce documentation time, creates rotation schedules that maximize shooter efficiency while minimizing psychological strain, and most importantly recruits Ukrainian auxiliary police who perform the actual killing under German supervision, allowing his SS personnel to focus on command and control rather than direct execution. The Ukrainian auxiliaries are drawn from multiple sources: nationalist groups that collaborated with Germans before the invasion, former Soviet police who switch sides opportunistically, unemployed young men seeking steady wages, and the power that comes from carrying weapons in an occupation environment, and a smaller number of ideological anti-Semites who join specifically to participate in killing Jews. The auxiliaries prove effective but require supervision. Without German oversight, their operations become chaotic. Looting takes precedence over killing, and discipline breaks down. Under German command, they function as efficient executioners, and Hefner notes in reports that using locals provides multiple advantages. It multiplies his operational capacity, implicates Ukrainians in crimes that might otherwise be attributed solely to Germans, provides convenient scapegoats if post-war accountability becomes necessary, and protects his German personnel from the worst psychological impacts of face-to-face killing. By November 1941, Einsatzgruppe C has killed approximately 75,000 people, operating across territories stretching from Zhytomyr to Kharkiv, and the pace continues to accelerate as procedures become standardized and resistance, both military and psychological, diminishes through practice and repetition. In the Ukrainian city of Kharkiv, captured by German forces in October, after brief resistance, the Jewish population of approximately 15,000 faces systematic elimination through November and December in operations that blend Einsatzgruppe executions with Wehrmacht complicity. Unlike some cities where ghettos are established before killing begins, Kharkiv Jews are targeted almost immediately, rounded up in sweeps coordinated between Einsatzgruppe C personnel and Wehrmacht military police, transported to the Drobitsky Yar ravine system outside the city, and shot in mass operations that mirror Babi Yar's methods, but receive less historical attention because they occur in Babi Yar's shadow. The ravine becomes a continuous killing site through late 1941, processing not just Kharkiv's Jews but victims from surrounding villages, Soviet POWs designated as commissars or Jews, and civilians accused of partisan activity. By year's end, approximately 15,000 people lie in the ravines, their bodies covered with thin layers of dirt that will be inadequate to prevent discovery when spring thaw causes erosion and decomposition gases force Earth upward, exposing mass graves that Soviet intelligence will photograph when Red Army forces briefly recapture Kharkiv in 1943. The Kharkiv operations are supervised by SS Sturmbannführer Paul Schultz, a 41-year-old lawyer who approaches mass murder with the same methodical precision he once applied to criminal prosecution, ironically using investigative skills to identify victims rather than solve crimes. Schultz maintains detailed records, not from bureaucratic obsessiveness like Jaeger, but from understanding that documentation provides protection. If questioned about his actions, he can produce orders, reports, authorization chains proving he acted within official directives rather than from personal initiative or excess. His records will survive the war and provide evidence for prosecutors, but in 1941 they serve Schultz's career interests, demonstrating to Berlin his efficiency and reliability, positioning him for advancement within the SS system where successful mass murder is grounds for promotion rather than prosecution. What Schultz represents is the complete institutional capture of moral discourse in a system where killing is rewarded and documentation of killing is professional competence. Traditional ethics become not just irrelevant but obstacles to career success, creating perverse incentives where the most thorough murderers receive the highest recognition. Otto Ollendorf. Despite his role as Einsatzgruppe D commander responsible for killing approximately 90,000 people, maintains throughout his service a kind of moral fastidiousness about execution methods that would be comical if it weren't so horrific. He insists that shootings be conducted humanely, by which he means efficiently, with minimal suffering for victims, though he shows no awareness of the obscenity of claiming humanitarian concern while organizing mass murder. He prohibits his men from beating or torturing victims, requires that execution squads use rifles rather than machine guns to ensure accurate shots, and dismisses personnel who show signs of sadistic pleasure in killing, not from moral objection, but from belief that sadism represents loss of professional discipline. In December 1941, he authors a memorandum to RSHA headquarters discussing psychological impacts on executioners and recommending that future operations should employ methods that spare the nerves of German personnel, specifically advocating for expanded use of gas fans and development of stationary gas chambers that would completely separate executioners from victims, eliminating the psychological trauma of face-to-face killing. The memorandum is remarkable for simultaneously acknowledging that mass murder damages perpetrators psychologically and proposing technical solutions rather than questioning whether the killing should continue. Ohlendorf's ability to compartmentalize is extraordinary. He will later testify at Nuremberg with complete composure, admitting to killing 90,000 people while insisting he was simply following orders, that he personally found the work distasteful, that he would have preferred other duties but fulfilled his assigned role with professional competence. His testimony reveals a mindset where moral responsibility is completely externalized to the regime, where individual agency is denied despite occupying command positions requiring constant decision-making, where the bureaucratic language of following orders provides complete psychological insulation from confronting the reality of one's own actions. Prosecutors at Nuremberg will find him one of the most disturbing defendants precisely because of his ordinariness, his intelligence, his lack of apparent pathology. He is not a monster but a professional who applied administrative skills to genocide and sleeps soundly because he convinced himself that responsibility lies with those who gave orders rather than those who executed them. In rural Ukraine, where approximately 2 million Jews lived before the invasion, the killing proceeds village by village with agricultural thoroughness. Small communities eliminated in operations that barely register in official statistics. A typical operation, Einsatzkommando personnel arrive in a village of perhaps 500 inhabitants, including 50 or 60 Jews, meet with local mayor or elder appointed by Germans, consult lists of Jewish residents compiled from pre-war records or local informants, conduct a roundup using Ukrainian auxiliary police, march the captured Jews to a pre-selected site, usually a ravine or anti-tank ditch, shoot them in groups, cover the bodies with earth, return to the village to complete documentation, depart for the next location. The entire process takes 6 to 8 hours, efficient enough that a single Einsatzkommando can process multiple villages weekly, and the limited scale of each operation creates psychological distance that makes the killing easier for perpetrators. Murdering 50 people feels different from murdering 5,000, even though the moral character of the act is identical. The small scale also means minimal resistance. Isolated Jewish communities lack resources or warning to flee or fight, and by the time Einsatzkommando arrives, escape routes are already blocked, hiding places are compromised by informants, resistance is suicide. Some villages are saved temporarily by their economic utility. Skilled craftsmen, blacksmiths, carpenters, seamstresses are kept alive to serve German military and administrative needs, issued work permits that provide temporary protection while condemning them to watch their communities destroyed. These survivors live in a state of permanent precarity, understanding that their safety is purely instrumental, that the moment their skills become redundant they will join the pits outside town. Some survive to war's end, though the percentage is tiny. Perhaps 5% of rural Ukrainian Jews survive. compared to already catastrophic survival rates of 15 to 20% in urban ghettos, where size provides some protection through anonymity, and where underground resistance networks have marginal effectiveness in enabling escapes or hiding refugees. By the end of 1941, as the German advance stalls before Moscow and winter transforms the Eastern Front into frozen hell, Einsatzgruppen operations in Ukraine have killed approximately 300,000 Jews, reducing what was one of the world's largest Jewish populations to scattered remnants concentrated in a few ghettos maintained for labor purposes. The landscape of Ukraine, its sunflower fields and river valleys, its forests and small towns has been transformed into a geography of mass graves, killing sites scattered across the countryside with such density that post-war investigators will struggle to catalogue them all. Some are marked by local populations who remember locations. Others are discovered accidentally during construction or farming. Many remain undiscovered, lost to memory as witnesses die, and landscapes heal over evidence of crimes. The Soviet government will later estimate that approximately 1.5 million Jews were killed in Ukraine during the German occupation, though exact numbers are impossible to determine because many communities were completely eliminated, leaving no survivors to provide testimony, and because German documentation is incomplete, with many reports destroyed during retreat. What the statistics cannot capture is the human dimension, the cultural destruction involved in eliminating communities that existed for centuries, the loss of languages, traditions, family histories, the severing of connections between people and places that define Jewish life in Eastern Europe. Ukrainian Jews were not just victims but participants in Ukrainian history, contributors to culture and economy, and their elimination impoverished not just their own communities, but Ukrainian society broadly, creating absences that reverberate through generations. Ukraine's fertile earth, which had fed empires, now received a different sowing. The harvest was recorded in reports sent to Berlin, numbers so large they ceased to signify human beings, becoming abstractions in the accountancy of annihilation. As 1941 ends and brutal winter settles over occupied territories, the Einsatzgruppen pause to assess operations, compile final statistics, and plan for spring when killing will resume with renewed intensity. The four main Einsatzgruppen, A, B, C, and D, submit year-end reports to RSHA headquarters documenting approximately 500,000 people killed in 6 months, a scale of murder unprecedented in human history, achieved not through industrial gas chambers which don't yet exist, but through bullets, coordination, and the willingness of thousands of ordinary men to participate in face-to-face killing. The reports note operational successes but also challenges psychological strain on personnel, requires better rotation systems and alternative killing methods. Partisan warfare complicates security and diverts resources. Wehrmacht cooperation varies by commander, with some actively supportive and others obstructive. Local auxiliary forces are effective, but require close supervision. Disposal of bodies is increasingly problematic, as mass graves proliferate and concealment becomes difficult. These operational lessons will inform 1942 planning, when the pace of killing will accelerate further, when the Wannsee Conference will formally systematize genocide, when the transition from mobile killing squads to stationary death camps will begin, when the machinery assembled and tested in 1941 will be scaled to industrial proportions. But for now, in the frozen December of 1941, the Einsatzgruppen prepare for winter, consolidate positions, rotate exhausted personnel, replenish supplies, and await orders for spring operations that will resume the harvest. interrupted by cold and snow. The earth is frozen too hard for digging new graves, so the killing slows, but it does not stop. And in ghettos across occupied territories, Jews understand that winter brings only temporary reprieve, that spring will bring renewed terror, that survival depends on factors beyond their control: random luck, economic utility, the whims of guards, the timing of selections, the balance between German labor needs and genocidal ideology. For the killers, winter brings rest, warmth, alcohol, letters from home, the comfort of believing they are soldiers fighting enemies rather than murderers destroying civilians. For the victims, winter brings only cold, hunger, disease, and the knowledge that the machinery will resume when weather permits, that the architecture of genocide built through 1941 will operate through 1942 with even greater efficiency, that the worst is not over, but only beginning. On December 5th, 1941, the temperature outside Moscow drops to -38°C, and the Red Army launches a massive counter-offensive that will drive German forces back from the Soviet capital, shattering the myth of Wehrmacht invincibility and transforming the war from blitzkrieg triumph into grinding attrition 300 kilometers to the southwest. SS Hauptsturmführer Werner Doering sits in a frozen schoolhouse in the Belarusian village of Ruzhany, his hands wrapped around a tin cup of ersatz coffee, trying to generate warmth from a wood stove that produces more smoke than heat. And for the first time since crossing into Soviet territory 6 months ago, he allows himself to question whether Germany will win this war. Doering is 31 years old, a mid-level officer in Einsatzgruppe B, who has participated in dozens of execution operations and supervised the killing of perhaps 3,000 people, and the physical and psychological exhaustion is overwhelming. The cold that penetrates every layer of clothing, the lice infestations that cause constant itching, the sporadic meals of frozen bread and watery soup, the partisan attacks that make every journey potentially fatal, the alcohol-fueled nightmares that wake him multiple times nightly. But worse than physical discomfort is the creeping realization that the quick victory promised by propaganda is not materializing, that the Soviet Union has not collapsed despite catastrophic military defeats, that partisan resistance is intensifying rather than diminishing, that the vast territories conquered at such cost are becoming traps where German forces are isolated, undersupplied, vulnerable. Wehrmacht casualties are staggering. Frostbite is claiming more victims than combat. Vehicles are immobilized by cold that freezes oil and cracks engine blocks. Supply lines are interdicted by partisans, and morale is deteriorating as soldiers who expected to be home by Christmas face the prospect of winter warfare in conditions they are neither equipped nor trained to endure. For the Einsatzgruppen, winter brings operational paralysis. The ground is too frozen to dig mass graves. Travel is too dangerous for routine operations. Personnel are too cold and exhausted to maintain the killing pace of summer and fall. Doering spends his days on administrative duties, filing reports, maintaining equipment, coordinating with Wehrmacht units, and his nights drinking vodka with fellow officers, conversations that circle endlessly around the same questions nobody can answer. How long will this last? When will reinforcements arrive? What happens if we don't win quickly? The questions are dangerous, veering close to defeatism, but in the frozen isolation of winter quarters, censorship loosens and men speak truths they would never commit to letters or official conversation. In the Minsk ghetto, winter transforms suffering into a different category of hell. Starvation accelerates as already inadequate rations are reduced further. Typhus spreads through populations weakened by cold and malnutrition. Families burn furniture and books and eventually walls of abandoned buildings trying to stay warm. Children die in their sleep from hypothermia. Elderly people simply stop moving one morning and never wake up. The German administration provides no heating fuel, no winter clothing, minimal food, treating the ghetto as a self-liquidating problem where nature will do work that bullets accomplished in warmer months. But the ghetto also experiences a strange respite. The periodic mass selections and deportations to execution sites slow during winter, because German forces are preoccupied with survival and military crisis. Because frozen ground makes mass burial difficult, because even genocidal bureaucracy bends to practical constraints. For ghetto inhabitants, this creates psychological whiplash, relief that immediate threat has diminished, despair at conditions that are killing people through exposure and starvation, awareness that spring will bring renewed killing, determination to survive winter so they can survive too. What? Liberation seems impossible, German power absolute despite military setbacks, and yet rumors circulate of Soviet counteroffensives, of German retreats, of possibilities that 6 months ago seemed unimaginable. An underground resistance network begins forming in the Minsk ghetto, young men and women who refuse to passively await death, who establish contact with partisan units in surrounding forests, who smuggle weapons and plan escape routes, who understand that resistance is likely suicide, but choose action over helpless victimhood. The network is small, perhaps 200 active members from a ghetto population of tens of thousands, but it represents something psychologically vital: the assertion of agency, the refusal to accept that German power is total, the transformation from victims to potential fighters. The resistance will save perhaps 10,000 people over the next 2 years by organizing escapes to partisan units, sabotaging German operations, warning of impending actions, and eventually participating in the city's liberation when Soviet forces recapture Minsk in 1944. But in the winter of 1941-42, it is fragile, tentative, operating in constant fear of infiltration and betrayal. Wehrmacht, chaplains, Catholic and Protestant clergy serving as military officers begin filing reports to their home churches in Germany describing atrocities they have witnessed or heard about from soldiers, carefully worded documents that acknowledge participation in brutal acts while trying to maintain distinction between military operations and criminal behavior. Father Johannes Munch, a Catholic chaplain with Army Group Center, writes to his bishop in Bavaria, "I must inform your excellency of actions occurring in occupied territories that violate not only military honor but divine law. I have heard confessions from soldiers who describe participating in or witnessing mass executions of civilians, including women and children, carried out not in heat of combat, but as systematic policy. These men suffer profound spiritual crisis, some questioning their faith, others seeking absolution for acts they committed under orders, but know to be mortal sins. I have attempted to discuss these matters with military authorities, but am told that security operations are beyond chaplain jurisdiction, that I should focus on providing spiritual comfort rather than questioning policy. Yet how can I provide comfort for actions that are fundamentally incompatible with Christian teaching? I write not to criticize military necessity, but to raise alarm about activities that risk the souls of our men and the moral standing of our nation." The letter and dozens like it from other chaplains reached church authorities in Germany throughout winter 1941-42, creating documentary evidence that civilian religious leadership knew about mass killings. That information was reaching Germany despite official secrecy. That concern was being expressed in official channels. The church response is tepid at best. Private communications to government officials expressing disquiet, pastoral letters reminding soldiers to maintain moral standards, but no public denunciations, no threats of excommunication for participants in genocide, no ecclesiastical actions that might actually influence policy or behavior. The churches choose institutional preservation over moral witness, concerned that direct opposition to regime policy would bring persecution, that protecting the institution requires accommodating evil rather than confronting it, a calculation that will haunt German Christianity for generations. At Einsatzgruppe Bay headquarters in Smolensk, Arthur Niebe receives reports from subordinate commanders about psychological casualties among execution personnel. Men requesting transfers, claiming illness, showing signs of alcohol dependency or emotional breakdown. The reports disturb him not from humanitarian concern but from operational worry. If psychological attrition continues, his ability to conduct operations will be compromised, and failure to meet Berlin's expectations will reflect poorly on his command competence. He convenes a meeting of senior officers in mid-January to address the problem, and what emerges from the discussion is a portrait of men trying to maintain professional detachment while describing activities that are destroying them psychologically. SS Sturmbannführer Erich Erlinger reports that several of his men have become unreliable, drinking excessively, showing emotional instability, expressing doubts about the mission. SS Hauptsturmführer Horst Boehmer describes increasing difficulty finding volunteers for execution squads, noting that men who initially showed enthusiasm are now avoiding duty, feigning illness, requesting administrative assignments. The discussion circles around solutions: better rotation systems, increased alcohol rations, more frequent leave, improved recreational facilities, psychological counseling from SS doctors trained to reinforce ideological commitment, threats of punishment for those whose lack of dedication manifests as operational unreliability. What is never discussed is the obvious conclusion that psychological damage is evidence. The mission is fundamentally wrong, that normal human conscience is rebelling against participation in genocide, that the appropriate response would be to stop killing, rather than finding better ways to enable killers to cope with guilt. Nabe concludes the meeting by emphasizing that operational requirements are absolute, that personnel problems must be solved through better management rather than reduced operations, that Berlin expects continued results regardless of psychological costs. He also notes that future operations should increasingly rely on local auxiliaries for actual executions, preserving German personnel for supervision and command, a division of labor that acknowledges psychological limits while ensuring genocide continues. On the night of February 12, 1942, SS Rottenführer Paul Krebs deserts from his Einsatzkommando unit stationed outside Vitebsk, taking his weapon, stealing food and winter clothing, and disappearing into the forest with vague plans to reach German lines, where he might pose as a Wehrmacht straggler or somehow make his way home. Krebs is 24 years old, a former apprentice mechanic from Hamburg who volunteered for the Einsatzgruppen with romantic notions of serving the Reich, and 6 months of participation in mass murder has destroyed him psychologically. He cannot sleep without nightmares, cannot eat without nausea, cannot function without constant alcohol consumption, cannot continue killing without losing his last grip on sanity. His desertion is discovered the next morning, and SS authorities launch an immediate search, not from concern for Krebs personally, but because desertion represents ideological unreliability, potential security breach if he's captured by Soviets and provides intelligence, and threat to unit morale if others follow his example. The search lasts 3 days before partisans find Krebs, half-frozen and delirious, and execute him after brief interrogation, during which he provides information about German positions and Einsatzgruppen operations. His death is reported to his unit as killed in action against partisans, language that conceals both his desertion and his motivation, and SS authorities file a routine report noting that Krebs had shown signs of psychological instability and should have been transferred earlier to non-combat duties. What makes Krebs's case notable is not uniqueness but documentation. Most desertions are handled quietly, men transferred or released on medical grounds, their psychological breakdowns attributed to combat stress rather than the specific nature of their duties. But Krebs's dramatic flight and death create a paper trail that survives the war, providing evidence that some men did refuse to continue participating in genocide, that the pretense of absolute obedience was fiction, that choices existed even if most personnel chose to continue killing rather than face consequences of resistance. In Berlin, Reinhard Heydrich prepares for the Wannsee Conference scheduled for January 20th, 1942, a meeting designed to coordinate the final solution to the Jewish question across all occupied territories and Reich agencies. The conference is partly bureaucratic coordination, ensuring cooperation between SS, Wehrmacht, civilian occupation authorities, railroad administration, and other organizations whose participation is necessary for comprehensive genocide, and partly political consolidation, establishing SS primacy in Jewish policy and formalizing what has already been occurring through Einsatzgruppen operations into systematic Reich-wide program. Heydrich's invitation letters use careful euphemisms: evacuation, resettlement, solution, but recipients understand what is being discussed, and their attendance indicates complicity and agreement. The conference will last 90 minutes, conducted over coffee and cognac in a comfortable villa overlooking Wannsee Lake, and will finalize plans for murdering 11 million Jews across Europe, a number that includes not just populations in occupied territories but those in neutral countries like Britain and Spain, revealing the scope of Nazi ambitions. What Wannsee represents is the bureaucratic normalization of genocide, the transformation of mass murder from operational program conducted in field conditions into systematic policy integrated into state administration. The Einsatzgruppen have proven that mass killing is feasible, but their methods, mobile shooting operations, are deemed insufficiently efficient and too psychologically damaging to personnel for the scale of killing now envisioned. The conference will authorize development of stationary killing centers using gas chambers, facilities designed specifically for industrial-scale murder, where victims will be transported by rail to centralized locations and killed using methods that minimize perpetrator involvement and maximize throughput. The camps Belzec, Sobibor, Treblinka will be constructed in occupied Poland during 1942, and by year's end they will be processing thousands of victims daily, supplementing rather than replacing Einsatzgruppen operations in occupied Soviet territories. As winter gradually loosens its grip and temperatures begin rising above freezing in March 1942, Einsatzgruppen units prepare to resume operations with renewed intensity, incorporating lessons learned from 1941 and instructions from Berlin about coordinating with the emerging death camp system. Personnel who survived winter, physically and psychologically, are either hardened to their work or so psychologically damaged they function only through alcohol and emotional numbing. Fresh replacements arrive from Germany. Young men who will be initiated into killing through the same progression from observation to participation that transformed earlier volunteers into executioners. Local auxiliary units are expanded and formalized, given uniforms and official status, transformed from ad hoc collaborators into organized police forces integrated into German occupation administration, and plans are made for spring operations that will target the remaining ghetto populations, clearing territories of Jews through transportation to death camps when possible, through local execution when rail transport is unavailable or inefficient. The operational evolution reflects German learning, recognizing that mobile killing is psychologically costly and inefficient compared to centralized facilities, that local auxiliaries can handle much of the brutal work if properly supervised, that documentation should be minimized to prevent future accountability, that euphemistic language must be maintained in all written communications, that the pace of killing can be increased if methods are refined. What the Einsatzgruppen have accomplished through winter is not just survival but institutionalization. They have become permanent features of occupation administration. Their initial mission of eliminating potential resistance has expanded into comprehensive genocide, and their operational procedures have been normalized, transformed from shocking atrocity into routine administrative function. The doubt that some personnel experienced during winter's hardships has been contained through discipline, threats, and the simple fact that men who have already participated in massive crimes face powerful psychological incentives to continue rather than confront what they have become. On the night of March 28th, 1942, Dr. Samuel Gruber sits in the basement of a partially destroyed building in the Minsk ghetto, writing by candlelight in a journal he knows will probably not survive, but writes anyway because documenting this horror feels like the only act of resistance available to him. Gruber is a physician, 53 years old, who has watched approximately half the ghetto's original population die over the winter from cold, disease, starvation, and periodic executions. He writes, "We have endured winter, but I do not know if this is blessing or curse. Spring brings warmth but also renewed German activity. We hear they are preparing for new actions, that the respite we experienced was only temporary, that the systematic murder will resume with methodical efficiency. Some still hope for survival, believe that surely the world cannot permit this to continue, that Allied intervention will come, that the Germans cannot win the war, and our suffering must end. I have less hope. I have seen too much, witnessed the machinery of death operate with too much precision, understand that what is being done to us is not excess of war, but deliberate policy. We are being eliminated not as enemies but as a category of humanity deemed unworthy of life. This is being accomplished not by monsters but by ordinary men following orders, filling out forms, operating trains, shooting efficiently. This is what terrifies most. Not that evil exists, but that it can be bureaucratized, made routine, conducted by normal people who return home to families and believe themselves decent citizens serving their nation. If we are all killed, I hope this journal survives as testimony, though I doubt anyone will believe it, will comprehend how this was possible, how civilization collapsed so completely, so quickly. But I write anyway, because silence feels like complicity, and witness, even futile witness, feels necessary, partially destroyed by weather, but legible enough to provide testimony. Your Gruber will not survive. You will be killed in a mass selection in August 1942, one of thousands murdered as the ghetto is systematically liquidated. Winter brought more than cold. It brought doubt, not about the cause, but about the cost. In the frozen silence, some men heard echoes they couldn't ignore. But Berlin had already decided that questions were obstacles, and obstacles required elimination. The villa at 56, 58, Am Großen Wannsee sits on the southwestern shore of Berlin's Wannsee Lake, an elegant, neoclassical building constructed in 1914 for a wealthy industrialist and requisitioned by the SS in 1940 as a conference center and guest house, its setting picturesque even in January cold, trees bare against grey sky, frozen water, silence broken only by wind and occasional bird calls. On the morning of January 20th, 1942, 15 high-ranking officials from various Reich agencies arrive for a conference whose stated purpose is coordinating implementation of the final solution to the Jewish question, though what this phrase means will become clear only through the meeting's careful euphemisms and implications. Reinhard Heydrich, as chief of the Reich Security Main Office and chair of the meeting, greets attendees personally. State secretaries and senior officials representing the Foreign Ministry, Justice Ministry, Interior Ministry, the Four-Year Plan Office, the General Government of Occupied Poland, the Nazi Party Chancery, and various SS departments. They gather in a conference room warmed by central heating and a fireplace, comfortable leather chairs around a polished oak table, secretaries positioned to take minutes, refreshments prepared for breaks. The setting's comfort is surreal given the subject under discussion, but that disconnect is characteristic of how genocide is being managed, removed from the visceral reality of killing, discussed in administrative language, treated as a policy problem requiring coordination, rather than a moral catastrophe requiring confrontation. Heydrich opens the meeting at noon, noting that he has been assigned by Goering to handle the final solution of the Jewish question across all European territories under German control, and that this meeting's purpose is to establish clear lines of authority and ensure cooperation across agencies whose participation is necessary for comprehensive implementation. What is immediately striking about the meeting is the absence of any discussion about whether this should be done. The decision to murder all Jews within reach has already been made at the highest levels, and this meeting is about implementation methodology, not moral evaluation. SS Obersturmbannführer Adolf Eichmann, head of the RSHA's Jewish Affairs Department, and the meeting's primary organizer, presents statistical data that reveals the scope of the planned genocide: 11 million Jews across Europe, broken down by country and region, including populations in neutral countries like Britain, Switzerland, and Portugal, indicating that Nazi ambitions extend beyond territories currently controlled to envision continent-wide elimination. The numbers are presented without emotional content, simply data points for planning purposes. France, 865,000. Netherlands, 160,800. Belgium, 43,000. Soviet Union, 5 million. Each country reduced to a figure representing lives to be ended. Eichmann is 35 years old, a former salesman and security police officer who has found his bureaucratic calling in organizing deportations and coordinating genocide, and he presents with the pride of a logistics manager describing successful supply chain optimization. He explains the deportation process being developed. Jews will be concentrated in transit camps transported by rail to designated facilities in occupied Poland, processed at arrival. The word used without explanation but understood by all present to mean murdered, and their bodies disposed of through cremation. The presentation assumes agreement on objectives and focuses entirely on operational details. Rail scheduling, coordination with military transport needs, processing capacity at different facilities, timeline for completing operations in various countries. Questions from attendees focus on practicalities rather than principles. How will Jews in mixed marriages be handled? What about quarter Jews and half Jews? Should elderly Jews be deported east or killed in their current locations to save transportation costs? The discussion is conducted in bureaucratic language that maintains psychological distance from the reality being planned. Jews are evacuated, killing is special treatment. Genocide is the final solution. Euphemisms that allow participants to discuss mass murder without using words that might trigger moral discomfort. State Secretary Wilhelm Stuckart from the Interior Ministry raises technical questions about legal definitions and procedures, demonstrating the regime's perverse obsession with maintaining bureaucratic correctness. Even while planning comprehensive crime, he asks about the status of Jews in mixed marriages, whether they should be evacuated immediately or sterilized and allowed to die naturally, whether marriages should be annulled to facilitate deportation, what rules should govern quarter Jews and half Jews who occupy ambiguous positions in the racial hierarchy. The discussion of these questions consumes significant meeting time, revealing how bureaucratic minds can obsess over procedural details, while ignoring fundamental moral questions about the entire enterprise. Stuckart advocates for compulsory sterilization as an alternative to deportation for certain categories of partial Jews, not from humanitarian concern but from pragmatic worry about social disruption that might result from breaking up mixed families, and from legal concerns about how to categorize offspring of these relationships. The fact that senior government officials are seriously debating whether mass murder or forced sterilization is the more appropriate policy for people with partial Jewish ancestry reveals the complete moral inversion that has occurred within Reich administration, where genocide is assumed as baseline policy and discussions focus only on implementation details. Other attendees contribute their perspectives. The Foreign Ministry representative notes that deportations from satellite countries like Romania and Hungary must be coordinated with local governments to maintain diplomatic relationships. The Justice Ministry official confirms that legal proceedings against Jews can be simplified since deportation provides resolution regardless of court outcomes. The representative from occupied Poland discusses available facilities for processing arriving deportees. Throughout these discussions, Heydrich guides conversation, clarifies authority relationships, ensures that SS primacy in Jewish policy is acknowledged by all agencies, using the meeting to consolidate bureaucratic control while creating collective complicity among participants. Over a lunch break, attendees move to an adjoining room where tables are laid with sandwiches, cold cuts, cheese, wine, and cognac, and conversation shifts to informal discussions about families, careers, the progress of the war, normal topics that create jarring contrast with the morning's business. SS Gruppenführer Otto Hoffmann, head of the SS Race and Settlement Main Office, discusses recent skiing vacation with his family. State Secretary Joseph Bühler, representing the general government, complains about supply difficulties in occupied Poland. Several attendees smoke cigars and discuss postings and promotions. The banality is striking. These are not demons from nightmare but educated professionals, many with doctorates, most from middle-class families, men who represent the elite of German administration, and they are conducting themselves at lunch exactly as bureaucrats anywhere might behave, finding common ground in ordinary concerns, while collaborating on extraordinary evil. Eichmann will later testify that the lunch atmosphere was collegial, even jovial, that participants were pleased to have achieved consensus, that the meeting represented successful coordination among agencies that often competed for authority. The ease with which these officials transition between discussing genocide and enjoying lunch reveals the psychological compartmentalization that enables participation in atrocity. the ability to bracket moral considerations and approach mass murder as simply another administrative challenge requiring professional competence. After lunch, conversation resumes for another hour, covering additional operational details, timing of deportations, coordination with military operations, use of Jewish labor before liquidation, disposal methods for bodies and property. By 2:30 p.m., the meeting concludes with handshakes and pleasantries, attendees departing into the winter afternoon to return to their offices and begin implementing decisions made over coffee and sandwiches in a lakeside villa. The Wannsee Protocol, the meeting minutes prepared by Eichmann and reviewed by Heydrich, is distributed to participants and relevant agencies over the following weeks, creating documentary evidence that will survive the war despite German efforts to destroy incriminating records. The protocol uses careful language that is simultaneously clear to recipients and deniable if exposed to external scrutiny. It speaks of evacuation rather than deportation, special treatment rather than murder, final solution rather than genocide, bureaucratic euphemisms that allow participants to claim they didn't understand what was actually planned, though this defense will fail at Nuremberg, where prosecutors demonstrate that these terms had universally understood meanings within Nazi administration. What makes Wannsee historically significant is not that it initiated genocide. The Einsatzgruppen have already killed hundreds of thousands by January 1942, and gassing operations are already beginning at Chelmno, but that it formalized genocide as official Reich policy, coordinated implementation across all government agencies, and created bureaucratic framework that transformed scattered killing operations into systematic program aimed at eliminating all European Jews. Wannsee represents the bureaucratization of evil, the demonstration that mass murder can be planned and executed, using the same administrative procedures that governments employ for any large-scale program. The meeting's efficiency is itself disturbing. 90 minutes to organize the murder of millions, decisions made over brandy and cigarettes, atrocity reduced to memo points and action items distributed for implementation. What Wannsee also demonstrates is the depth of German elite complicity. These are not SS fanatics, but representatives of every major government ministry, educated professionals who could have objected or resigned, but instead participated willingly, offering suggestions to improve efficiency, rather than raising moral objections. The operational implications of Wannsee become clear over the following months as 3 dedicated killing centers, Belzec, Sobibor and Treblinka, become operational in occupied Poland, designed specifically for industrial-scale murder using gas chambers and cremation facilities. These camps differ fundamentally from concentration camps like Dachau or Auschwitz, which serve multiple functions including detention, labor exploitation, and killing. The Operation Reinhard camps exist solely for murder, with minimal infrastructure, small permanent staff augmented by Ukrainian auxiliaries, and procedures optimized for rapid processing of arriving victims. A typical operation trains arrive carrying thousands of deportees from ghettos across occupied Poland. Victims are unloaded and told they're entering a transit camp where they'll shower and be deregistered before continuing to labor assignments. They're directed to undressing areas where they remove clothing that is collected for redistribution. They're marched naked through a camouflaged pathway called the tube to gas chambers, disguised as shower facilities. Carbon monoxide from diesel engines is piped into the sealed chambers, killing everyone within 20 to 30 minutes. Jewish work details remove bodies, extract gold teeth, cut women's hair, and transport corpses to mass graves or cremation pits. The entire process from arrival to death takes 2 to 4 hours, allowing camps to process multiple transports daily. The efficiency is horrifying. Belzec will kill approximately 434,500 people, Sobibor approximately 167,000, Treblinka approximately 900,000, numbers that dwarf Einsatzgruppen casualties and demonstrate what industrial methods can achieve when applied to genocide. The camps also represent evolution in German methodology. They minimize perpetrator involvement in actual killing, with gas chambers operated by small teams, while most personnel focus on logistics. They provide psychological distance through mechanization and compartmentalization. They reduce visibility by operating in remote locations rather than conducting public shootings, and they address the disposal problem by cremating bodies rather than leaving mass graves that might be discovered. The relationship between Einsatzgruppen operations and the death camp system is complementary rather than replacement. While camps process deportees from ghettos in occupied Poland and eventually from Western Europe, the Einsatzgruppen continue operating in occupied Soviet territories where distance and ongoing military operations make deportation impractical. By spring 1942, Einsatzgruppen methodology has evolved, increasing reliance on local auxiliary forces for actual shooting, development of larger permanent killing sites like Meli Trostinets near Minsk, where gas vans supplement shooting operations, more sophisticated concealment efforts including forced labor details that excavate and burn bodies from mass graves to eliminate evidence. The Einsatzgruppen also begin coordinating with death camps, transporting some victims westward to camps when operationally convenient, though the majority of Soviet Jews will be killed locally rather than deported. What emerges by mid-1942 is a comprehensive system where genocide is being prosecuted simultaneously through multiple methods. Einsatzgruppen shootings in occupied Soviet territories, Operation Reinhard camps processing Polish Jews, Auschwitz-Birkenau serving as combination labor camp and killing center for deportees from across Europe. Smaller operations in various locations, all coordinated through RSHA central planning and supported by rail systems, military logistics, collaboration from local populations, and participation of virtually every Reich agency. The system's comprehensiveness reveals the depth of German societal complicity. Genocide on this scale requires not just SS personnel but railroad workers who transport victims, civil servants who process paperwork, businesses that profit from seized property, banks that handle financial transactions, communities that remain silent as neighbors disappear, a vast apparatus of participation and enabling that makes millions complicit in crimes executed by thousands. By summer 1942, approximately 2 million Jews have been killed, roughly 1 million by Einsatzgruppen in occupied Soviet territories, another million in death camps, and through starvation and disease in ghettos, and the pace is accelerating as the system reaches peak operational efficiency. Heydrich, the primary architect of coordinated genocide, is assassinated by Czech resistance fighters in Prague in May 1942, dying from wounds inflicted by a British-supplied bomb, but his death barely slows implementation of policies he helped systematize. Heinrich Himmler assumes direct oversight. Eichmann continues managing logistics. Camp commandants refine their procedures, and the killing continues with momentum that has become institutional rather than dependent on individual leaders. What Wannsee accomplished was transforming genocide from operation requiring constant high-level authorization into established program with bureaucratic machinery that functions semi-autonomously, departments coordinating smoothly, problems addressed through standard administrative channels, the murder of millions becoming routine work for thousands of perpetrators who go home at night to normal domestic lives, maintaining complete psychological separation between their professional duties and personal identities. The evolution from Einsatzgruppen to death camps represents not moral deterioration. The decision to commit genocide preceded both methods, but operational refinement, the application of German organizational skills and technological capacity to maximize efficiency of mass murder while minimizing costs to perpetrators, both financial and psychological. In 90 minutes, over coffee and coordination, the murder of millions was refined from improvisation into industrial process. The Einsatzgruppen had proven the concept. Now others would perfect the scale. On July 4, 1942, German and Romanian forces finally capture the fortress city of Sevastopol after an 8-month siege that reduced much of the city to rubble, and SS Obergruppenführer Otto Ohlendorf's Einsatzgruppe D enters behind the assault troops to begin operations against the city's surviving Jewish population, estimated at fewer than 10,000 from a pre-war community of 30,000, most having been evacuated or killed during the siege. The Crimean Peninsula presents unique challenges and opportunities for genocide. Its geography, isolated by the narrow Perekop isthmus connecting it to mainland Ukraine, creates a natural enclosure where escape is difficult. Its population is ethnically diverse, including Russians, Ukrainians, Tatars, Greeks, and substantial Jewish communities in coastal cities like Simferopol, Yalta, Feodosia, and Sevastopol, and its status as a prized territory that Hitler envisions as a German retirement colony motivates particularly thorough ethnic cleansing. Ohlendorf has been operating in Crimea since November 1941. When German 11th Army first broke through Soviet defenses, and by summer 1942 his unit has already killed approximately 40,000 Jews across the peninsula, through shooting operations conducted in ravines, anti-tank ditches, and specially selected sites outside each town. But Sevastopol represents something different, a city of strategic importance, where killing operations occur under Wehrmacht observation, where the pretense of security justification is difficult to maintain because the siege has already eliminated military resistance. Wehrmacht commander Erich von Manstein, who directed the siege and will be promoted to Field Marshal for this victory, is fully aware of Einsatzgruppe operations and provides logistical support, though he will later claim at his war crimes trial that he had limited knowledge and no authority over SS actions, a defense that historians have thoroughly debunked through documentary evidence of cooperation and coordination. The capture of Sevastopol allows completion of what German planners call the cleansing of Crimea, operations that will eventually kill approximately 50,000 Jews and tens of thousands of other victims, including Romani people, Soviet officials, and prisoners of war. Crimean Tatars present German authorities with a dilemma. They are predominantly Muslim, racially classified as non-Aryan in Nazi ideology, but they are also hostile to Soviet rule and potentially useful as collaborators. German policy vacillates, initially treating Tatars as racial enemies subject to harsh occupation measures, then recognizing their utility and organizing Tatar militia units to assist with security operations, anti-partisan warfare, and eventually direct participation in genocide. The Tatar self-defense battalions, as they are officially designated, number approximately 10,000 men by summer 1942, and while their primary nominal function is anti-partisan operations, they are frequently employed in rounding up Jews, guarding execution sites, and occasionally serving as execution squads under German supervision. The collaboration is motivated by complex factors. genuine anti-Soviet sentiment born from brutal collectivization and religious repression under Stalin, anti-Semitic beliefs present in some segments of Tatar society, opportunism and desire for power in occupation conditions, and German manipulation that promises Tatar autonomy if they demonstrate loyalty through service. What emerges is a pattern familiar across occupied territories. Germans identify local grievances and exploit them, organizing collaboration by offering limited power and autonomy, while using collaborators to multiply killing capacity and implicate local populations in German crimes. Not all Tatars collaborate. Some resist. Some help Jews escape. Many simply try to survive without taking sides. But collaborationist units are visible and significant enough that when Soviet forces recapture Crimea in 1944, Stalin will order deportation of the entire Tatar population to Central Asia, collective punishment for collaboration that kills nearly half the deportees through starvation, disease, and exposure during transport and resettlement. The Tatar collaboration and subsequent Soviet reprisal create layers of historical trauma, competing narratives about victimization and perpetration, and unresolved tensions that persist into the 21st century. In the Crimean countryside, German forces discovered Jewish agricultural colonies established in the 1920s as part of Soviet experiments in creating Jewish farming settlements, communities that existed in uneasy relationship with surrounding populations and now face complete annihilation. These colonies, with names like Friedorf, Larendorf, Stalindorf, represented Soviet attempts to create productive Jewish communities through agriculture, settling thousands of families on previously uncultivated land, providing tractors and support, hoping to transform urban Jews into Soviet farmers while simultaneously addressing nationality's question by creating territorial bases for Jewish population. The experiment had mixed success. Some colonists adapted to agricultural life, others struggled, yields were modest, but by 1941, approximately 50,000 Jews lived in Crimean agricultural settlements, isolated from urban centers, vulnerable when German forces arrived. Einsatzgruppen D operations against these colonies are methodical. Units arrive, round up entire populations, march them to nearby ravines or prepared pits, conduct mass shootings, and move to the next settlement. The agricultural colonies are eliminated systematically through spring and summer 1942. Thousands of Jews killed who had believed their Soviet identity and agricultural productivity might protect them from Nazi racial ideology. The irony is bitter. These Jews had embraced Soviet citizenship. Many were party members or Komsomol activists. They sang Soviet songs and celebrated Soviet holidays, and none of it mattered to Germans who saw only racial category, not individual identity or political loyalty. The destruction of the colonies also eliminates any possibility of post-war Jewish return to agricultural life in Crimea. The communities are not just killed but erased, buildings destroyed or occupied by settlers, land redistributed, even cemeteries vandalized, creating complete rupture between Jewish history in Crimea and post-genocide reality. As summer 1942 progresses, German forces push eastward from Crimea toward the Caucasus Mountains, pursuing oil fields that are critical strategic objectives, and Einsatzgruppe D advances with them into territories where Jewish populations are small, dispersed, and often isolated in mountain communities that have existed for centuries in relative obscurity. The mountain Jews of the Caucasus, called Uro in their own language, are an ancient community predating Islam in the region, speaking a Persian Tat dialect, practicing Orthodox Judaism mixed with local customs, living primarily in highland villages in Dagestan and Azerbaijan. German racial theorists are uncertain how to classify them, They don't look like European Jews. They speak a language Germans don't recognize as Jewish. They dress like local Muslims, and their communities are often too small and remote to warrant major operations. Some mountain Jews are initially spared because local populations tell Germans they are not Jews but mountain people, or Tat, and German personnel lacking expertise to distinguish different Caucasian ethnicities sometimes accept these explanations. But as operations continue and German racial experts are consulted, instructions clarify that mountain Jews are indeed Jews subject to elimination, regardless of cultural differences from European Jewish populations. Einsatzkommando units begin targeting mountain Jewish villages through late 1942, conducting operations that follow familiar patterns: roundups, forced marches to execution sites, shooting, hasty burial. The killings are complicated by terrain. Mountain roads are poor, villages are isolated, escape into highlands is possible, and by confusion among perpetrators about who exactly should be killed. The result is incomplete genocide. Perhaps half of mountain Jews are killed, but substantial numbers survive by fleeing to more remote areas, by passing as Muslims, by being overlooked in confusion of rapid military operations, or by being protected by local populations who hide them. The partial nature of destruction creates different post-war dynamics than in regions where Jewish communities were completely eliminated, allowing some cultural continuity and eventual emigration of survivors to Israel in the 1970s. As the German advances furthest reach in the city of Mozdok on the northern Caucasus frontier, SS Sonderkommando 10, a Fonder, SS Sturmbannführer Alois Persterer, conducts operations in August 1942 that represent the geographic limit of Einsatzgruppen genocide, the point where German military expansion stalls and begins to reverse. Mozdok contains a small Jewish community of perhaps 800 people, primarily merchants and craftsmen, and Persterer's unit rounds them up in a single day, transports them to a ravine outside the city, shoots them, and covers the mass grave within 24 hours. A routine operation notable only for its location at the edge of German-controlled territory. Within weeks, Soviet counteroffensives begin pushing German forces back westward, and the Caucasus oil fields that were primary strategic objective remain out of reach, never captured despite massive German investment of resources and lives. The failure to secure Caucasus oil has strategic implications for the entire German war effort, contributing to fuel shortages that limit mobility and operational tempo, but it also has implications for genocide. It represents the eastward limit of Einsatzgruppen operations, the boundary beyond which Soviet Jews remain under Soviet control and thus protected from immediate extermination, though they still face wartime privations, evacuation hardships, and anti-Semitism within Soviet society. The stalling of German advance in Caucasus roughly coincides with the broader turning point of the war, Stalingrad, El Alamein, American entry, moments when German momentum halts and Allied counteroffensives begin, when the possibility of German victory fades, and the question becomes not whether Germany will lose, but how long defeat will take, and how much additional destruction will occur before surrender. For the Einsatzgruppen, the strategic reversal means operational tempo must accelerate. Territories currently held must be cleansed quickly before Soviet forces recapture them. Evidence of crimes must be concealed through body exhumation and burning, and personnel must prepare for retreat that will expose them to Soviet justice if captured. The Wehrmacht retreat from the Caucasus. Beginning in November 1942, after the Stalingrad encirclement makes extended positions untenable, transforms occupation territories into zones of escalating violence, where German forces combine military operations with scorched earth policies and accelerated genocide. As armies withdraw, they destroy infrastructure, burning villages, demolishing bridges, mining roads, slaughtering livestock, both to deny resources to pursuing Soviet forces and to punish civilian populations suspected of supporting partisans or simply for being in territories that Germany is losing. Einsatzgruppe D participates in this destruction, conducting final killing operations in communities they are about to abandon, eliminating witnesses who might testify to Soviet authorities about German crimes, destroying records and evidence of their activities. SS Obersturmführer Werner Herzmann leads a unit that moves ahead of retreating German lines, tasked specifically with evidence destruction, exhuming mass graves, burning bodies, crushing bones, scattering ashes, a grotesque cleanup operation that acknowledges German awareness that they have committed crimes, requiring concealment. The work is physically horrific and psychologically devastating, even for men hardened by years of killing, opening graves filled with decomposing bodies, the stench overwhelming, the visual horror of thousands of corpses in various states of decay, the mechanical process of burning that takes days per site, the understanding that all this effort is necessary because what they have done is so terrible that evidence must be eliminated. Some personnel refuse this duty and are threatened with punishment. Most comply, understanding that concealing crimes is necessary for their own post-war survival, that if evidence remains they face prosecution, and that orders to destroy evidence come from highest levels and are therefore mandatory. Soviet forces recapturing territories in Crimea and the Caucasus through 1943 discover extensive evidence of Einsatzgruppen operations despite German concealment efforts. Mass graves that weren't fully excavated, execution sites where terrain prevented complete evidence destruction, survivors who emerge from hiding with testimony, and captured documents that German retreat was too hasty to destroy completely. Soviet military and NKVD investigators photograph sites, exhume bodies, count casualties, interview witnesses, compile reports that document the scale of killing, while also serving Soviet propaganda purposes by demonstrating German brutality. The Soviet Extraordinary State Commission for Ascertaining and Investigating Crimes Perpetrated by the German fascist invaders compiles comprehensive documentation that will eventually estimate Soviet civilian casualties at approximately 7 million, including Jews, Romani people, Soviet officials, and others killed by Einsatzgruppen, Wehrmacht, and local collaborators. But Soviet reporting has ideological constraints. While documenting German crimes, it often minimizes the specifically anti-Jewish nature of operations, preferring to describe victims as Soviet citizens rather than Jews, partly from genuine Soviet ideological commitment to emphasizing class over ethnicity, partly from anti-Semitism within Soviet bureaucracy, and partly from political calculation that emphasizing Soviet suffering broadly rather than Jewish suffering specifically would maintain domestic and international solidarity. This Soviet reporting approach creates historiographical problems that persist for decades. The specific targeting of Jews is documented, but often obscured in broader narratives about German crimes, making it difficult to fully understand the genocidal nature of operations until later researchers gain access to archives and survivor testimony. By 1943, the evidence is overwhelming that Einsatzgruppen have conducted systematic mass murder across occupied territories, but comprehensive understanding of the scale and specificity of genocide will take decades to develop as archives are opened, survivors give testimony, and historians piece together fragmentary evidence into comprehensive picture. As 1943 progresses and Soviet forces continue pushing westward, reclaiming territories occupied since 1941, the Einsatzgruppen effectively cease to exist as operational units. Some personnel are killed in combat, others are transferred to concentration camp administration or Waffen-SS units. Commanders are reassigned to different posts, and organizational structure dissolves into the chaos of German retreat. The killing doesn't stop. Sporadic executions continue as German forces hold territories, and concentration camp murders accelerate as perpetrators recognize that time is limited. But the mobile killing squads that operated behind advancing German lines from 1941 to 43 no longer function as distinct operational units. By the end of 1943, Einsatzgruppen have killed approximately 1.3 million people, primarily Jews, but also hundreds of thousands of others including Romani people, Soviet officials, POWs, and civilians accused of partisan activity. The casualty figures are staggering but also approximate. Exact numbers are impossible to determine because many operations were never documented. German records were partially destroyed during retreat. Survivors are few in regions where entire communities were eliminated, and the chaos of war and occupation makes comprehensive accounting impossible. What is beyond dispute is that Einsatzgruppen conducted the largest portion of Holocaust killing through bullets rather than gas, that this mass murder was conducted in plain sight, witnessed by hundreds of thousands of people, and that it required participation or complicity from tens of thousands of perpetrators, including German SS and police, Wehrmacht soldiers, and local auxiliaries from multiple nationalities. From the ancient ports where civilizations once traded in the sun, to mountain valleys that knew no borders, the machinery ground on oil and blood became the dual currencies of conquest, and neither flowed as easily as Berlin demanded. On June 7, 1942, Paul Blobel receives new orders in Kiev that will define his role for the remainder of the war. He is to command Sonderaction 1005, a top-secret operation tasked with locating and destroying evidence of mass killings across occupied Soviet territories, exhuming bodies from mass graves and burning them, crushing bones, scattering remains, eliminating forensic evidence that might be used in war crimes prosecutions. The operation is born from German recognition that the war may not end in victory, that Soviet forces might recapture occupied territories, and that comprehensive evidence of genocide, hundreds of thousands of bodies in identifiable mass graves, represents catastrophic liability for perpetrators. Blobel is selected for this grotesque assignment, partly because of his experience commanding the Babi Yar massacre, giving him first-hand knowledge of major killing sites, and partly because his alcoholism and psychological instability make him expendable, someone whose potential breakdown will not cost the SS a valued officer. He receives written orders from RSHA headquarters authorizing his mission, but instructing him to operate with maximum secrecy, to use euphemistic language in all communications, to minimize witnesses by employing Jewish work details who will themselves be killed after completing tasks. Blobel assembles a small core staff of SS personnel and begins systematic operations to identify major killing sites across Ukraine, Belarus, and the Baltic states, prioritizing locations where large numbers of bodies are concentrated, where discovery by advancing Soviet forces is most likely, where evidence is most comprehensive. The operation represents a kind of secondary horror, an acknowledgement by perpetrators that what they have done is so terrible that massive efforts must be undertaken to conceal it, that bodies must be exhumed, burned, bones crushed to powder, ashes scattered or buried in new locations, all to prevent posthumous testimony from victims whose mass graves could speak more eloquently than any survivor testimony about the scale and systematic nature of genocide. The technical challenges of Ekchone 1005 are substantial bodies buried in mass graves for months or years are decomposed, intertwined, covered with lime and earth, difficult to exhume without heavy equipment. Burning human remains requires sustained high temperatures, substantial fuel, and time. It takes approximately 2 hours to fully cremate one body, making the burning of thousands technically complex, and the work itself is physically revolting and psychologically traumatic, requiring personnel who can endure conditions that drive many to break down. Global experiments with various methods at test sites before implementing large-scale operations. He tries burning bodies on wooden pyres but finds fuel requirements excessive. He experiments with accelerants but discovers they're in short supply and needed for military purposes. Eventually he develops a technique using railway rails as a platform, bodies stacked between the rails, wood and fuel added, ignition creating heat that concentrates in the metal and maintains cremation temperatures. The method is effective but slow, requiring days to process each mass grave. Transparentistres vast amounts of smoke and ash, creating visibility problems. Fires burn for days. Smoke columns can be seen for kilometers, drawing attention despite efforts at concealment. Global also establishes procedures for eliminating witnesses. Jewish prisoners from nearby ghettos are impressed into work details called Lichen commandos, corpse commandos, forced to exhume and burn bodies, working in conditions so horrific that many collapse from physical revulsion and psychological trauma. When a site's processing is complete, the Jewish workers are shot, eliminating witnesses, and their bodies are burned with the victims they just excavated, creating a literally endless cycle of killing to conceal killing. The operation's circular horror, murdering witnesses to murder, concealing concealment, represents the moral abyss that German policy has reached, where every action generates new crimes requiring new cover-ups in an infinite regress of criminality. The Babi Yar in late summer 1942, Global supervises personally as his Sonderkommando begins exhuming the ravine where he supervised the murder of 33,000 people. Exactly 1 year earlier, the ravine has settled, earth compressed by decomposition gases and rain, creating depressions that mark grave locations even without excavation. Jewish prisoners forced to dig encounter bodies in various states of decomposition, some still recognizable as individuals, clothing intact, features preserved by lime, others reduced to skeletal remains, many in intermediate stages, partial decomposition, creating nightmare images that will haunt even hardened killers. The prisoners work in rotating shifts, digging, dragging bodies to funeral pyres, returning for more, to the cycle repeating for weeks. Some prisoners commit suicide rather than continue this work, hanging themselves in barracks at night or running toward guards hoping to be shot. Others develop complete psychological detachment, moving mechanically through tasks, while some part of their consciousness shuts down to preserve sanity. A few maintain enough presence of mind to sabotage the operation subtly, working slowly, damaging equipment, though resistance is minimal because punishment is immediate death. Guards supervising the work are primarily SS personnel augmented by Ukrainian auxiliaries, and even these men selected for this duty because of their proven capacity for violence show signs of psychological strain, drinking heavily, showing emotional volatility, sometimes beating prisoners for no reason other than displaced rage at their own situation. Blobel himself is drunk almost continuously, arriving at the site each morning already intoxicated, drinking through the day, barely functional by evening, his alcoholism now beyond any pretense of social drinking, and fully into dependency required to cope with his role. The work at Babi Yar continues for approximately 6 weeks, and when it concludes, the ravine has been transformed, bodies exhumed, burned, ashes crushed and scattered, terrain leveled, attempts made to eliminate any evidence that this was a killing site. But complete concealment is impossible. Ash layers remain in soil, fragments of bone survive crushing, local populations know what occurred, and when Soviet forces recapture Kiev in 1943, investigators will quickly identify the site and begin documentation despite German destruction efforts. The Jewish prisoners forced to participate in a Kachurn 1005 face a unique and terrible form of victimization. They are forced to be witnesses to genocide, exhuming bodies, counting casualties, sometimes recognizing family members or friends among the dead, while knowing their own deaths are certain. Once the work concludes, some prisoners understand their situation clearly and attempt escape, recognizing they have nothing to lose. Escape attempts are frequent enough that Blobel institutes harsh security measures. Prisoners are chained at night, closely guarded during work, housed in secured facilities, and any escape attempt results in immediate execution of the escapee's entire work detail, creating collective punishment that discourages resistance. Despite these measures, escapes occur, and a handful of prisoners survive to provide testimony about a Kachurn 1005 operations, becoming crucial witnesses to both the original killings and the subsequent cover-up attempts. Leon Welikska, forced to work on exhuming graves near Lviv, escapes in November 1943 and survives until Soviet liberation, later providing detailed testimony about the operation. His account describes the physical process of exhumation and cremation, the psychological horror of handling thousands of decomposing bodies, the fate of work details systematically murdered after completing sites. Other survivors provide similar testimony, creating a small but consistent body of evidence about a Kachurn 1005 that will prove invaluable to prosecutors and historians. What their testimony reveals is that even in retreat, even facing likely defeat, German authorities devoted substantial resources to concealing genocide, that the cover-up was systematic and comprehensive, and that the efforts to eliminate evidence demonstrate clear consciousness of guilt, awareness that actions taken were crimes requiring concealment rather than legitimate military operations that could withstand scrutiny. Soviet intelligence becomes aware of Kachurn 1005 operations through multiple sources. Partisan units report observing smoke columns and suspicious German activity at known execution sites. Aerial reconnaissance photographs show excavations and burning operations at locations previously identified as mass graves. Informants within German-occupied territories send reports about work details and body burning, and escaped Jewish prisoners provide direct testimony about the operations. The Soviets understand that Germans are attempting to destroy evidence and respond by accelerating their own documentation efforts, photographing sites before complete destruction when possible, interviewing witnesses while memories are fresh, preserving captured documents that reference the cover-up operations. Soviet authorities also use evidence of Kachurn 1005 for propaganda purposes, publicizing German efforts to conceal crimes as proof of guilt, arguing that innocent parties don't destroy evidence, and that systematic concealment demonstrates German awareness that they have committed atrocities warranting prosecution. The Soviet approach to documenting German crimes serves multiple purposes. It preserves evidence for potential war crimes trials. It provides material for domestic and international propaganda demonstrating German brutality, and it creates historical record that will support Soviet post-war narratives about the Great Patriotic War. However, Soviet documentation has limitations. It often emphasizes national rather than ethnic identity of victims, describing them as Soviet citizens rather than specifically identifying Jews, and it sometimes inflates casualty figures for propaganda purposes, making precise historical accounting difficult. Despite these limitations, Soviet documentation proves crucial for establishing basic facts about Einsatzgruppen operations and subsequent cover-up attempts, providing foundation for later historical research and legal proceedings. By late 1943, as Soviet forces advance westward and German retreat accelerates, Shun 1005 operations become increasingly frantic and incomplete. Blobal's units attempt to process sites before Soviet arrival, but lack time and resources for thorough destruction, leading to hasty efforts that eliminate some evidence while leaving substantial traces. At some sites, bodies are only partially exhumed before Soviet forces arrive. At others, cremation is incomplete, leaving identifiable remains. At still others, no concealment attempt is made because retreat occurs too quickly. The result is a patchwork of concealment and exposure, with evidence surviving in varying degrees across different regions. German personnel also begin destroying documentary evidence, burning files, eliminating records of operations, destroying photographs and reports that might link them to specific crimes. Some destruction is systematic, ordered from above, and implemented through established procedures. Other destruction is improvised, individual officers burning personal files or unit records before evacuation. The documentary destruction is only partially successful. Vast amounts of material survive, captured by Soviet forces, preserved in scattered archives, later compiled by prosecutors and historians. What neither physical evidence destruction nor documentary burning can eliminate is witness testimony. Hundreds of thousands of people across occupied territories witnessed Einsatzgruppen operations, survived massacres, participated in cover-up operations, or had other direct knowledge of crimes, and their testimony, collected by Soviet authorities, by post-war investigators, by historical projects, provides comprehensive picture of genocide that survives despite German efforts to conceal it. Paul Blobel completes his final Aktion des 1005 operations in early 1944, as Soviet forces pushed German lines back toward pre-war borders, making further cover-up operations impossible. His alcoholism has progressed to the point of dysfunction. He is rarely sober. His hands shake constantly. He suffers hallucinations and paranoia, and his superiors recognize he is no longer capable of commanding operations. He is transferred to a sinecure position in Berlin, effectively removed from operational duties, while maintaining nominal rank and salary, a common practice for SS officers whose psychological state makes them unreliable, but whose knowledge makes eliminating them problematic. Blobel survives the war, is captured by American forces, stands trial at Nuremberg in the Einsatzgruppen case, where he testifies about both his role commanding Babi Yar massacre and his subsequent leadership of evidence destruction operations. He shows no remorse during testimony, claims he was following orders, insists that refusing would have resulted in his own execution, a claim that prosecutors demonstrate is false, as no Einsatzgruppen member was ever executed for refusing to participate in killings. Blobel is convicted and sentenced to death, executed by hanging in 1951. One of the few Einsatzgruppen commanders who faces legal accountability for his crimes. His testimony and the evidence presented at his trial provide detailed documentation of both the original killing operations and the subsequent cover-up efforts, creating historical record that survives despite his attempts to destroy physical evidence. The irony is complete. Blobel spent years trying to eliminate evidence of genocide, yet his own testimony and the trial documentation preserve in minute detail the very crimes he attempted to conceal, ensuring that his actions and the operations he commanded are comprehensively recorded for history. The ultimate failure of Igchun 1005 to eliminate evidence demonstrates the impossibility of concealing genocide on the scale. Germans attempted too many bodies, too many sites, too many witnesses, too much documentation, too little time for complete destruction before military collapse. While specific mass graves were successfully exhumed and destroyed, the totality of evidence, physical remains at thousands of sites, documentary records scattered across archives, testimony from tens of thousands of witnesses proved impossible to eliminate. Post-war investigations uncover extensive evidence. Despite German concealment efforts, mass graves are discovered and exhumed. Thousands of execution sites are identified and documented. Captured records provide detailed information about operations and personnel, and survivor testimony fills gaps in documentary evidence. The Soviet Union alone documents approximately 4–5 million deaths from German occupation, including approximately 2–5 million Jews. Other nations compile their own casualty statistics. International tribunals and historical commissions preserve testimony and documentary evidence, and over decades researchers continue discovering new evidence, locating previously unknown sites, identifying previously unnamed victims. What Blobel and his Igchun 1005 succeeded in destroying was specific forensic evidence at specific sites, making individual case prosecution more difficult. What they could not destroy was the overwhelming aggregate evidence that genocide occurred, was systematic, was comprehensive, and involved thousands of perpetrators across multiple organizations. They could burn the bones and scatter the ash, erase the names and bury the files, but the earth remembers what men try to forget, and witnesses remained where executioners least expected, and Soviet files, survivor testimonies, and the silence of forests that once echoed with gunfire. On January 31st, 1943, Field Marshal Friedrich Paulus surrenders the remnants of the German Sixth Army at Stalingrad. Approximately 90,000 starving, frostbitten soldiers emerging from basements and ruins to begin captivity that will kill most of them, and the psychological shock of this defeat reverberates through German forces across the Eastern Front like an earthquake, whose tremors are felt thousands of kilometers from the epicenter. SS Sturmbannführer Heinz Seesetzen, commanding an Einsatzkommando unit stationed near Kharkov, 400 kilometers west of Stalingrad, reads the official Wehrmacht bulletin announcing the surrender and understands immediately that everything has changed. The myth of German invincibility is shattered. The possibility of total victory is revealed as propaganda, and the question is no longer when Germany will win, but whether Germany can avoid losing completely. Seesetzen is 37 years old, a committed Nazi who has commanded execution operations for 18 months without apparent psychological strain, and his reaction to Stalingrad is not moral awakening but practical calculation. If Germany loses this war, everyone involved in killing operations faces Soviet justice, which means certain execution, and therefore survival depends on eliminating evidence, concealing involvement, preparing escape routes. He begins subtly altering his behavior, spending less time directly supervising executions, ensuring that reports are signed by subordinates rather than himself, destroying or losing documentation that might link him personally to specific operations, cultivating relationships with Wehrmacht officers who might provide post-war character testimony. His transformation is purely self-interested, motivated not by remorse, but by recognition that perpetrators who thought they would be protected by German victory now face accountability if Germany loses, and that every action going forward must be calculated to maximize chances of post-war survival. This calculation is occurring simultaneously across the Einsatzgruppen and broader SS structure, as Stalingrad forces German personnel to confront the possibility of defeat they had not seriously entertained previously. The Soviet counteroffensive following Stalingrad accelerates through February and March 1943, with Red Army forces pushing westward along multiple fronts, recapturing territories occupied since 1941, liberating cities and towns where German occupation authorities have conducted genocidal operations. As Soviet forces advance, they discover extensive evidence of Einsatzgruppen activities despite German concealment efforts: mass graves on the outskirts of towns, execution sites in forests, buildings used for detention showing signs of torture and execution, and most compellingly, survivors who emerge from hiding to testify about what occurred. Soviet military and NKVD investigators follow immediately behind advancing forces, photographing sites, exhuming bodies, interviewing witnesses, compiling evidence for war crimes documentation. The Soviet approach is thorough and systematic, motivated by both genuine desire to document German crimes and propaganda opportunities to demonstrate fascist brutality to domestic and international audiences. Photographs taken by Soviet investigators become some of the most haunting images of the Holocaust: mass graves being exhumed, bodies of children and women showing bullet wounds, survivors with numbers tattooed on arms, execution sites where snow melting in spring reveals remains that winter concealed. These images are distributed through Soviet media, shown in newsreels, published in newspapers, creating visual record that makes denial impossible. But Soviet documentation also has political dimensions that complicate historical interpretation. Casualty figures are sometimes inflated. Ethnic identity of Jewish victims is often minimized in favor of describing them as Soviet citizens, and evidence is presented within propaganda framework that emphasizes Soviet heroism and German barbarism, while obscuring more complex realities including Soviet collaboration, anti-Semitism within Soviet society, and pre-war Soviet crimes in occupied territories. Despite these limitations, Soviet documentation provides foundational evidence about Einsatzgruppen operations that will be crucial for post-war trials and historical research. The German retreat from territories captured in 1941 to 42 transforms occupation zones into landscapes of scorched earth and accelerated violence, as Wehrmacht and SS units implement Hitler's order that nothing of value should be left for advancing Soviet forces. Villages are burned systematically, infrastructure is destroyed, livestock is slaughtered or driven westward, populations are displaced or killed, creating deliberate humanitarian catastrophe designed to slow Soviet advances and punish civilian populations. Einsatzgruppen personnel participate in these destruction operations, conducting final killing sweeps before evacuation, eliminating remaining ghetto populations, shooting prisoners who cannot be transported, and as discussed in the previous chapter, intensifying Action 1005 efforts to conceal evidence of earlier killings. SS Obersturmbannführer Friedrich Jekyll, higher SS and police leader for southern Russia, issues orders to his subordinates emphasizing that retreat must leave desert behind German lines, that all potential resources must be denied to Soviets, that this includes elimination of remaining Jews who might provide labor for Soviet reconstruction. The orders are implemented with varying degrees of thoroughness. Some units conduct systematic destruction and killing, others retreat too quickly to fully implement scorched earth policies, and in some cases Wehrmacht officers refuse to cooperate with the most extreme destruction measures, creating friction between military and SS authorities. What emerges is a retreat characterized by multi-layered violence. Conventional military rearguard actions fighting pursuing Soviet forces, organized destruction of infrastructure and resources, opportunistic looting and violence by retreating troops, and systematic killing of remaining vulnerable populations including Jews, Roma, and anyone suspected of partisan sympathies. Civilian populations trapped between advancing Soviet forces and retreating Germans face terrible choices: remain in place risking Soviet suspicion of collaboration, flee westward with retreating Germans risking exposure to combat and SS violence, or attempt to hide and wait for liberation risking discovery by German rearguard units conducting final sweeps. In the Minsk ghetto, news of Stalingrad reaches inhabitants through whispered rumors and forbidden radio receivers, bringing simultaneous hope that German defeat is possible and terror that Germans might liquidate remaining Jews before retreat. The ghetto population has been reduced through periodic selections from approximately 100,000 in July 1941 to fewer than 10,000 by February 1943, and survivors understand they exist only because their labor is useful to German war economy, that liberation by Soviet forces is a race between approaching Red Army and German decision to eliminate final witnesses. The underground resistance organization intensifies escape operations, smuggling people out of the ghetto to partisan units in surrounding forests, understanding that remaining in place until Soviet arrival is gambling on timing beyond anyone's control. Over winter and spring 1943, several thousand ghetto inhabitants escape through tunnels, hidden routes, and with cooperation of sympathetic guards, joining partisan brigades that are growing stronger as German control weakens, but many remain, either unable to escape due to age or illness, unwilling to leave family members behind, or hoping that their work assignments provide sufficient protection until liberation. On October 21st, 1943, German authorities implement the final liquidation of Minsk ghetto. SS and Wehrmacht units surround the area, conduct systematic sweep, round up remaining inhabitants, and transport them to Mali Trosnets, killing site where they are shot or gassed in vans. Approximately 2,000 people murdered in the final action. A few hundred escape the liquidation by hiding in bunkers prepared by the resistance, emerging after German forces withdraw to find the ghetto empty, buildings destroyed, a ghost city where tens of thousands lived and died. Soviet forces recapture Minsk in July 1944, discovering extensive evidence of occupation crimes, liberating the few hundred survivors who remained in hiding, and beginning process of documentation and reconstruction in a city fundamentally transformed by 3 years of German occupation. Wehrmacht soldiers witnessing the retreat and German military collapse experience varied responses ranging from determination to fight to the end, to breakdown of discipline and increasing desertions, to complicity and final atrocities motivated by nihilistic rage at impending defeat. Obergefreiter Martin Sandberger, a 23-year-old infantryman from Stuttgart, writes in a letter intercepted by military censors, "We are retreating constantly now, abandoning cities we took at such cost, leaving behind everything we fought for. The officers tell us this is strategic repositioning, that we are drawing the Soviets into traps, but everyone knows we are simply running before an enemy we cannot stop. What makes it worse is what we see as we retreat. Villages burned by our own forces, civilians shot in reprisal for partisan attacks, Jews being executed even now when we should be focused solely on military survival. I joined the Wehrmacht to defend Germany, to fight honorably as my father did in the previous war. But what I have witnessed these past months is not warfare but murder and destruction that serves no military purpose. I no longer know what we are fighting for, whether survival justifies these actions, whether there is any honor left in continuing. Yet I continue because desertion means execution, because my comrades depend on me, because stopping would require confronting questions I am not prepared to answer. The letter reveals the psychological crisis affecting many German soldiers as retreat exposes the bankruptcy of ideological justifications and the reality that military defeat will bring accountability for crimes committed. Some soldiers respond by intensifying their commitment, embracing Nazi ideology more fervently as consolation for military failure. Others simply focus on immediate survival, blocking out larger questions. A significant minority begin deserting or seeking ways to surrender to Western allies rather than Soviets, recognizing that different captors offer different prospects for survival. The Wehrmacht's discipline, remarkably resilient given the circumstances, begins fragmenting in 1943–44 as defeat becomes undeniable and soldiers make individual calculations about how to survive the war's endgame. For local populations in territories changing hands, sometimes multiple times as front lines shift back and forth through 1943, the German retreat brings violence from both sides. Germans conducting scorched earth and final killings, Soviets executing suspected collaborators and implementing security sweeps targeting anyone associated with German occupation. In Belarus and Ukraine, tens of thousands are killed in Soviet security operations during and after liberation, accused of collaboration based on evidence ranging from comprehensive documentation of service in German auxiliary police to denunciations from neighbors settling personal scores. The Soviet approach to collaboration is harsh and often indiscriminate. Anyone who worked for German administration, served in auxiliary police, provided information to German authorities, or simply survived in occupation without joining partisans faces potential accusation of collaboration. Trials are often perfunctory, evidence standards are minimal, punishment is severe, execution or decades in gulag camps. This Soviet response creates a secondary terror that complicates liberation, as populations fear both German atrocities, if they remain under occupation, and Soviet retribution, if they are accused of collaboration after liberation. Some genuine collaborators escape justice by fleeing westward with retreating German forces, eventually reaching Western Europe or escaping to South America. Others are caught in Soviet security sweeps and face execution or imprisonment. Many who committed no actual collaboration are nonetheless swept up in security operations that cast suspicion on anyone who survived occupation. The result is a layered tragedy, where Nazi genocide is followed by Soviet retribution that, while not comparable in scale or systematic nature to German crimes, nonetheless claims tens of thousands of lives and creates climate of fear that persists for decades. The moral complexity of these situations, distinguishing forced cooperation from genuine collaboration, understanding survival choices made under extreme duress, balancing justice with mercy, proves too nuanced for wartime Soviet security apparatus that prefers clear categories of loyalty and betrayal. By summer 1943, The Einsatzgruppen as distinct operational units have largely ceased functioning. Their personnel dispersed to other assignments as the strategic situation makes mobile killing operations impractical, and as the focus shifts toward operating stationary death camps and managing forced labor. Some former Einsatzgruppen officers are transferred to concentration camp administration. Otto Ohlendorf, after commanding Einsatzgruppe D, returns to economic planning duties in Berlin. Arthur Niebuhr, commander of Einsatzgruppe B, is assigned to criminal police headquarters. Subordinate commanders take positions in camp systems, security police posts across occupied territories, or Waffen-SS combat units. The dispersal makes tracking individual perpetrators more difficult for post-war investigators, as men who committed crimes in one location under one organizational structure disappear into different roles in different places, often under different names or with documentation that obscures their service with Einsatzgruppen. Some perpetrators are killed in combat as the war continues, either fighting with Waffen-SS units or simply caught in the general destruction as fronts collapse, eliminating them before they can face justice. Others survive, destroy evidence of their involvement, prepare false documentation, position themselves to disappear into chaos of war's end. A few begin what will become long-term efforts to conceal identity and evade prosecution, obtaining false papers, creating fictional service records, establishing cover stories about their wartime activities, preparing for the possibility that they will need to flee and establish new identities. The planning reveals consciousness of guilt. These are not men who believe they were simply following legitimate orders, but rather perpetrators who understand they committed crimes that will be prosecuted if discovered, and who therefore take systematic steps to conceal involvement. Their preparations will be partially successful. Some Einsatzgruppen perpetrators will be captured and prosecuted at Nuremberg and subsequent trials. Others will be identified decades later through investigative work and survivor testimony, but many will escape justice entirely, living out lives in Germany or abroad under their own names or false identities, never facing legal accountability for their actions. As 1943 ends and Soviet forces continue pressing westward, reclaiming territories that will lead them eventually to Berlin, the strategic reversal transforms the Holocaust's final phase. The systematic killing continues in camps like Auschwitz-Birkenau and Treblinka, but the Einsatzgruppen operations that killed over 1 million Jews through bullets and mobile operations are effectively over, concluded not by moral change but by military circumstances that make them operationally impossible. What remains in occupied Soviet territories are scattered ghettos, labor camps, and hidden survivors waiting for liberation, while the vast killing fields of 1941 to 42 are now Soviet-controlled territories where evidence is being discovered, documented, and preserved for future justice. The shift from mobile killing to stationary death camps, from Einsatzgruppen to gas chambers, represents German adaptation to changing circumstances. Death camps offer efficiency advantages and psychological distance for perpetrators, but both methods serve the same genocidal objective, and both demonstrate the systematic, comprehensive nature of Nazi murder program. The Einsatzgruppen's legacy is not just the 1 million+ they killed directly, but the demonstration that ordinary men can be organized to commit mass murder, that genocide can be conducted face-to-face with primitive technology, that bureaucratic organization and ideological indoctrination can overcome moral inhibitions that normally prevent mass killing. This legacy will inform post-Holocaust understanding of genocide as phenomenon not requiring advanced technology or pathological perpetrators, but rather ordinary people placed in systems that enable, encourage, and reward participation in atrocity. Stalingrad broke more than an army. It broke the illusion of permanence. As the Reich pulled back through landscapes it had ravaged, the killers realized the earth they'd soaked in blood would soon be reclaimed by those who remembered every name, every village, every pit. In the forests of Belarus near the village of Katyn on March 22nd, 1943, a German police battalion convoy is ambushed by Soviet partisans, resulting in the death of 4 German officers and the wounding of several others, and the German response, directed by SS Sturmbannführer Oskar Dirlewanger, commanding a notorious penal unit, is to surround the nearest village, force all 149 inhabitants, including children, into a barn, lock the doors and set fire to the structure, machine gunning anyone who attempts to escape through windows or burning walls. The massacre at Katyn is one of thousands of anti-partisan reprisal operations conducted across occupied Soviet territories from 1941 to 44, operations that blend legitimate counterinsurgency with genocidal violence, using partisan activity as justification for killing civilians, destroying communities, and eliminating populations deemed racially or politically undesirable. The reprisal logic is deliberately disproportionate. For one German killed, entire villages are destroyed. For suspected partisan support, populations are massacred. For supplies provided to resistance fighters, communities are eliminated. This calculus transforms counterinsurgency into genocide, using security justifications to accomplish ethnic and political cleansing that serves Nazi ideological objectives, while being framed as military necessity. Dirlewanger's unit, composed of criminals released from prisons and concentration camps, on condition they serve in anti-partisan operations, becomes infamous for particular brutality. They routinely rape women before killing them, torture prisoners for amusement, engage in looting on massive scale, and conduct operations with sadistic cruelty that shocks even regular SS units. Wehrmacht commanders complain about Dirlewanger's excesses, not from humanitarian concern, but from worry that such undisciplined violence undermines occupation stability and military discipline. But the complaints are ignored, because Dirlewanger's unit is effective at killing and destroying, which is its primary function. The Katyn massacre will become, in Soviet memory, a symbol of occupation brutality, memorialized in post-war monument complex that presents it as representative of hundreds of similar villages destroyed in Belarus, though the memorial's interpretation will obscure that perpetrators were primarily German and Ukrainian police units, rather than Wehrmacht, complicating simple narratives about fascist crimes. Soviet partisan movement grows dramatically through 1942 to 43, evolving from scattered bands of soldiers cut off during German advance into organized brigades, numbering thousands of fighters supplied by airdrops from Soviet territory, coordinated by radio with Red Army Command, operating across vast territories in German rear areas where occupation control is tenuous. The partisans conduct operations ranging from small-scale ambushes to large coordinated attacks on German garrisons, from sabotaging rail lines to assassinating occupation officials, from gathering intelligence to rescuing Jews from ghettos. Their effectiveness varies. Some units are disciplined and strategically focused, others are little more than armed bands engaged in survival and occasional opportunistic attacks, and relationship between partisans and civilian populations ranges from supportive cooperation to exploitative predation. German authorities respond to growing partisan threat by escalating anti-partisan operations, designating vast areas as bandit fighting zones where anyone encountered can be shot, implementing collective punishment policies where partisan activity brings reprisals against entire regions, and recruiting local auxiliaries for anti-partisan duties, both to multiply German forces and to implicate local populations in occupation violence. SS Obergruppenführer Erich von dem Bach-Solowski is appointed Chief of Anti-Partisan Warfare in 1942, and he oversees operations that kill hundreds of thousands of people, labeled as partisans or partisan supporters, though the majority of victims are unarmed civilians caught in sweep operations or killed in reprisal massacres. Bach-Solowski's reports claim massive partisan casualties, but his actual achievement is creating terror that makes occupation territories increasingly ungovernable, as civilian populations either flee to partisan units for protection, are killed in German operations, or survive in constant fear navigating between partisan demands and German reprisals. The anti-partisan war becomes a self-perpetuating cycle where German brutality drives populations toward partisan support, increasing partisan strength, justifying more brutal German responses, ultimately undermining rather than securing German occupation. The involvement of Einsatzgruppen personnel in anti-partisan operations blurs already indistinct lines between security operations and genocide, as partisan becomes a convenient label for any targeted population, allowing continuation of racial killing under guise of military necessity. Einsatz commando units participate in large-scale anti-partisan sweeps through 1943, nominally searching for guerrillas but actually conducting comprehensive killing operations against anyone encountered in designated areas. A typical operation: German SS and auxiliary forces surround a forest or rural district designated as partisan territory, conduct systematic sweep pushing through the area, shoot any military-age males encountered, round up women, children and elderly for interrogation and often execution, burn villages and destroy food supplies, drive livestock westward and declare the area cleansed. The operations are documented in reports that inflate military significance. Hundreds of partisans killed when most casualties were unarmed civilians. Claims of bandit bases destroyed when no military installations existed, statistics showing weapons captured that are insignificant compared to casualties inflicted, revealing that killing rather than military effectiveness is the actual objective. SS Brigadeführer Kurt von Gottberg, higher SS and police leader in Belarus, commands operations that kill tens of thousands of people in anti-partisan sweeps through 1943, reporting his successes in terms that make clear he is conducting population elimination rather than counterinsurgency. Entire districts emptied of inhabitants, thousands of villages destroyed, populations either killed or displaced, creating vast depopulated zones that serve German goals of Lebensraum but have no military justification. The anti-partisan operations allow perpetuation of genocidal violence after focused Einsatzgruppen operations wind down, providing continued opportunity for killing that satisfies both ideological objectives and sadistic impulses of perpetrators who have become habituated to violence. Jewish participation in partisan units presents complex dynamics of survival, resistance, and tragic moral compromise. Jews who escape ghettos or execution sites and reach partisan units often face initial rejection. Partisan commanders worry that Jewish refugees bring security risks, that they lack military training, that accepting them creates humanitarian burdens in harsh survival conditions. Some partisan units refuse Jews entirely, others accept them conditionally, requiring that they obtain weapons independently, prove useful skills, or agree to serve in support rather than combat roles. The most successful Jewish partisan units are those that form independently or join existing brigades as complete units. The Bielski brothers in Belarus organize a partisan group that becomes primarily a rescue operation, protecting over 1,000 Jewish refugees who survive the war. Other Jewish units focus on combat operations, conducting sabotage and attacks with particular intensity born from understanding they are fighting for survival rather than simply military objectives. Jewish partisans also participate in rescue operations, conducting raids on ghettos to free prisoners, ambushing transport columns, providing intelligence about German movements that helps Jews escape before liquidations. But partisan life is brutal, even for those accepted. Casualties are high, living conditions are primitive, hunger and disease are constant, and winter survival is desperate struggle. Some Jewish partisans are killed in combat, others die from exposure or starvation, and some are murdered by anti-Semitic partisan commanders or by local populations hostile to Jewish presence. The survival rate is low but significantly higher than for Jews who remained in ghettos or attempted to survive in hiding without partisan protection, making the decision to join partisans despite its dangers a rational survival choice for those who could make it to forest bases. Collaboration between German forces and local auxiliaries in anti-partisan operations creates its own hierarchy of perpetrators, with Ukrainian, Belarusian, Lithuanian, and Latvian police units conducting some of the most brutal operations under German direction. These auxiliary units are recruited from multiple sources: former Soviet police who switch allegiance, nationalists seeking opportunity to advance independence goals through German patronage, unemployed young men seeking wages and power, and genuine ideological collaborators who share Nazi racial views. Their motivation varies, but their actions are consistently brutal. They conduct roundups with casual violence, serve as execution squads, participate in village burning operations, rape and loot with impunity. German commanders value local auxiliaries both for operational capacity and for political purposes. Using locals as primary perpetrators implicates them in occupation crimes, creates dependency on German protection from Soviet retribution, and provides convenient scapegoats. If operations require distancing German forces from particular atrocities, the auxiliaries will face different post-war fates. Some are killed fighting partisans or during Soviet liberation. Others are captured and executed or imprisoned by Soviet authorities. Some escape westward and eventually reach Western Europe or South America. A few successfully hide their wartime activities and live out lives in their home countries, their crimes undiscovered or deliberately overlooked in post-war chaos. Their participation demonstrates that genocide requires enablers, that a relatively small number of committed perpetrators can multiply their impact through organizing local collaboration, and that, given opportunity and authorization, substantial minorities in any population will participate in atrocities against neighbors, motivated by ideology, opportunism, or simple brutality unleashed when social constraints are removed. The village of Maly Trostanets, 11 kilometers southeast of Minsk, becomes one of the largest killing sites in occupied Soviet territories, operating continuously from spring 1942 through summer 1944 as combination labor camp, transit, point for deportees from Western Europe, and execution site for Jews from Minsk, ghetto and surrounding areas. German authorities designate the site for operations specifically because its remote location and proximity to forests allow killing and disposal with minimal visibility, and over 2 years approximately 65,000 people are murdered here through shooting and gas van operations. The site operates with bureaucratic efficiency. Trains arrive with deportees from Western Europe who are told they're being resettled for labor assignments. They are unloaded directly at the site, divided into groups, marched to forest execution areas, shot and buried in mass graves, the entire process from arrival to death, consuming just hours. Jews from Minsk ghetto are brought in trucks, processed similarly. their bodies joining growing accumulation of remains in forest pits that are eventually exhumed during Accusation 1005 operations, attempting to conceal evidence. Local Belarusian populations know about the site. They see trains arriving, hear gunfire, smell burning from cremation operations, encounter German and auxiliary police moving to and from the location, but public discussion is suppressed through terror, and most civilians focus on personal survival rather than attempting to document or resist operations. They are powerless to stop. When Soviet forces recapture Minsk in July 1944, they discover Mali trust nets and begin investigation, finding partially destroyed mass graves, evidence of burning operations, documentation that survived, hasty German evacuation, and testimony from few survivors who escaped, or from locals who witnessed operations. The site becomes focal point for Soviet war crimes documentation in Belarus, with casualty estimates varying widely. Soviet authorities initially claim over 200,000 killed, later revised downward as investigation produces more precise evidence, demonstrating how wartime propaganda inflated figures, by creating historiographical challenges that researchers address through careful forensic and documentary analysis. As partisan warfare intensifies through 1943 and into 1944, it becomes increasingly difficult to distinguish between legitimate military operations, criminal reprisals, and genocidal violence, as all three blend together in operations that German authorities justify as necessary for security, but which primarily serve objectives of racial elimination and territorial depopulation. The Wehrmacht, which initially maintained fiction that it was fighting clean war, while SS conducted political operations, becomes increasingly implicated in anti-partisan operations that are indistinguishable from mass murder. Wehrmacht units participate directly in village destruction operations, provide logistic support for killing operations, guard execution sites, and sometimes serve as execution squads when requested by SS commanders. This direct involvement makes a mockery of post-war claims by German generals that Wehrmacht fought honorably while SS committed atrocities, claims that intensive historical research has thoroughly debunked through documentation showing deep Wehrmacht complicity in occupation violence. The blending of military and genocidal operations serves German objectives by making accountability diffuse when everyone is involved. Individual responsibility seems diminished. When operations are justified as military necessity, moral questions can be avoided. When orders come from highest levels, perpetrators can claim they were simply following commands, but this collective complicity, while psychologically convenient for perpetrators, ultimately strengthens the case for institutional rather than just individual guilt, demonstrating that Nazi genocide was not work of deviant individuals but systematic policy implemented through established military and police structures, requiring participation or acquiescence from vast numbers of ordinary Germans and collaborators who cannot claim ignorance or lack of choice. By early 1944, as Soviet forces approach pre-war Soviet borders and German occupation of Belarus and Ukraine enters final phase, anti-partisan operations become indistinguishable from simple butchery, motivated by nihilistic rage at impending defeat. German units conduct scorched earth destruction with comprehensiveness that serves no military purpose, burning everything, killing anyone encountered, creating deliberate humanitarian catastrophe that Wehrmacht reports describe with disturbing satisfaction as denying resources to Soviets. The final months of occupation see some of worst atrocities, as perpetrators who know they are about to lose territories act with complete disregard for consequences, understanding that evidence will be discovered, but calculating that chaos of defeat provides opportunity for escape. and that Western allies might prove more forgiving than Soviets of crimes committed against communist enemies. The calculation proves partially correct. While some perpetrators face Soviet justice, others escape westward, some to face prosecution at Nuremberg or subsequent trials, but many simply disappear into post-war displacement and reconstruction, their crimes never prosecuted because evidence is insufficient, witnesses are unavailable, or Western authorities prioritize other concerns over hunting perpetrators of crimes committed in Soviet territories. The partial accountability that follows creates lasting sense of injustice among survivors and historians, understanding that while leadership faced trials, most perpetrators escaped punishment, that crimes of extraordinary scale resulted in prosecutions of extraordinary limitation, and that justice, however earnestly pursued by some, was ultimately incomplete for practical and political reasons that allowed many killers to live comfortable lives, while their victims remained in unmarked graves. In retreat, the distinctions blurred: partisan, civilian, witness, accomplice. The killing continued not from orders above but from habit, fear, and the knowledge that every survivor was a potential accuser. The reckoning was no longer theoretical. On April 18, 1944, in a secure office in Berlin's RSHA headquarters, SS Obergruppenführer Ernst Kaltenbrunner signs the order officially disbanding the Einsatzgruppen as distinct operational units. Though the order is more recognition of reality than directive creating change, the units have been functionally dissolved for months, as retreat eliminated their operational territories and personnel were dispersed to other assignments. The disbandment order is brief, bureaucratic, mentioning neither the unit's actual purpose nor their casualty record, simply stating that changed military circumstances make mobile security units unnecessary, and that personnel should be reassigned according to SS operational needs. The order's euphemistic language is characteristic of how Nazi administration documents genocide. Everything is stated in terms that maintain deniability, using phrases like security operations and special actions that technically accurate readers understand refer to mass murder, but which provide linguistic distance from explicit acknowledgement of crimes. Kaltenbrunner, who replaced Heydrich after his assassination and now oversees the apparatus his predecessor built, understands that disbandment serves multiple purposes. It acknowledges operational reality. It allows reassignment of experienced personnel to areas of critical need as German forces retreat on all fronts, and importantly, it begins process of organizational obscurity that might provide some protection from post-war accountability by making it more difficult to track individual participation in specific crimes. The calculation is cynical but not irrational. If Germany loses the war, eliminating clear organizational records might help perpetrators claim they were engaged in various duties throughout the war, rather than concentrated in units specifically tasked with genocide. For personnel receiving reassignment orders, the disbandment brings mixture of relief and anxiety. Relief that they will no longer conduct daily execution operations that have destroyed many psychologically, anxiety about what their new assignments might entail, and whether they will survive the war to benefit from whatever protection obscurity might offer. Former Einsatzgruppen personnel are scattered across remaining German-occupied territories and Reich institutions through spring and summer 1944, reassigned according to skills, ranks, and needs of a military and security apparatus stretched beyond capacity by multi-front war. Some are sent to concentration camps. Men experienced in killing operations are valuable in camps where mass murder continues through gas chambers. Though the nature of work differs from mobile operations, Others join Waffen-SS combat units desperately needing experienced NCOs and officers as casualties mount. Still others take positions in occupation administration across remaining territories, security police posts, or administrative roles in Berlin. The reassignments allow individuals to distance themselves from Einsatzgruppen service, creating gaps in documentation that will complicate post-war investigations. A man who served with Einsatzgruppe might be reassigned to a concentration camp, then to a Waffen-SS division, then to occupation duties in France, creating service record that obscures where he spent most of the war and what he actually did. Some perpetrators actively cultivate these obscuring reassignments, requesting transfers, volunteering for new duties, accepting positions that move them away from Eastern Front where evidence of their crimes is most concentrated. Others are simply swept up in organizational chaos of late-war German military machine, assigned wherever bodies are needed without regard for their previous service. The result is dispersal that serves German institutional purposes by maintaining operational capacity while fragmenting the organizational structure that might otherwise provide clear evidence. Trail for prosecutors. Intelligence services from Allied nations attempt to track former Einsatzgruppen personnel, compiling lists of names, collecting testimony from survivors and witnesses, capturing documents, but the task is complicated by German record destruction, by the chaos of collapsing fronts, and by the sheer number of perpetrators whose locations and current assignments are unknown. In occupied Poland, the Einsatzgruppen's successor operations continue through 1944 in remaining ghettos and labor camps, as German authorities accelerate liquidation of Jewish populations before Soviet forces arrive. The operations are conducted by regular SS and police units, rather than designated Einsatzgruppen, but many personnel are veterans of mobile killing operations transferred to these new assignments, bringing experience and methodology developed in earlier operations. The liquidation of Yołódź Ghetto in August 1944, the last major ghetto in occupied Poland, involves transport of approximately 60,000 Jews to Auschwitz-Birkenau for gassing, and the operation is supervised by SS officers including several with Einsatzgruppen backgrounds. The technical evolution is notable, whereas Einsatzgruppen operations in 1941–42 required shooting victims one by one or in small groups. By 1944, the system has evolved to industrial-scale murder where thousands can be killed daily in gas chambers, representing culmination of German efforts to maximize efficiency while minimizing perpetrator involvement. But shooting operations haven't ceased entirely in remaining labor camps and in hasty liquidations conducted during retreat. SS guards shoot prisoners rather than transporting them, continuing methods pioneered by Einsatzgruppen even as organizational structure has dissolved. The continuity of methodology despite organizational change demonstrates that Einsatzgruppen's significance was not just the specific casualties they inflicted, but the procedures they developed and normalized techniques that became standard across German killing operations, ensuring their legacy persisted even after the units themselves ceased to exist. Some Einsatzgruppen veterans are captured by Soviet forces as fronts collapse and German retreat becomes rout, and they face immediate rough justice that precludes any possibility of post-war trials, summary execution, often after torture to extract information about unit activities and command structure, sometimes after brief military tribunal that provides procedural veneer for predetermined outcomes. Soviet approach to captured SS personnel is harsh and largely indiscriminate. Wearing SS uniform is often sufficient grounds for immediate execution, and men identified as having served with Einsatzgruppen face particularly brutal treatment before being killed. The Soviet logic is revenge rather than justice. These men participated in genocide against Soviet citizens. They deserve death. Formal trials are unnecessary bureaucracy when guilt is obvious. Some captured Einsatzgruppen personnel attempt to conceal their service, claiming they were Wehrmacht soldiers, destroying or hiding documents that would identify them as SS, hoping to be sent to POW camps rather than facing immediate execution. These attempts sometimes succeed, particularly if captures occur in chaos of combat, where Soviet forces lack time for thorough interrogation and documentation. Other perpetrators are identified through testimony of Soviet citizens who witnessed their operations, locals who can point out specific individuals and describe their actions, making concealment impossible. The summary nature of Soviet justice means thousands of perpetrators are executed without creating any historical record of their specific crimes. They disappear into mass graves of dead Germans, their individual stories lost, their prosecutions never documented in ways that might inform historical understanding. This rough justice satisfies desire for revenge, but frustrates later historical and legal efforts to comprehensively document perpetrators and their crimes, leaving gaps in knowledge about who did what, gaps that survivors and researchers struggle to fill through fragmentary evidence and testimony. In the final months of 1944, as Soviet forces push into Poland and Romania, and as Western allies advance through France toward German borders, former Einsatzgruppen personnel face stark choices about how to navigate war's endgame. Some choose to fight to the end, either from ideological commitment, from understanding that surrender means certain execution, or from simple momentum of continuing to follow orders. Others begin planning escape routes, obtaining false papers, establishing civilian identities, contacting organizations that might facilitate post-war flight. A few begin the psychological process of reframing their service, developing narratives that emphasize following orders, minimize personal involvement in actual killings, claim they attempted to mitigate atrocities or help victims when possible. Stories they rehearse mentally in preparation for potential interrogation. The preparation reveals consciousness of guilt. These are not men who believe they acted appropriately, but rather perpetrators who understand they committed crimes requiring explanation, and who are developing defenses in advance of accountability. Some write letters to families providing false accounts of their service, creating documentary record of fabricated innocence that might provide post-war cover. Others destroy evidence they possess, photographs, souvenirs, documents, anything that might link them to specific operations or locations. The most cynical begin cultivating relationships with Wehrmacht officers or civilian officials who might provide character testimony, seeking witnesses who can claim they knew the perpetrator as a decent person engaged in routine duties, hoping that such testimony might outweigh evidence of participation in genocide. SS Standartenführer Martin Sandberger, former commander of Sonderkommando 1, are responsible for killing operations in Estonia that claimed approximately 15,000 lives, receives orders in October 1944, reassigning him to administrative position in Italy, removing him from Eastern Front, where evidence of his crimes is concentrated. Sandberger welcomes the reassignment, understanding it provides distance from testimony of witnesses and from sites where his unit operated, complicating potential prosecution by requiring evidence to be gathered across multiple locations and jurisdictions. He serves briefly in Italy before war's end, is captured by American forces, and initially conceals his service with Einsatzgruppen, claiming to have been a civil administrator with no involvement in killing operations. His deception succeeds initially. American interrogators lack comprehensive lists of Einsatzgruppen personnel and accept his claims without thorough investigation, and Sandberger is processed as routine SS officer, scheduled for internment rather than immediate prosecution. Only later, after systematic review of captured documents and survivor testimony, is his actual service identified. leading to his prosecution at the Einsatzgruppen trial at Nuremberg, where he is convicted and sentenced to death, though sentence is later commuted and he is released in 1958 after serving just 13 years, living comfortably in West Germany until his death in 2010 at age 98. Sandberger's case exemplifies the incomplete justice that follows Einsatzgruppen operations. He faces prosecution and conviction, providing symbolic accountability, but his actual punishment is minimal compared to his crimes, and he enjoys decades of free life while most of his victims were murdered in their youth or childhood. His long post-war life becomes its own kind of injustice, a living reminder that even when legal system functions and perpetrators are convicted, practical and political considerations often result in outcomes that survivors and victims' families experience as mockery of justice. As 1944 ends and Germany's final collapse becomes matter of months rather than years, some former Einsatzgruppen personnel make contact with organizations preparing to facilitate escape of SS officers and war criminals, networks later known collectively as rat lines that will help thousands of perpetrators flee Europe after Germany's surrender. The most significant rat lines are operated by sympathetic Catholic clergy, former SS officers who escaped early and established infrastructure, and intelligence services from various nations seeking to recruit expertise against new Soviet enemy. The existence of these networks demonstrates that even before war's end, systems are being established to protect perpetrators, that some authorities are already calculating that Cold War considerations might outweigh justice for Nazi crimes, and that escape is possible for those with resources, connections, and luck. Most former Einsatzgruppen personnel lack access to these sophisticated networks and must rely on simpler methods, false papers, assumed identities blending into chaos of displaced persons, hoping to avoid identification until post-war attention shifts from Nazi crimes to reconstruction and emerging geopolitical tensions. Some succeed in this strategy, establishing new lives under false identities or even under their own names, if documentation of their service is incomplete, living out lives in Germany or abroad without facing prosecution. Others are identified despite their efforts, caught through combination of survivor testimony, captured documents, Allied investigations, or simple bad luck, finding that no matter how carefully they prepared escapes, evidence and witnesses survived. On January 27, 1945, Soviet forces liberate Auschwitz-Birkenau, discovering approximately 7,000 surviving prisoners, vast quantities of victim belongings, gas chambers and crematoria that Germans attempted to destroy but left partially intact, and documentary evidence including deportation records, death registers, and camp administration files. The liberation of Auschwitz becomes symbolic endpoint of Holocaust, though killing continues in other camps until German surrender, and though Einsatzgruppen operations had largely concluded months earlier, for former Einsatzgruppen personnel scattered across collapsing Reich, Auschwitz liberation represents confirmation that evidence is surviving German destruction efforts, that the scope of genocide will be exposed, and that post-war accountability is coming regardless of individual efforts to conceal involvement. Some perpetrators respond by intensifying their escape preparations, understanding that time for establishing alibis and alternative identities is running out. Others simply continue performing whatever duties they have been assigned, operating in psychological denial about consequences or in fatalistic acceptance that escape is impossible and prosecution is inevitable. A few, recognizing that defeat is imminent, attempt to create evidence of helping victims or opposing atrocities, actions motivated not by moral awakening but by cynical calculation that such evidence might provide defense in post-war trials. The final months of war see perpetrators making individual decisions about how to navigate the approaching reckoning, each calculation based on assessment of evidence that might exist against them, likelihood of identification, options for escape, and risk calculus about whether attempting to flee might draw more attention than simply remaining in place and hoping to avoid notice in chaos of defeat. The Einsatzgruppen ceased to exist officially, but the men who comprised them simply changed uniforms, burned identities, and melted into the chaos of the Reich's final days. The organization died, its members prepared to survive,